This happened years ago, but the thought of it still keeps me up at night. I was walking through the hills of a provincial park with my dog during winter, so the sun set much faster than I'd expected and before I could get back to my car. Once the sun was well and truly gone, all you could see was darkness. I was walking slowly through a dark field when, out of nowhere, I had to this day the most gut-wrenching, undeniable feeling I was being watched. I turned around to check, only to see in the distance a figure standing there, somehow darker than the area around us. The instant I saw this person, my stomach dropped and my body froze in place. I knew in that moment he was coming for me. I grabbed my dog's leash and we booked it. I mean sprinting, full-on speed up and down the hills, around the trees, down embankments. I was running so fast, it was as if my life depended on it, and to this day I'm sure it did. I made the 30 to 40 minute trip in about 15 minutes. All that stood before me and my car was this switchback you had to go back and forth up if you want to reach the top. Once again, I gave it all that I had, running up as fast as I possibly could. When I reached the top and looked back down for a moment, I could see the person behind me chasing after me. Did he go up the switchback like how any sane person would? No, of course not. He started sprinting right up the middle, headed straight for me. I screamed at him to fuck off, but he didn't say anything, not a single word, just running full sprint right towards me. I was lucky my car was at the top of the hill. As I ran towards it, just like in horror movies, I stumbled over something and dropped my keys. I was fiddling with them, trying to open the door before he arrived. Just in time, I managed to get it open, throwing my dog in and slamming the door behind me, just as the man reached us. Best part is, as I looked around, there were no other vehicles parked anywhere around us, so where had this person parked? As I looked to the side, I could see they'd parked right next to me, of all places. This guy jumped into his truck so fast. To this day, I've never seen a better example of speeding out of there like a bat out of hell. I mean, he slammed on the engine so hard, black smoke jetted out of the back as he swerved out of the lot, leaving skid marks on the ground behind him. I sat in the back of my vehicle for hours afterward, shaking and crying, knowing I was this close to whatever he had planned for me. That's why I share this story, in hopes that people won't ignore that sort of gut feeling, that voice in the back of your head that tells you to run. If I did that day, I never would have noticed him in time, and would not have had the head start I needed to escape. Always trust your gut feelings and intuition. It really might be the deciding factor on if this is your final day on Earth or not. I'm of the mindset that everyone should know a little bit about cars. I've always been mechanically inclined, and I think that may have saved me this time. I was using dating apps a few years ago. Met this guy, he seemed super nice. We talked for a few weeks before I was willing to meet with him. His dad owned a local gun store where I would get most of my target stuff. I used to be in a women's league for competition shooting. I had seen this guy around before because of this, and had a fairly decent impression of him. I still wanted to be safe though. He invited me out to a concert at a local town site. It was a concert I really wanted to go to, and I figured it would be safe as well. It was at a well-known place with a lot of security. I let him pick me up because he had talked about mechanics and cars, and wanted to show me his Mustang. He liked to brag about how well he kept it running and how much he babied it. I was into time trial racing at the moment, so I was interested to see what he had done on it. He picked me up and we started heading to the event. Right before the exit, he said his car was suddenly acting funny. I was watching the dash though. If you've been in racing, you know our cars and trucks usually have extra accessories. Whether it's aftermarket racks and gauges or switches, there's usually something aftermarket inside the car. As I looked though, I noticed there was nothing extra. The car felt like it was shifting correctly. There was no shudder or noise, nothing to indicate any problems at all. I thought that was fairly weird. All I said was that we should try and limp it on over to the concert venue. It was less than a mile away now, and it was better than being stuck on the I-15. He agreed and drove us very carefully the last mile. We get to the concert, and things were okay-ish. He kept on watching me and buying me drinks the whole time. I refused to drink, though. Every time he gave one to me, I would make up an excuse and go to the bathroom and flush it. He kept making comments about how well I was handling the alcohol, and I was getting super weirded out. The concert ended, and it was finally time to leave. For context, this particular event happened at the local reservation town site. At the time, the res did not have great self-service, so I couldn't get a hold of anyone to come get me. I decided to bite the bullet, and I talked him into taking the old highway instead of the 15. It sounds a bit silly, but when you take that old highway, even though it's slower, people seem more willing to stop and help you than they are on the freeway. I figured if he really was having car troubles, it would be a lot safer. Plus, we wouldn't have people flying around us at 80 miles per hour. We made it about halfway between the town site and our town, when he said the car was acting funny again and pulled over. I was stone cold sober still though, and didn't notice anything wrong. When I got out of the car to check it out with him, he started making comments about how I was so drunk and I should just wait inside. He even explicitly said, "It's safer because you can't trust drunk Indians, especially with a little girl like you." This dude had no idea that I was actually native myself. I just happened to be kind of pale. The hair on the back of my neck was standing up, so I checked my phone. Just barely got a bit of service. I started to text my dad. As I was walking away from the engine compartment, I noticed that instead of looking at the car, he was now watching me. I started acting like I was trying to get cell service to get help. Out of the very corner of my eye, I saw this man take the spark plug wires off the distributor cap and switch the order. Your spark plug wires connect to the distributor cap based on the order your cylinders fire in, so doing this will either make the car run terribly or not even be able to turn on at all. I managed to send my dad a picture of what he was doing, and my dad told me to start walking. As I started to walk away, the man hopped back into the car and opened his glove box, which exposed the pistol lying within. He told me not to worry and said we would be perfectly safe. I broke a world record for how fast I was texting my dad. He said to start walking and to tell the guy that he was already on his way and that our friends lived just up the road. So that's exactly what I did. I started walking with a purpose and took off as quickly as I could. The man was yelling and starting to chase after me, but I yelled back that the wind was too loud and I couldn't hear him. I said I'd be back with our friends in a moment. I was scared out of my mind though. We were 10 miles out of town with no one around. The closest road actually led to a cemetery, so no one was around to help me. I got a really bad feeling the farther I got from the car. I turned around and looked. The hood was now closed and the lights were on. I decided to hide in the farm irrigation next to the road. I kept walking towards town crouched down and texted my dad what was happening. I heard a car slowly come up behind me. Then I saw a flashlight. I pressed against the side of the ditch and waited for the lights to pass by. Once I couldn't hear anything else, I crawled out and kept walking amongst the weeds. My dad texted me that he saw me, so when he pulled up, I ran to his truck. As we made our way back towards town, we passed by that dude, and he was now surrounded by 3 cop cars. My dad told me not to worry much about what happened. I heard through the grapevine later he had been charged with violent crimes in the past, and he had been arrested that night for concealed carrying without a permit. The police never talked to me, but I haven't seen that guy in town ever since. If I didn't have experience with cars and didn't know what he was doing, I could have been dead in that ditch instead of hiding. Most communities have places where you can take basic car care and maintenance courses. I highly recommend everyone take them and at least know the basics. This dude knew I knew cars, but his whole goal was to get me so piss-ass drunk I wouldn't realize what was happening. Luckily, his fake car troubles didn't fool me. When I was 23, I rented an apartment in an old boarding house in a neighborhood just outside the sketchy downtown of a mid-sized southern U.S. city. One night at around 2 a.m., I was driving home from my boyfriend's place after we'd had a huge fight. I was teary and not paying much attention to my surroundings. At a stoplight, I pulled up alongside the only other car on the road and made brief eye contact with the driver. I gave him a quick, absent-minded smile. I'm Southern, it's ingrained. Anyway, I guess he somehow took that momentary interaction as some sort of invitation. At the next stoplight, he stared into my car with this weird blank expression. The next, and the next. I was seriously uneasy. It took me a while to realize he was actually now following me. I guess I should have just driven to a police station, but this was in the era before smartphones. I didn't know where the closest one was. I was also exhausted. I thought I was just being paranoid, I guess, and didn't want to make too much of a fuss. Instead, I circled around out of my way until I no longer saw his headlights behind me. It seemed like he'd finally gotten bored and veered off. I was beyond relieved because of this and drove straight home, anxious to just get inside and behind locked doors. I parallel parked in a tight spot between two cars on the street outside the boarding house and cut the engine. That's when the guy's car pulled in out of nowhere right up alongside me, close enough to the driver's door that I couldn't have opened it if I tried. Now I was completely blocked in, and he knew where I lived too. I briefly thought about climbing across and exiting by the passenger door, but I wasn't confident I could outrun him to my house and get it unlocked before he grabbed me. It was very much the vibe he was throwing off. I fumbled around and tried to fish out a phone from underneath my seat. He got out of his car and lazily walked around to the passenger side of mine and tried to open the door. Finding it locked, he leaned down and stared at me with that same intent, dead-eyed expression. He started to tap on the glass. I finally got my phone open and yelled that I was calling the police as I dialed 911. He began to bang on the window, then slammed his fist on the windshield like he was going to try and break it. He stopped cold in place and stared for a minute more while I talked to the dispatcher, looking utterly disappointed in me. I don't clearly remember the end of this interaction. It was a long time ago and I was completely terrified, trying to give information over the phone. I remember though having the impression that he was making a mental note of the house, and he seemed entirely confident as he ambled back to his car and unhurriedly drove away. The cops came and took my statement, and didn't seem to like what I told them one bit. If they found him though, no one ever let me know in the end. I lived there for a few more months after, and didn't get a single solid night's sleep. At 20 years old, I found myself a single mother to a newborn baby boy. Around the same time, a relative was having trouble out of their tenant, who rented a mobile home they owned out in the country. Eager to have my own space for me and my baby, I jumped at this opportunity. I didn't have a car at the time, so I got dropped off at the trailer with mine and all of my baby's belongings. The route there was a long, old country road, with a lot of farms and long stretches of fields. Then you made a left turn into a neighborhood of a stretch of brick ranch-style houses. That went on for about a mile until the houses stopped altogether. The road kept on going another quarter of a mile down a steep hill, only to come to a sudden dead end. The dead end is where that mobile home sat, totally secluded. Admittedly, I was a bit afraid, being by myself out there with my baby, especially at night. The one dim streetlight shining down, surrounded by woods, only served to make the area look more creepy. You would never be able to actually see if anybody was out there lurking unless they stood directly under it. The rent was dirt cheap though. I had set up a nursery and the place wasn't too shabby. After settling in, I decided to take advantage of the stretch of road and start going for walks and pushing my baby in the stroller. We would walk all the way up past all of the brick houses and back out onto the main road, then turn around and walk back down to our trailer. One of those days we were out walking, heading back down the hill, when I saw him. A tall, dirty, freakishly lanky man in tattered, filthy clothing, standing amongst the tree line, kind of hunched over. He was staring right at me and just swaying back and forth. I hesitantly waved, but he just kept on staring instead of reacting. Instead of heading directly back down to the trailer, I turned around and made another lap back up to the main road. Whoever this guy was, I didn't want him to know I lived there all alone. I walked slowly on my way back down. Thankfully, he was gone by the time I got home. I went inside and locked the door. I had an unsettled feeling for the rest of the night, though. The next day on our walk, we walked up to the main road. On the way back down, I saw the man again, walking in my direction. I felt my heart pounding as we approached one another. I started to veer off to the other side of the road to avoid him, but he mimicked my movements and walked right up to me. I noticed he wasn't actually as old as I'd initially thought, probably only 45 at most. His rough appearance made him look much older though. He was wearing a worn-out navy blue-looking work uniform, something a mechanic would wear. He was beyond skinny, beyond dirty, and his teeth were so rotten they were black and barely clinging on to his discolored gums. His nails were creepy and nasty, his eyes were bloodshot, and one looked weirdly swollen. "What's your name?" he asked, standing in front of me. For some reason, out of pure shock I guess, I told him my real name. At once, he nodded and started walking again, as if that's all he'd wanted to know. I noticed he had a name badge on though, that said Jermichael. I walked back down slowly, frequently looking behind me. I saw him cut between two brick houses and disappear into the woods. Some time went on with no sign of the man reappearing, but I hadn't forgotten that he was still out there. Eventually, I did get a little car. I was on the way back from getting groceries one day when I accidentally missed the turn into the neighborhood. I pulled into the next driveway a little ways down to turn around. It was a narrow gravel driveway surrounded by woods, not exactly the best place. I drove until I came to a clearing littered with beer cans and garbage. In the middle of this clearing was a small white house that looked like it should have been condemned. Sitting there on the porch was none other than Jermichael. He stood up and stared for a minute, then started to walk down the steps. I whipped my car around and sped out of there. The living situation I witnessed was inexplainably shocking. I honestly felt a bit bad for him. That night, I laid my sleeping baby in his crib in the nursery and went and showered. As I walked back to the other side of the house to check on the baby, I had to walk past the back door. If you've ever lived or been in a trailer, it was one of those metal doors with a diamond-shaped window at the top. There was nothing covering this window. As I walked by, I tried not to look, but out of my peripheral vision, I could see a face in the window. I knew it was him. I ran into the nursery, my heart beating into my neck. I slammed the door closed and got down on the floor beside my sleeping baby's crib. My cell was the only phone in the house, and it was in the bathroom. There was silence. Then I heard a dreaded knock on the front door. A chill went through me, and I was frozen with fear. Another knock, and suddenly my mind started working. He's been watching me for months. He knows I'm here, I thought to myself. I was afraid if I didn't do anything, he would try to force his way in. I got brave and walked to the door. "Who is it?" I yelled. "It's me. Open the door," he said calmly but sternly. "No, please go away." I screamed at the top of my lungs as tears started pouring from my eyes. I heard the sound of him scraping something against the door, and panic started to set in. I remember feeling so helpless. I ran and grabbed my phone. This was the first time I'd ever called 911. By the time the police got there, of course he was gone. They told me they were already aware of previous bad behavior from him, but since he didn't technically do anything to harm me, there wasn't much they could do. That's usually how it went with him. I spent a few nights at the trailer after that, and soon moved out. It's been 7 years now, and I still have terror-filled flashbacks of that night. I wonder what he would have done if I'd opened the door, or if I hadn't called the cops. I wondered just how often he watched me. The following events took place over the space of a year. It took me a while to link them all and realize what was happening. I'm going to try and relay it as I experienced it. I'm 31 now, but this took place when I was roughly 18 to 20 years old. For the majority of my career, I've been a support worker. This involves supporting adults with learning disabilities or health issues in their own homes and out in the community as well, basically with all and any aspects of their lives. The job does involve long hours and often sleepovers or waking nights. In this case, the two other staff members went home at around 8 to 10 p.m., depending on if the service users were overnighting at their parents'. This was a regular occurrence. The sleepover would stay with the remaining clients in case they had a health concern or needed support with something overnight. At the time, I was working in service with 3 young men who were very active within the community. This meant I was also very active in their community, out and about all the time, helping them to, from, or during college and work. We rode the bus a lot because they had concession passes. I live in the UK and can't drive, so I commuted to and from work on public transport. The service we worked in was based across the road from a nursing home, or possibly a respite center. To this day, I'm unsure what it actually was. This building had parking spaces outside it intended for that facility, but after certain hours, anyone was allowed to use them. I noticed eventually that at 10 p.m. every night I was on shift, whether I was a sleepover or just finishing for the day, a car would park right across the street from us and shine its high beams right through our window. This would also light up the adjacent front door, so anyone interested could see who was leaving. Even though the clients were in bed by this time, there was still a lot to do for the remaining staff member, like ensuring the property was secured and the fire doors throughout the house were closed, general health and safety concerns. Because of this, a car across the road blinding our staff as they left was low down on the list of concerns. Personally, I first assumed it was just a facility staff member going home. This went on for a few months, before one eagle-eyed colleague told me this only ever happened on days when I came into work. We made a joke about how I had a fancy man picking me up or something, but I mostly wrote it off as nothing. Whilst out and about with the people I supported, they would often say things like, "Hey, that man is looking at you." My service users were mostly young men who liked to joke and had limited mental capacity. Often, their jokes didn't seem like jokes but were intended as such. Because of this, I didn't really take much note of it. This started with one client specifically, actually. I worked with him more than the others because I was his key worker, which meant I had additional duties relating to that client, such as arranging special outings or events. Before long, though, every single one of them was telling me there was a man who was staring at me and following me. They often said this in crowded public areas, and because they struggled to communicate, they could never fully describe what was going on. One of them, though, said it was always the same man. They could only give vague, odd details, which we pieced together into a wider description. Again, the other staff found it odd this behavior was only directed at me. They never said this to anyone else, though they did say it in the presence of other staff if I was part of the group. The big event, though, had such an impact that I still don't use public transport for anything. I got a call from the mother of the person I was supporting that day. He had earlier gone for a visit to his parents, and his brother was home for uni. They decided he would sleep over so he could spend the following day with his brother. It was 7:30 p.m. and quite dark because it was winter. I had worked over my contracted hours that month, as we were short-staffed. I called our on-call manager, who offered me an early finish. I did all the admin CQC required to do daily, cheerily said goodbye to everyone before leaving to catch the 8 p.m. bus. It had been laundry day, so I had been ironing and hadn't eaten all the food I'd brought with me. I called my partner at the time because I had to pass through the city center. I decided to grab us some KFC and pick up the newest Game of Thrones book, which I had pre-ordered from Waterstones. I got off the bus wearing my headphones as per usual, picked up my book, walked down to KFC, got my food, and was on my way down the steps to the ticket barrier. Halfway down, though, I felt a tap on my shoulder. I had my hands full of chicken, so I turned, unable to take my headphones out. I saw a man, who I assumed must be asking about which line he should be on or something. I tried to brush him off, but he followed me to the barrier. He even ran down the escalator to catch up with me. As I was sitting on the platform, he sat down next to me. It was quite late, and the people were sparse and spread out. It was super uncomfortable. He had all this space, and yet chose to sit right next to me. I took one of my headphones out because the man seemed to be quite angry with me now. He was rambling something. In a nutshell, I began to hear him tell me how he had seen me so often with different men, people I was supporting, I assume. Sometimes in a group of people much older. He said a lot of odd things which didn't register until I finally got home. He described my commute, including the times of my schedule, the clothing I would wear. He told me my hair seemed to change a lot. There was a lot looking back that indicated he had been watching me for a while. I was tired though, and he was rambling. I wanted him to go away. He seemed inexplicably angry with me, saying he just wanted to look after me, but I'd only keep ignoring him. This was the first time I'd ever seen this man though. I can't remember how I responded exactly, but I basically told him he had the wrong person. It did freak me out enough that I changed lines and metros a few times. I was on the phone with my partner the whole time after I got on the metro. The man followed me, at first at a distance, but I guess eventually he lost track of me. He couldn't describe anything I did after the city center, so I think this was his first time really following me beyond my changeover from the bus to the metro. I did get safely home that night, but over an hour late with some cold-ass chicken. I told my manager about this and she gave me a personal alarm. I hadn't connected it to prior events yet though, so I just let it go thinking it was a one-off. I was not at work and only have a vague recollection about hearing about this last event. In fact, I had forgotten it entirely until a coworker at the time and a current friend reminded me. Two of my coworkers were upstairs sorting out the medications. They came down to find a man who we'd later find was my stalker. He was sat at the table. The guys we supported were all in their rooms, so the downstairs was empty. You can imagine they were quite shocked to see him suddenly appear. This was a secure place that protected vulnerable adults. Somehow he had managed to bypass multiple doors, all of which were locked and alarmed. He was just sitting there in silence, looking around the room. We could never figure out how he managed to get in, but he wouldn't respond to any of their questions. After a while of not seeing me there, he just got up and left without saying a single word. This obviously got reported, but nothing was really done about it. At the time, the other staff assumed he was an agency staff member who maybe had the wrong house and was meant to go to the other service a few doors up. He didn't present them with ID when asked though. Shortly after this event, I got offered a new job in a different city, meaning I left the area entirely for about 5 years. I now live back in the same vicinity but in a different area, with a different name through marriage. I look a lot different now too. I haven't seen the man again since. I don't know exactly how these events were connected, just that the exact same man was involved with every one of them. After the metro incident, I started getting taxis home instead because I was so afraid, which I still do if I'm out late. At the time this happened, I was a 21-year-old female. I lived in a larger, small city in the Midwest. At the time, I had no car and only a bicycle. I hardly had enough money for a public bus. I worked at a retail battery lighting and repair store. I worked full-time as well, and only lived a little over a mile from my job. Since I was a woman in a male-dominated field, I was often used to targeted abuse from men who thought they knew better. Many times I stood my ground and flaunted my knowledge in subjects these people couldn't seem to grasp. Because of my willingness to learn and my close proximity to work, I often worked all sorts of hours, mostly all by myself as well. This time I wasn't the person closing and had a coworker named Joey. They came in for a part-time shift after they wrapped up classes at the local college. We had quite a close friendship, honestly, and often stood up for one another. We stepped in when we were flustered as well, or needed to go to the bathroom in the back or whatever. Joey received a phone call for a possible repair on a smartphone, and he wasn't 100% sure if we even could repair it. He asked the young female caller to stop by for a consult. She quickly agreed and said she would stop by around 5:30. This was a night I was supposed to get done at 6 p.m. and catch the bus at 6:12. It was a windy, drizzly, early fall night. I remember this because I had my bike with me, and it became my anchor that night. A little before 6 p.m., this frantic, terrified, screaming and crying 19 to 20-year-old woman came rushing into our tiny shop. I was at the counter switching out aging price tags and doing general store maintenance. I looked at her confused and asked her what was wrong. She looked me deep in the eyes, asking if Joey was here. At the time, he was using our tiny bathroom in the back, so I had to step in and help out. I told her he was currently busy and that I was willing to help her. She handed me her smashed, cheap phone very timidly. My customer service skills could not prepare me for what she was going to say next. She quietly whispered to me that her boyfriend, who was out in his red mini truck in the small front parking lot, had gotten angry and smashed her phone when she tried to call her sister that afternoon. I took the backing off and tried to research the model for any possible screen repair. No results found. I tried to hand her back the destroyed phone, and she pushed it back into my hands with a pleading look. Then the honking commenced. It was drizzling outside, so our front glass was covered in beaded drops and was slightly fogged over. I couldn't see who was out there. I told her again I couldn't really do anything to help, and for her to try our cell phone repair competitor just down the road. The tears really started to flow now. I was freaked out. She kept throwing glances behind her, and the honking would not stop. I was angry at this point. I myself was in a domestic abuse situation at the time, and I knew exactly what this girl was experiencing. I broke my stare with her and tried to look in our system a second time for a replacement. Nothing once again. I looked up from our computer to see a shadowy figure of a young man pacing in front of the store. I was just happy the honking had stopped, but I was increasingly shaken up. My whole body was fearful now. I whispered across the counter if she needed me to call 911. She slammed her hands down and said I couldn't do that. She begged me not to. At this point, Joey came out and asked what was going on. He thought it was one of those situations where we had an elderly, lazy, or disabled customer honking their horns for us to pick up something heavy from their car. The looks on our faces, though, he knew something bad was happening. The young man stopped pacing outside and began to slam on our front door. Joey took the girl's phone from my hands and told me to go in the back and lock the back employee-only doors. I did what I was told. I grabbed my bag, my bike, and my jacket. I looked at the clock in the back. It read 6:14. I spent 15 minutes back there with this girl, both of us feeling like trapped animals. Joey did bodybuilding during his free time. He was a gentle, non-confronting sort, but a very stocky Asian guy. I was a short, obese lady that would respond in either of two ways to any situation, like a complete doormat or absolutely furious and raging. I knew I couldn't fight this person, and neither could Joey. Not because of physical reasons. We'd lose our jobs in an instant. We didn't know what to do here. The guy threw the door open. He had this manic, hateful look about him. A total predator he was. He was very slim, early to mid-20s, and was soaked by the rain. He took the broken phone off the counter and took the girl with him as well. He hurled insults at us, and I gave the girl a pitying look. He slammed the door shut, and both Joey and I stood in absolute silence. He snapped out of it and ran to the front door and locked it. I told Joey to call our manager from our store landline and stood around while he did so. I noticed that now the guy had moved his truck to directly in front of our door. He was watching us as we were on the phone with our manager. I had to leave to get home. The last possible bus came at 6:42. I couldn't pedal my way home in this weather. Plus all of the circumstances that had just occurred. The time was around 6:18. I just needed to cross the busy highway and down the sidewalk by 1/8 of a mile to get to the nearest bus stop. Joey, the guy, and I played a waiting game here. It was 6:23 when that dickhead finally drove away. I told Joey I would leave at 6:25 so I could arrive safely. Joey opened the front door, and I threw myself on top of my bike. I pedaled harder than I could ever imagine. Our store was in an industrial shopping area at the very edge of town. We worked next to a sub shop as well. It started to downpour. As I tried to pull out of our parking lot straddling my bicycle, I caught a glimpse of a red truck looping around the sub shop. The highway had dual lanes each way. I had to play real-life Frogger if I wanted to make it to my destination in one piece. There were a few cars that slowed down for me as I hauled ass to the other side of the road. I jumped off my bike and threw it on top of the curb. I promptly hopped back on and tried to pedal as quickly as I could. My front wheel was stuck in the grassy strip, and my right foot kept slipping off the pedals. My shin struck against them, and I had to act quickly. I grabbed the frame of my bike and simply jogged to the bus stop. The red truck pulled into the parking lot which I had just passed. They turned around and went out through the entrance across from the sub shop. They took the lane closest to me. They went at a crawl and turned at the red light so they could come back around to me. There were 3 ways to get in. One left, one in the center, and the other on the far right next to the grocery store. I stuck to the sidewalk since it felt safer, and there were people around. The truck patrolled around the area, stalking me like its prey. I felt cold, sore, and cornered. There were a couple of cars that pulled into the left entrance of the lot, causing the truck to not be able to come back around again. I almost collapsed when I reached the shitty small bus stop. I felt my phone buzz. I saw it was Joey, so I rested my bike on my person to answer the call. Joey told me he was watching, and even though he had an elderly couple in the store that he was helping, that he wouldn't allow that man to hurt me. The red truck began to loop around and around the bus station. I saw the bus pull up early at 6:39, and I couldn't be happier. I knew the driver since I used the buses to get around town, errand shopping, and to get to and from work. I had my stupid fucking bike to worry about, though. I hung up with Joey, putting my phone in my jacket pocket. I strapped my bike in the rack that was in front of the bus. I struggled since I was shaking, and my bike was slick from the rain. I got on the bus. I saw the truck had taken a left at the center entrance of the lot. I could finally let my guard down. I sat in front of the bus and my hands shook. I was trying to get out the fare. The driver said it was okay, and I could just take my time relaxing. I kept my backpack on and pulled my damp phone out. I called Joey and let him know I was fine. In under 15 minutes, I made it to my apartment safe and deeply disturbed. I took my bike in so it wouldn't draw any attention to where I lived. All of this gave me an idea to leave my own domestic abuse situation a few months later when COVID took the world by storm. To this day, I wonder about that girl. I hope somebody more daring and stronger than me called the cops on her abuser. Back when I was around 17 or 18, I would go out to parties with my friend at night. It was my best friend at the time, Ivan, and his cousin Caesar that would invite me out this fateful night. I'd been talking to a friend of Ivan on Facebook about meeting each other. Since I hadn't had many experiences with girls, I thought it was now or never. This girl had a birthday party that day and invited us all to join her. I took a bath, got ready, and my friends pulled up for me in a small car. It was an Atos that was really popular in Mexico in the early thousands. It was small and really good at saving gas, not too expensive either, so the perfect car for a college student. I said bye to my mom and hopped in. We went to go buy beer for the night and a pack of smokes for everyone as well. Back then, I would smoke quite a lot. I still cringe just thinking about it, but it was an early college thing, I suppose. My friend told us he had been in contact with this one girl on Facebook, and she decided to come to the party with us tonight. We were all impressed and happy for him. We pulled up to her house and parked near a park to wait for her. I remember a group of thugs walking around the park, but since they seemed our age, we weren't too weirded out. My friend called her to come out, and my friend Caesar stepped out for a smoke. I was sitting in the back, not wanting to come out because of those guys outside. Things seemed to be asking for trouble, though. They began to argue about something really dumb with Caesar. My friend Ivan told me to step out just to have his back, in case anything went down. I'm not particularly strong myself, but I am really tall. With a winter coat, I tried my best to appear tough enough for them to think twice. I lit a cigarette and pretended to be macho. I looked at a guy and laughed. Somehow it worked and they just left. We went to the party and had a great time together. I made out all night with the girl I was talking to. Later though, I found out she'd kissed pretty much every guy that was there before me. Nevertheless, I was still grateful for the opportunity. As we headed back to the house of my friend's date, she seemed extremely quiet. I knew they had hit it off quite a bit during the party, but now she looked really stiff, scared even. My bud and I were riding in the back to let them have the front to themselves, but all she was doing was nervously looking at her phone. When we arrived, she wanted to hop out right away. My friend, trying to score some points, said, "Wait, I'll walk you in." She did not like this. She said to just leave. We were a bit buzzed in the back and wanted to have a smoke, so we all stepped outside anyway and watched them walk up to her door. I remember laughing about something with my friend when the mood suddenly became very dark. The girl began to scream, "Go now! Get out of here!" A car pulled out nearly in front of us. People with bats and various weapons got out so fast I can barely remember how I got back into the seat. The girl said something along the lines of to leave us alone and held my friend while a bunch of dudes got out. Ivan got into the driver's seat and started the car. Thankfully, it started right up without trouble. A big bottle of liquor slammed into the windshield, cracking the top corner. I saw some guys come from the right side of the car where we were standing. I quickly moved over to the other side to let my friend have an easy way into the back seat. As I turned the corner, I saw this massive-looking guy come right up to the door. I barely had time to close it and pulled the lock down. The man began to punch my window. My other friend wasn't so lucky. He got hit in the head before he made it back to the car. Couldn't even close the door because some guy was grabbing his leg. All of this happened in the span of 6 seconds, mind you. I acted out of instinct. Thankfully, we all got in. My friend slammed on the gas while zigzagging in case they attempted to shoot at us. We were all scared shitless and wondered just what the hell was happening. We got back to our neighborhood, and my friends were fuming. Both of them knew their way around a fight and could hold their own. I, on the other hand, have never been in a fight to this very day. Thankfully, I still had some cash left. I told them we should go buy some illegal beer at midnight and tried my best to calm them down and convince them not to just go back there. Caesar was so pissed he'd even woken up a dude in the middle of the night with a phone call, asking the man to show up to a group fight. After a few beers and a lot of talking, I convinced them it was not worth it and to just let the night end. I got home and my parents never found out about any of this. The next few days, my friend Ivan called me and told me the girl's ex-boyfriend was actually a gang member, a gang known for beating the hell out of people and dropping them in water canals around the city. My heart dropped out of my chest. We had been seconds away from getting beat down, or maybe killed by a bunch of thugs for a damn date. If it wasn't for our quick reaction, her backing them up a bit, and something outside this realm working for us, we might not have made it away. To this day, I still stay awake at nights, thinking of how fast and out of nowhere situations like this can present themselves in your life. How many times have we narrowly avoided critical danger? All I can say is trust your gut and your instincts in the end. It all happens so fast, that's all you really have. This story happened back in the year 2015. It was around 8 p.m. and it was summertime, so at the time it was just getting dark. I live in a town where crime almost never happens. It's a very safe rural area with very few people as well. Here, all the shops close early, so that night I went shopping around 7:40. Everything was completely quiet. I didn't have enough money to pay in the moment. I asked them to save the items for me. When I got home, I grabbed the money out to take back to pay the store. I was listening to some music. I had bought new headphones and was trying them out. I was walking 2 blocks from my house when a motorcycle with 2 men came out of nowhere. The man behind got out and grabbed a gun. He pointed it right at my head and started yelling at me to give him my things. I was paralyzed. In an absolutely absurd moment, I screamed out no. The man again yelled at me to give him my cell phone. He screamed, "Give me everything!" I squeezed my cell phone and headphones and yelled, "No, these are my things!" over and over again. The whole time, a gun was pointed at my face from a meter away. When the guy with the gun saw I wouldn't give them anything, He fired. I saw very clearly how he pulled the trigger on the gun. He got on the motorcycle with the other man, and they left at full speed. Somehow, I didn't get shot though. I don't know if it was a fake gun, or if it jammed, or if it didn't have bullets in it or what. I don't know anything. It was really dark. It was one of the most terrifying experiences I ever had. As soon as they left, I ran to the store where I was going at first. I arrived crying and shaking. It was hard for me to even speak. I asked for help, and they called my mom, who came to pick me up in a taxi. I didn't want to walk home, even though it was only 4 streets away. That was the first and last time I experienced a robbery attempt. It was the most damn stressful situation I've ever been through though. I don't know how to describe the absolute panic I felt when I saw the barrel of a gun in front of my eyes. All that for a cheap fucking cell phone and some headphones. They didn't give a shit about a girl's life. They slapped that gun right in my face. I wish no one has to go through this, much less children. I was lucky, but many are not. Especially in the city nearby my town, where this happens quite frequently. Last year, I was going out for drinks with my friends. Since I had to go to uni the next day, I only stayed until around midnight. My boyfriend had promised to pick me up and go home with me, because I didn't like to take the subway alone at night. Since I was pretty drunk by then though, I took too long walking out of the pub. Unfortunately, we had to wait for the night bus with multiple stops, since the subway closed on weekdays at night. For context, my boyfriend and I don't live together, but we do live very close to each other, around 20 minutes of walking distance. Both areas are pretty shitty. He lives near a train station where many crackheads, homeless, and sketchy people abound, and I live in a cheap, bad district with a high crime rate. My building has 2 entrances on 2 different streets because it's a corner building, one leading to a patio and then to the apartment building and its doors. I usually use the entrance door that's nearer to the subway though, and on the side of my apartment. We had to take 2 buses to go home. One drove us to the train station, the next one from the train station to my apartment. After getting out of the first bus, we realized we would have to wait around 20 minutes or something for the second one to come. Since I really had to sleep now, and I had class the next day, I didn't want to stay here for that long. My boyfriend also didn't want to wait to see me, so he persuaded me to walk instead of taking the bus, which sober me would have never done. Since I was drunk though, I didn't really care how I got home. We started to walk home and passed a few sketchy people, mostly people selling drugs or whatever, but nothing too bad. The instant I saw this guy walking our direction though, I got a bad feeling. I told my boyfriend I wanted to go to the other side of the street because I didn't want to go anywhere near this guy. Suddenly though, the guy called out, as if he wanted to ask us something. We ignored him and continued to walk. He got louder and louder until he started to yell and scream. I could see from the corner of my eye he was gaining on us. I whispered for my boyfriend to run. I grabbed his hand and ran the fastest I could while the man began to chase us. We ran and ran and ran, then made a turn to the right and hid. It seemed like the man was gone at first. I took my keys out, and we started running toward my building, taking the other entrance I normally didn't use. As I was struggling to open the door, my boyfriend started to panic. He threw me inside the patio and closed the door aggressively behind him, then pushed me into the building. He explained later that the guy had come running from the other side of the street, meaning he'd taken a shortcut. He probably thought we were going to the bus stop instead. If we had taken the other entrance, he would have clearly beaten us there. Standing there in shock, we unfortunately did not call the police, which I do regret. I stopped going out for drinks and clubbing for half a year after this, and slept at my boyfriend's place for 2 weeks. I was scared the guy would come back. I think the worst thing about this is, this guy really wanted to get us for some reason. I still want to know why he chased us for so long. And 2 weeks later, a girl a few streets away was reared in front of her building by a guy who chased her home. I wonder if it was that very same guy, or if it was just a sad coincidence. This is a real story that absolutely traumatized me and my boyfriend. 2 years ago, I moved to the UK for university, as I always wanted to go there and get away from my parents. The situation at home was a bit too toxic for me. In first year at uni, I moved into a student accommodation and met some really great people actually. It was a pretty good year, without even meeting my boyfriend yet, who I'm still with to this day. I was just enjoying my time away from my family and discovering what independence really meant. Anyhow, second year came by, and I decided with some friends to move into a house rented by student accommodations. At least we'd have our own house though, and weren't as restricted with noise and parties and such. Note, I had a ground floor room, and my window looked into a very small backyard, in which I would go and smoke every day, as I'm a smoker. There was a very thin wooden door going to the other side of the street, where you would put your bins and broken chairs and that sort of thing. The door could only be closed and locked from inside the backyard. Since it was an old door, we had to attach some extra things to keep it closed for good though. I had neighbors on each side of the house, so we were surrounded by families and other student accommodations. The neighbors on the right side of us were 5 boys, who looked way over the age of being in university. They were, needless to say, very strange. I even had a moment where I met one of them outside our house one day because of police intervention due to one of their flatmates attacking him and the others with a kitchen knife and burning their kitchen down. I heard some screams and rushed outside with my flatmates, only to see one of them covered in blood and cuts everywhere on his arm, a wound on his head inflicted by the knife as well. We didn't know what to do, so we offered him our help to clean himself and gave him an old t-shirt to change out of his bloody clothes. We saw the guy who'd attacked them all being escorted out by the police and into a van driven off to be arrested. I don't really know anything more about that story. The police didn't tell us anything else, but it was quite strange, needless to say. Anyway, the guy we helped was quite weird as well. He often kept trying to grab me and hold me for some reason. We noticed when helping him he smoked quite a lot of marijuana too. We didn't really care about that at the moment though. We just wanted to make sure he was okay, as we didn't really know him. After some time had passed, I went back to university. When I came home, I would see him quite often just standing in the street. I never said a word to him. One day though, he came up to me when I went to the corner shop and started talking to me. I didn't really feel comfortable talking to him, so I just didn't respond. "Oh, that's how you want to do it. Okay, I'll just wait out in front of your house then, and we can talk then." I was very creeped out. I thought at first he was just joking. I bought my drink at the shop and headed back to my street. As I turned to where my house was, I saw him with his flatmate sitting on my doorstep and waiting for me. I panicked and went back to the corner shop. I called my only male flatmate to ask him to open the door and tell the guys to go away. Unfortunately, he was not home, and no one else was either. I literally had to just wait it out until I saw them finally leave 1 hour later. I sprinted back home while they weren't looking and locked the front door. After this already scary encounter, I just tried to avoid the guy, and mostly I succeeded for a while. One day though, as I went smoking in the backyard, I noticed the wooden door, which had always been closed before, was now open. The things we'd used to keep it closed had been sliced through. For whatever reason, this didn't initially startle me that much. I simply closed the door again and put some new things on it, thinking it must have been one of my flatmates who took the bins out and just didn't tie it back or something. Another thing to note is that those weird neighbors would often scream and yell in their house in the middle of the night. It would always wake us up, but we got kinda used to it after a while. One evening, my boyfriend slept over like he usually did. He, who usually never wakes up because of a noise, woke up in the middle of the night because of a sudden bang and some whispered murmuring. I was still sound asleep, so he very silently woke me up. We waited in the dark together and listened for any other noises. Suddenly, we heard the wooden door shoot open with a bang and footsteps right next to my window. We both froze in place. We heard the door leading to the backyard get shaken softly, as if they were trying to get inside. Then they stopped. Luckily, we had the curtains closed so they couldn't see us. We were ready to get dressed and get the fuck out of the room, though. Just then, we heard my window begin to move and open. One of the people outside said something in a different language we didn't understand, and we could hear them trying to get in. My boyfriend and I shot up out of bed, grabbed my phone, put our clothes on, and ran out of the house. I called my flatmates and told them to lock themselves in their rooms. Then I called the police. Luckily, they came in less than 5 minutes, as the headquarters were only a couple of streets down from us. I don't really remember anything after the police came. I think we were both in shock. They ended up only catching one guy. The other fled, and was later found a few streets up smoking some weed. The police told us they went inside of their house, found a lot of meth and heroin. They were also carrying a massive kitchen knife with them. I was confused, as I'd never done anything to offend them, nor done anything wrong to any of my neighbors. The idea of them breaking in with God knows what intentions with a knife to terrorize me and my boyfriend startled me quite a bit. The 2 guys ended up being arrested. One of them was put in prison for 2 years for carrying a weapon with intent to harm. I never heard anything else from the police. I moved back home a few months later as I was really scared. It tormented me for months on end, not knowing what would have happened to me if my boyfriend didn't wake up. I'm now still coping with it and finding it really tough to get over it. I always wake up at the slightest noise and get horrible noises because of it. At least my boyfriend is still awesome though. We often talk about it together, and it helps quite a lot. What I'm about to describe to you might possibly sound like a cheap-ass cliché movie script, but this did indeed happen. Even at home, barely anybody believes me without confirmation from all of the other parties involved. Autumn 2019 in British Columbia, Canada. I'm from Germany, but spent half a year in Canada as part of my bachelor's degree. I just barely managed to get back before COVID hit. I was 22 years old at the time, and the other people involved were about the same age. Another one of the foreign exchange students and I befriended this local Canadian student. We all had the same interests and humor, and we all became very good friends. He told us all about the local area, and we spent a summer with him and his father at their very remote cabin near some woods. They taught us how to handle guns there, and let us shoot a lot as well. When fall came, we had a lot of free time, due to being finished with all our papers. Our buddy proposed that we spend a few days at his dad's cabin, this time without Dad around. We went, hell yeah. We could load up on booze and weed and have a great time there, just living it up. 3 close-ass dudes in the woods, gaming and getting wasted. Sounds great, right? After loading up on all our supplies, the first 3 days were very good. On the first day, just like the last time I was there, I could barely sleep a wink and was generally tense. This is because I'm a naturally very paranoid guy, and I always go into alert mode in various situations. This is often mocked by my friends because nothing ever happened. In this case, what was freaking me out the most was the fact we were so far away from civilization. You never really understand how quiet surroundings can be until you spend some time in a remote area like this. This led to me often just standing in the dark at night, listening to the surroundings of the cabin. After the first few days, I got used to it and got less paranoid. After all, I was with my best friends. I was also constantly high, and we were quite armed and dangerous as well. Probably the most dangerous to ourselves, honestly. Day 4 came by, though. We spent the day attempting to hunt in the woods. Mostly that entailed chilling under trees with a beer and rifle in hand. In the evening, it started to rain quite heavily. After an hour, we were starting to see lightning in the distance even. There was quite a bit of time passing between lightning and thunder, though, which meant the thunderstorm itself was still quite some ways away. We aborted our incompetent hunting attempts and started trekking our way back to the cabin. It took us about an hour to reach it, due to it already being very dark and the rain creating unsafe footing. For context, you should know that once you've spent a few days in the wilderness and haven't seen a soul other than your friends for days, you can become quite careless about your surroundings. We entered the cabin. By the time we'd arrived back, the thunderstorm was full raging. We put away our gear and changed our clothes, except for our guns. We cozied down in the living room at the table and started a YouTube video and began to play cards together. Barely 20 minutes had passed since we returned. At the time, we didn't bother closing the curtains in the living room because thunderstorms are baller as fuck. So just imagine 3 guys sitting around a table laughing and in awe at the weather outside while playing cards together. In such a remote place, it was extremely dark outside. Without a full moon or clear skies, it was pitch black. My friend initially saw this. While sipping from his beer, a flash of lightning went off. He spit it out. After the lightning came down, he screamed loudly and stood up. No words, just the sound of panic. "There's somebody outside!" He started rambling about how in that split second, the lightning illuminated the outside of the cabin. He'd seen a person standing in the distance, hiding behind a tree and looking directly at us. This is what I meant when I said cliché horror. My non-local friend was in full-on panic. He was quite anxious. I grabbed my rifle and pulled the bolt to rack around into the chamber. I felt that warm sensation down my spine of my body releasing adrenaline. I tried to stay far away from the window and stared out into the darkness outside. Of course, I couldn't see anything. While our Canadian friend rushed into his room to grab his pistol, I started panicking even more because I realized we'd never locked the door. Why would we? We hadn't seen anyone in days and were in the middle of nowhere. I sprinted to the door to lock it. Our friend returned with his pistol, which he'd grabbed because there was a flashlight attached to it. He carefully approached the window and opened it with one hand, the other aiming the gun outside. His flashlight turned on in the darkness. Immediately, it illuminated a man, tall and slim, dressed in all black, in a hooded raincoat which he'd pulled over his face. He was not far away from the cabin, just a few steps away from the window. He was not standing behind something as our friend had yelled earlier, but seemed to be crouching. He looked directly at us and clenched his eyes. He had a terrifying smirk on one side of his mouth. Another lightning flashed, and for that moment we were all frozen. Nobody said anything for a few moments. It's hard to explain the dreadful feeling about seeing something like this, in a storm in the middle of nowhere. A person dressed in all black crouching and approaching you. Our Canadian buddy was aiming his pistol at the frozen, crouched, smirking man. He yelled out with a slight stutter, "Get the fuck away from us! We will shoot!" I guess after that moment his eyes adjusted. The raincoat man realized it was not just a flashlight, but a gun as well. I was standing next to my friend with a hunting rifle of my own. The raincoat man's smirk changed to something I'm unsure of. It was either shock or rage. All this happened in less than a minute. My friend kept on yelling. The raincoat man turned about 90 degrees towards the nearest tree line. He went from a crouch to sprinting like an Olympic runner. He ran away to the right side of our window. The two of us poked our head out the window to see where he was going. In the heavy rainfall and darkness, though, we couldn't make out anything. After a few moments of just looking at each other in disbelief, we decided to pop off a few rounds outside to prove that the guns were real and to cope with our own fear. When the shock wore off, we called the police. They asked a lot of questions on the phone to describe the location of the cabin and a description of the man who'd almost crept up on us, totally unsuspecting, only revealed due to a lucky strike of lightning. Due to us being in a remote area, the cops told us it'd take at least 2 hours for someone to come. Given how the man saw that we were armed, he probably wouldn't come back again. We agreed. We discussed just jumping in the truck and leaving right now. Us dumbasses had been too lazy to refuel it, though. The idea of doing this now in the dark and the heavy rain was just too frightening. We spent the night sleeping in shifts. One person awake standing guard. The others at least attempted to sleep. When my turn came, the rain had died down. I turned off all the lights, opened a window, and sat there in the darkness. It was close to the middle of the next day when 2 cops arrived. We gave them a detailed report of what happened, when it happened, and had to show them which direction the man had run off to. They said they'd organize a patrol to comb through the woods, but that might take a while. Sadly, we hadn't seen any details of the man's face. We couldn't tell if he was old or young, only that he was tall and clean-shaven. The chances of finding who he was or what the hell he was attempting to do were slim to none. One of the officers, though, expressed that this was deeply worrying. We left the cabin a few hours after the police left. The guy's dad insisted we stay at his place for at least a day until we felt safe again. He also wanted to hear every last detail. I never heard from those cops again. Next January, I left Canada and returned home. My Canadian friend was called in for an interview a few months later, though. It seemed like the police were still seriously investigating this, looking for the guy who'd crept up on the cabin during a thunderstorm. We've speculated a lot about what this was. Winning theory is that the guy most certainly had sinister intentions. It didn't look like just an attempted burglary. Remember, we had dim lights on so you could see there was somebody inside. The guy was also creeping during a thunderstorm. I suspect the raincoat man wanted to check what kind of victim was on the menu. I really don't want to imagine what he had in mind if we were two unarmed girls instead of a pair of armed guys in a cabin in the middle of nowhere. We hadn't seen any headlights during our stay there, and the guy also had no backpack or any gear. I'd bet my soul because of this that this guy was a man on a mission who knew exactly what he was doing and was well prepared for it. I've been having a super lousy few months, and this is kind of just the shit cherry on top. I was walking back from work yesterday to meet my spouse at home, where we have an apartment together. It's getting dark earlier again these days, so it was quite close to fully dark as I was walking through. I'm always on edge when I walk alone already, so I had my key lanyard in my hand. I noticed right away when a guy came out from a side street and crossed the road to walk alongside me. I was already going at a brisk pace and was just a block and a half away from home. As I passed underneath a streetlight, the man called out to me. I ignored him. He called out again. I ignored once more. He began to get quite angry. "What's your problem?" Without turning around or slowing down, I just shouted out I wasn't interested over my shoulder and walked even faster. The man got even angrier though. "Don't be such a bitch." He sounded extremely angry. At this point, I just thought to myself, man, fuck this. I'm not dealing with this tonight. I broke out into a sprint down the street toward my building. The man screamed after me, and I heard his feet pounding on the sidewalk behind me. I made it to the front door of my building, yanked the door open, and slammed it shut. I jammed my key into the locked lobby entrance, yanked that open, sped through, and slammed that shut too. The front lobby walls are made of glass, and you could very clearly see inside. I figured having these locked doors would deter him. I speed walked through the lobby anyway and to the stairs just in case. A few male neighbors I'm acquainted and friendly with were sitting in the lobby chatting. I waved and said hi to them. I guess I'm very lucky they were there. The locked door didn't stop him at all. Instead, I heard a massive shattering smash. I nearly shit my heart out, and my neighbors started yelling. I whipped around to see that this asshole had kicked or punched the door in, shattering most of it. He was now trying to reach through and let himself in. I shouted to the neighbors, "That man followed me here. I don't know him." I booked it up the stairs and ran all the way to my apartment. I could hear shouting and fighting, even when I got into my place. I told my spouse right away what happened. We called 911 as well. The cops came to our building and one spoke to me briefly. A search was conducted for the man, who'd apparently run away when he saw my neighbors angry and approaching him. We got a follow-up visit a couple of hours later for a different cop. Turns out the dumbass had cut himself on the door, so it was easy to grab him once they found out who he was. Apparently, this wasn't his first time hanging around my complex. He was known to the cops as an addict who followed people around asking for money. He was also suspected of buying from dealers in our complex, but had never been caught. How unlucky for him, I guess. I guess I shouldn't even be surprised, though. It's not a good place, not a good building, just something we can afford until we can move on to better. For fuck's sake, though, I'm so tired of living that way. This happened Sunday night. I got into a very huge fight with my mom. It was very emotional and intense, to say the very least. We made up and said goodnight to each other, blah blah blah, but I was still very pissed off. In my impulsive mood, I decided I was going to take off for the night. I just wanted to cool off for a bit, really. I went into my backyard and hopped over one of our walls and started to walk around. Mind you, it was midnight and I'm a teenage girl that's quite on the skinny side. It was also a not so well lit area. I didn't even have my phone in case something happened, or a weapon for self-protection, which was quite stupid of me honestly. For a bit more layout of the story as well, just down the street from my house, which is a neighborhood road, there's a church and a preschool across from it. In front of the preschool, there are large tall hedges that sort of hide the pickup and drop-off area that's in front of the school. There's a stop sign on the church's corner before the busy main road, and a street lamp on that same corner. I was making my way down the corner on the church's side. I was very bored and cold, but it's not like I could call a friend to come pick me up and hang out or something. I decided to face the main road and put a hitchhiker's thumb up in hopes of someone pulling into the street and letting me use their phone to call a friend. After what felt like hours and hours, getting no such luck, I saw a guy from across the main road and called out to him. I didn't have any weird feelings about this guy. Actually, he was quite nice and let me use his phone. I still wasn't able to find any of my friends to come and get me though. Before the man turned to leave though, he asked me if I had anything on me for protection. He said he was quite worried because I was all alone and it was so late at night. I told him I'd honestly forgotten it at home. He handed me a small sharp switchblade and told me to keep it and stay safe, and to have a good rest of the night. After watching the man walk off into the dark heading east, I wandered up and down the sidewalk as cars passed by. I was just about getting tired of this and started to pass the hedges when I glanced over to the left of me where the school was. In that moment, I saw the large silhouette of a man slowly creeping around the front doors to the small preschool. The man was quite big. He was hidden in the darkness as well. It took me about 2 seconds to realize the man had stopped in place and had seen me too. I went into flight mode immediately. I immediately noped the hell out of there and ran across the normally busy street. It happened to be empty at that moment. I could hear him sprinting behind me. I kept on running until I was 5 streets down and realized finally he was not following me anymore. About 30 minutes had gone by. I decided it was about time to make my way home. Eventually, I crossed the street and was facing the main road walking down to the church. I took a left and went to get home. It was silent, and no cars had gone by for a few minutes at that point. Then, though, I heard a car speeding down the road. I turned my head back to see a large white suburban. I dismissed it at first, thinking nothing of it as it turned right a few streets down. Across the road. I just started to turn the corner under the street lamp when I looked back up again. I saw that car starting to come out of the same road it had just turned onto. I'm not sure why, or how my gut was telling me to run, but I did. I ran into a nearby parking lot. I threw myself on the ground behind a ramp wall that was barely tall enough to hide me. Next thing I knew, I was about to cry because of how freaked out I was. I was trying to stay silent at the same time. I could see the Suburban's headlights reflecting off the walls of the building nearby as it pulled into the parking lot as well. It made a few laps around from what I could sneak a peek of and stopped in the middle for a couple of minutes. Eventually, it turned out and drove into the main road, though. I waited a bit longer and pulled the knife out, listening for anything or everything. Eventually, I realized I was probably in the clear, and I ran back home without further incident. I'm not sure exactly what was going on there, but I'm sure it was up to no good. I'm a big fan of horror movies and always have been. I grew up in the 1980s, when horror movies were a lot better and more hardcore than they are nowadays, at least to me. I'm not saying you don't get an occasional good one nowadays, but they're not really anywhere near as fun as they used to be. There was a lot more gore and killing and not as much CGI, just a lot of old school horror and practical effects. A lot of those movies were really gritty as well, not the PG-13 sort of horror you see nowadays. On the weekends, I would normally rent out several movies. Many of them at the time were direct-to-video releases, and I'd have a weekend night marathon to myself. Anyone who grew up on horror and video stores in the 80s has to have fond memories of seeing boxes for movies. You know, Sleepaway Camp, Evil Dead 2, Return to Horror High. Well, I grabbed up mine and hunkered down in my basement bedroom to watch the movies. My family wasn't really into these sorts of films like I was. It didn't really matter to me, though. I was fine to watch all this stuff completely on my own. When I was about 16 years old, I rented out another batch of movies to watch. I even remember exactly which ones. Texas Chainsaw Massacre, which surprisingly somehow I'd never seen up to that point, The Hills Have Eyes, and some cheap indie film called Dead Time Stories. None of them seemed tremendously scary to me, I guess, but that wasn't really the point of all this. I had a pretty wild imagination, and I like to force myself to get scared pretty easily. By the time I'd finished watching, it was already well past 2 a.m. I hadn't had anything to eat in a while, so I went up into the main house and made myself something to snack on. I was actually upstairs for about 40 minutes. We weren't allowed to eat in our bedrooms. I had been okay walking around the house upstairs for the most part, but when I went back down to the basement to go to bed, I actually found myself getting quite a bit apprehensive. I couldn't see into the basement at all until I was already halfway down the steps, so I was extremely nervous walking down them. The lights were off at the bottom, so I slowly took each step one at a time, feeling like punching myself for forgetting to turn the light on. Before I got to 4 steps from the bottom, I just jumped the rest of the way down and flipped on the light as quickly as possible. It was kinda weird, and I can't explain to this day why I felt that way, but for some reason I was really freaked out. I assume the movies were probably just sticking with me afterwards. I looked over at the clock on my nightstand and saw it was 3 a.m. now. I started wondering if maybe I should just turn out the light and run over to my bed to go to sleep. The faster I did, the quicker morning would come after all. I would feel silly for being scared. For some reason, I just couldn't bring myself to turn the light out though. Each time I tried, I would hesitate, and I decided that it was going to be light in 2.5 hours anyway. Maybe I should just leave the lights on and watch a comedy movie to calm myself down. Yeah, that was the better option. I turned on the lamp that was sitting on my nightstand and turned off the overhead lights. At this point, only the area around my bed was illuminated. I didn't have many comedies. I popped in an extremely bad film I had seen many times, the pirate movie. As I watched, my eyes kept on shifting toward the windows. I had those basement windows, where a hole was dug into the ground so the basement could get some light. I also glanced over to the closet. I had never been this nervous before after some simple movies. I couldn't figure out exactly why I was so scared. About halfway through, close to 4 a.m., something suddenly caught my eye. I turned over to that window. I'm not sure exactly why I hadn't noticed it before, but now I saw the window was actually slightly open. I wondered if that was why I'd felt so paranoid. Perhaps I knew it was open on a subconscious level. I got up out of my bed and went over to close it. About halfway from the bed to the window, though, suddenly I heard a shuffling sound coming from my closet. There was no doubt. Someone was in there. I forgot about that window and took off out of the basement, screaming for my parents to get up and call the police. My dad grabbed his gun and went down to the basement. They caught the guy mid-act, trying to pull himself up and out the window. What we heard from the man was what he told the police. He broke into the basement around the time I was out getting myself that snack. He didn't think anyone was in there, and I'd caught him by surprise when I came back down. I hadn't seen him because it was so dark, so he hid in the closet real quick. I'd been going down the stairs so slowly that he had ample time to do this. For that 1 hour I was watching that movie in the dark, the man was in the closet, watching me through the slits in the door and waiting for me to fall asleep. Fortunately for me, he wasn't gonna come out of that closet until I went to bed. Who knows what he would have done to me if I had. Still though, there's something really unsettling about knowing someone is watching you from inside your own home, and knowing that he was waiting for me to go to sleep the whole time. I used to go to this grindhouse theater in Los Angeles when I was a young teenager. I still get nostalgic for it, even though it really wasn't that nice of a place. It was actually in quite a bad part of town. It wasn't kept up very well either, and attracted a pretty low class of clientele. I figure I can say that without seeming prejudiced because I myself was a member of that low class clientele. From about age 13 onward, I would go and spend a day there. I missed that about those theaters. For less than $5, I could go there around noon, sit in a theater, and watch a bunch of really bad movies all day long. In fact, that became my normal weekend routine for several years on. When I was 15, though, I stopped going to that grindhouse. I had a pretty bad experience there. On this particular day, I can't really tell you what movie I was watching. They all kinda ran together at some point. I remember the experience much more than the movie anyway. Anyway, I was watching the movie, and I was actually one of the only few people there. In the middle of the movie, though, a group of 5 guys walked into the theater. Normally, I wouldn't have paid them any attention, except they all came right to where I was sitting and sat all around me. That really irritated me because the theater was practically empty. My irritation was only going to get worse. These guys began talking really loud throughout the movie and were pretty vulgar and not shy about it either. They kept talking back to the screen and laughing at the most inappropriate moments. I was beginning to get really aggravated, although I knew there wasn't much, if anything, I could do about it. Remember, this was kind of a run-down grindhouse theater, so they didn't have an usher. There was a guy working tickets and another guy working the snack counter, but that was about all the personnel there. I tried to drown out the men and watch the movie. Only it started to get worse. The guy behind me started to kick the back of my chair. Not just lightly tapping it, full-on kicking it with all his might. These guys were obviously trying to get me to yell at them or get irritated, and I was definitely getting irritated. Once again, I tried my best to ignore it, but they started harassing me so much I just couldn't anymore. I decided to get up and leave. These were 5 guys much older than me, at least in their late 20s, and I was one 15-year-old. It would have been stupid for me to start a fight all on my own. As I was leaving, they started making chicken sounds at me, of course, and calling me names. I did my best to shrug it off. It wasn't easy, but I did leave with my head held high. I was really upset. Once I left, I would have to pay again to go back into the theater and watch more movies. That was assuming they wouldn't be there all day, too. I decided it was still early enough for me to stick around a bit. I had the idea to kinda wait it out in the bathroom stall for a while until they left. Yeah, I know how that sounds, but I really didn't want to leave and have to spend more money. It was only about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and I wanted to do more that day. Surely the guys had had their fun. When they realized I'd left, they would eventually leave too, and I could go back in safe and sound. After I had been sitting there for quite a while, though, I heard the door open. I cringed, thinking that it might have been the guys who were sitting around me. I realized how stupid I was, and I probably should have just left the damn theater. I felt a bit calmer when I realized it was just one person, not 5. That calmness did not last very long, though. Whoever this was walking very slowly, taking deliberate steps right up to me. I pulled my feet up further to hide myself in the stall. The slow steps continued, and by this point I could see the feet of the person on the other side of the door. He walked right over and stopped right in front of it. He didn't try to open the door, but he did begin to tap on it. I emphasize it was a tapping and not a knocking, because he was using some sort of object to do it. My anxiety was peaking, and I cursed myself again for not just leaving. He took the object and slid it in between the space and the door. I almost had a heart attack. It was a switchblade. I felt tears begin to form in my eyes. I was convinced this person was going to kill me. I couldn't do anything except remain on the toilet seat, practically crying to myself. The man took the knife and slid it up and down in the space before pulling it out. I could hear him doing something, but I wasn't sure what it was. It sounded like he was fumbling around. He then threw something over the stall onto me and ran out of the bathroom. I grabbed the object in surprise, then dropped it to the ground in terror when I realized it was a decapitated crow's head. Scared for my life, I got up and opened the stall. As I did, I noticed he had written something on the stall door and what I figured was the blood of that crow. It was my first name. Somehow, that guy knew my name. I was out of that place, and I didn't care that there was no usher in the building. I went right to the ticket counter and told them what happened, and they called the cops. Actually, they were very nice and let me into the ticket booth as I waited for the cops to show up. All 5 guys were long gone by that point, though the cop was nice enough to give me a ride home. I have no idea how that guy knew my name. All I know is that I never saw any of those guys again, and I never went back to that grindhouse either. I've seen a few arcades around nowadays, but not nearly as many as they had back when I was growing up. The ones they have now were very different as well. Of course, the games are much more advanced, but that's not all that I mean. Maybe I'm just getting old. I don't know, but there's something about those old 80s style arcades that just fills me with a wonderful sense of nostalgia. I remember when standing around watching others play Pac-Man was a big deal. I never thought we would reach a time period where any video game was bigger than Pac-Man was. Now though, he's pretty much just an afterthought. I guess one of the better things about the arcades of today is that they tend to be in better parts of town and nicer buildings as well. The few I see are, at least in places like GamesWorks, all in areas that seem to be very low crime and are kept very clean and well maintained. In the late 70s and early 80s, a lot of people may not remember this, but arcades were really looked down upon by most people. Before Pac-Man was released, kids didn't even really hang out at arcades. They attracted an older group. Smoking, lots of drinking, very prominent dark stuff in arcades. Most people credit Pac-Man with being the game that brought children in, but even after Pac-Man, they didn't automatically become the nicest and safest places to be. I mention Pac-Man a lot because it has some relevance to my story. The game Pac-Land came out around 1984, and I was obsessed with wanting to play it. It basically just involved Pac-Man walking to the end of town, grabbing these magic boots, then running back to the beginning of the board, one of the earliest side-scrolling games. The only problem was that in the arcade I went to, I never really got a chance to play. I was 11 years old at the time, and that game always had a line of people waiting for it. An 11-year-old would never be able to get to the front of the line. My big break came though when Gauntlet was released in 1985. That game became the big video game of that arcade, freeing up most of the other machines in the place. I was 12 at this time, and I often headed down to the arcade on weekends by myself. My parents didn't really care. They didn't take any interest in what I did. The arcade I'd go to was in a crappy part of town right next to a 7-Eleven that had a pretty bad reputation as a gang hangout. The building itself was very dirty and was always loud due to the combination of noise from the games and the fact they were always playing extremely loud rock music. On this particular day, I got into the arcade when I noticed a large amount of people hanging out by the Gauntlet machine. There were other people scattered throughout, but not many. Gauntlet was a bit revolutionary for the time, since 4 people could play simultaneously. I became very excited. My expectations were that I would finally be able to play Pac-Land. Finally, I went to the part of the arcade where the game was, and was astounded to find it being played by only one person, an older teenager. Not to my surprise, really. The arcade had a rule that if you wanted to play a game after someone, you go up to the game and place a quarter upon it. That would save the game for you for the next turn. Excitedly, I ran up, took out my quarter, and put it down on the game. The guy playing it, momentarily distracted, turned and gave me a dirty look. I didn't really care because I was finally going to get to play this game. When he died, though, the guy didn't let me take my turn. In fact, he took my quarter, slid it into the game, and began playing. I tried to protest in anger, but the guy just ignored me. I was so pissed off, but I couldn't do anything on my own. I went to speak with the guy at the counter, who exchanged dollars for quarters. I told him what happened. He came over to the Pac-Man game and confronted the guy. Like he had done with me, the teenager basically ignored the worker at first. The worker got annoyed with the guy for ignoring him, more than what he'd done to me. He told the guy he had to return my quarter to me. The teenager just ignored him again. The worker then put his hand on the guy's shoulder. The guy playing the game did not like that at all. He turned around and punched the worker right in the face. It only took a couple of moments before another guy who worked there, some sort of security or bouncer type, came over and threw the guy from the arcade. I smiled at him smugly as he was dragged out. As he was leaving, he threatened to find me and attack me. I finally got to play Pac-Land though, so I didn't care. I not only got to play it, but I played it a lot, so much that I completely lost track of time. It was already dark before I realized it. I still had to get home, so I left the arcade. Walking home, I started to hear footsteps not far behind me. It wasn't too weird of a thing, really. It was a pretty big neighborhood. As I made several turns onto different blocks, though, they kept following me. Feeling a bit apprehensive, I tried to glance behind me to see who it was. I'm sure you're not surprised to be told it was that teenager I'd pissed off earlier. He looked to be carrying what looked like the leg of a coffee table. Scared, I began to run, and I heard him chasing behind me. I cursed myself over and over for looking back, and stupidly did so again. My foot got caught on an uneven crack between the sidewalk blocks, and I fell face first onto the ground. I didn't realize in the moment, but the impact broke my nose. I did know right away that my face was covered in blood. When I turned up, I noticed the man coming closer to me. I saw it actually was a coffee table leg, with one long screw pointing out of the end. As he came closer, he said something I'll never forget. "You want to go to Pac-Land? I'll send you to Pac-Land." He wasn't upon me yet, so I went for broke. I jumped up and ran to the nearest house, pounding on the door, yelling and screaming bloody murder. I didn't even know whose house it was, but I didn't care. And the people who lived there answered the door immediately, and fortunately for me, ran the teenager off. The people in that house were also kind enough to call my parents, who took me to the emergency room and forbade me from ever going to the arcade again. I was very upset, of course, but they did buy me a ClickoVision, and the very first game they got me was Pac-Land, so I was satisfied. A few years ago, I was working at a pizza chain in my hometown as a driver. I was 27, but made damn good money delivering. I'd worked at a few other places, both local and chain, in the years before, and still work as a dasher on occasion, even after this happened. Now I choose to deliver in much safer areas, though, for this exact reason. I got luckier than I could ever imagine. One night I was working and I had a double, 2 deliveries to take. Both were cash orders. I had $12 left in my bank, which drivers are given to use as change for cash orders, so you don't have to have a ton of cash on you at all times. The first order went smoothly. The guy gave me $50 for a $35 order, so I was excited about the nice tip. I drove to the second delivery. It was an apartment complex with multiple buildings. I had delivered there before, in fact. The sun was about to set, but it was still very light out. The chain I worked at had us drive company cars with a logo on them, all white sedans. I grabbed the order and went to the door of the apartment building. A young guy came out. A much bigger, older guy was outside smoking a cigarette. The big guy went inside as the smaller guy came out. He looked around nervously and asked how much he owed me. The way he was looking around just made me very nervous too. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. I told him the amount, and he said that wasn't what he was told on the phone. Immediately, something felt wrong. I felt someone else walk out behind me from the door, as the first young guy looked around down the parking lot, craning his neck as if he was looking for someone. I told him the amount again, and broke down the order for him, trying to keep calm. Then the first guy held a gun right to my temple. I felt a poke on my spine. 2 gunmen. I couldn't speak. Words wouldn't form no matter how hard I tried. "Give me your money and keys now," the first guy growled. I fumbled immediately for the keys. I gave him my bank, but hadn't realized the 50 was mixed in. I gave him the keys, trying my best to remain calm. Another guy came from my left. He had poofy hair and was around the same age as the first kid. The one behind me I hadn't seen yet. The big-haired kid grabbed the pizza bag and ran off and hid. The first one searched the company car. Luckily, I had left my wallet in my personal car. I saw him grab my cell phone. That's when the panic began to set in. I had pictures on that phone that I hadn't backed up of my then 5-year-old son, who's absolutely my world. Please, please don't take that. I have pictures of my son who died on there. It's all I have of him, please. I lied. My son was very much alive. The kid behind me spoke softly. Trust me, just listen to him. You'll get it back undamaged. I don't want to be here either. I could tell he'd been crying by how his voice sounded. A car began pulling in, and the three boys took off to the other end of the complex in a full sprint. Before the one behind me ran, he dropped the gun right in front of me. Standard issue 9mm silver and black, safety off. Looked real enough to me. He picked it back up and ran off with the others. The car that pulled in saw me. A woman and her kid, it seemed. Panic set in as I realized they could easily come back and do way worse to me, and the sky was starting to get dark. I had collapsed. They had taken the company car keys, $72, the pizza, and my phone. The woman ran up to me and asked if I was alright. She took me into her apartment in the next building over and locked the door. I was shaking so hard I couldn't even hold her phone to talk to 911 as she sat down her kid. Her boyfriend, I assumed, helped me call. I spoke to the operator and told them everything. I'm colorblind. Thankfully, these guys were all wearing black and white clothes. I had a full description of two of them. The poor woman who helped me was going to be late for work, but she stayed until I was off the phone and the cops had shown up. Man, she was harsh and blunt with the operator. I'll never forget this woman's utter kindness to me, though, and her boyfriend's as well. The cops showed up and contacted my store. My manager brought out the spare keys for me to drive the car back. After dealing with the cops, I drove back and was greeted by crying and beyond worried co-workers. All of them were terrified I'd been killed or something. It meant a lot to me to see how much they cared. I told them I was fine. I filed the proper paperwork, and the $72 was written off as a loss to the store. Thank God, because I had worked other stores that make you pay back the money out of pocket if you get robbed, to prevent drivers from stealing. The owner told me to take the rest of the night off and take care of myself. He gave me a hug as well. Guy was one of the best bosses I ever had. What I didn't know yet was that I was in for a much longer night still. I called my best friend before I left the store from the store phone and asked where he was. We usually met up for drinks after work, and he was around the corner at a bar. I met up with him. His dad was a District 4 cop in my city at the time, the same district this happened in. He told me his dad had given him a heads up, and he had 2 shots waiting for me to calm my nerves. We had begun playing pool when his dad called his cell phone and asked if I was with him yet. He said yeah and handed me the phone. His dad asked if I could come down to the station. I was honest and told him I'd had some to drink, so he sent out a squad car to get me. We got down to the station and they had the suspects in custody. All I needed was to ID them. 3 boys and a driver. They'd been caught less than 20 minutes after the robbery speeding. The bolo had already gone out and they matched the description perfectly. They used the money to buy weed and gas and took off. They had at least 15 stolen cell phones on them. The order had been placed on a stolen phone. My phone was in the mix in a box. The police told me to grab my phone only, and I did so. They asked me to unlock it. It had fingerprint verification, so that was easy enough. I noticed that 9 of the 10 tries to unlock it had already been used before my phone would completely reset. It unlocked right away. I told the police every detail yet again, although my parental instincts kicked in. I told them the guy behind me quite obviously had been bullied into this, and to show that guy some mercy, the only guy in a white shirt. The police told me he was the only one that was talking. The other 3 denied involvement. And that's when I found out about the 4th guy, the driver. We found out later he was completely unaware of anything, and just happened to be picking up his friends. He was never charged. The boy who was behind me and the one who grabbed the pizza were 15 and 16, and got 6 months of house arrest. The only reason the one behind me got off easy, despite having the gun to my back, was because I asked them to go easy on him. He was the only one that was confessing as well. Makes sense since he even said the other guy wouldn't have the phone for long. He was planning on going to the cops had they not been caught in the first place. The other guy, the first kid who put the gun to my temple, it was his 18th birthday, so he got the full book thrown at him. In the courtroom, he tried to make fun of me and was laughing at me. Seeing him made me panic. The judge scolded him for his behavior, and he just grinned and glared at me like the Joker. All I could see was pure evil. I know that kid will commit more crimes. No doubt eventually he'll end someone's life. You could see how cold he was just by looking into his eyes. I never want to see that again. I asked to have my name stricken from the records, and asked to remain anonymous in case he ever got out. I'm glad I did, because today I got a letter from the state, and he's being released in February. The court only had my old address, and my mom didn't think the letter was important. I missed the deadline to protest his release for probation. The plea deal was for 8 years, but it's only been 4, getting out early due to overcrowding. Not good behavior, just overcrowding. This coming February. This story is so weird that at some point I nearly pushed it out of my mind altogether. My friend reminded me of it last night though, and now I'm creeped out all over again. I was around 15 or 16 at the time this happened, and I was on vacation at Walt Disney World sometime during the summer. My family has the vacation club membership, so we go a few times a year since we live close by anyway. We were staying in the vacation club villas, which is a separate building from the main hotel. I'd brought 2 of my friends with me this time, Savannah and Victoria. We got bored at around 2 a.m. or so we went down to the gym together. It was open 24 hours. We weren't even gonna work out really, just take some mirror selfies and mess around with the exercise balls. There's a desk for the spa portion of the gym, or maybe a sauna, I don't really remember. But since it was so late, there were no employees around. We decided to mess around a bit behind the desk, and found this notebook. I'm not sure why. I was super annoying at the time, but I decided to write my Twitter and Instagram handles down on it, and so did Savannah. Looking back, I'm pretty sure we could get in trouble, since guests obviously aren't supposed to screw around with the desk. I didn't really think too much of it though. We left the gym and the next morning we checked out of the hotel. On the drive back home though, I get a Twitter notification. It was from a diaper fetish account. And the creepy thing is, this account had been active for quite a long time. It had disgusting pictures of grown men in diapers, sure, but it had even more disturbing pictures of children abounding. Savannah began to get notifications as well. We both sat there looking at each other, thinking, what the fuck? The account tweeted to us, saying something like, I know who you are and what you've done. Your vacation will end abruptly. They began to tweet some more creepy things, telling us to watch our backs. I knew it was clearly because we'd left our names on the notepad. I didn't reply back. I noticed after a while I had a new follower. The person had my name and profile picture as well. This new account started tweeting my address, my phone number, and random pictures of me from on my vacation, all over all of my social medias that they could find. They did the same thing with Savannah's, and at this point we were both shitting bricks. I began to get texts from random numbers, assuming they must have been using a texting app. They were saying they were watching us and knew much more than we ever thought they could. They began to text me about my boyfriend at the time and even asked me some really fucked up questions about my personal life. I told them to fuck off and blocked them. I did not get any more texts from them at least, but random accounts continued to pop up and tweet about me. Random details about my life I had no idea how they were able to find. I blocked all of those that I could too, but eventually there were so many, I had to put all of my accounts on private. I never got any more direct messages, but those Twitter accounts tweeting about me still seem to be up to this very day. This happened a few nights ago. I'm a 25-year-old female, 115 pounds. I was out with my thoroughbred Shane, doing some fitness work on the cross-country course. If you don't know what that is, imagine a huge area full of fields, ditches, woods, etc., with jumps placed strategically throughout, designed to test horse and rider stamina. We were getting ready to head in from an evening of long, hard work. It wasn't quite dark yet, but it was slowly getting there, prompting me to head in for the day. As we were walking around the area we had been working in, my horse started refusing to go near a particular patch of woods. We had gone by it several times that evening, so I urged him forward to investigate. That was when I began to hear what I believed to be a human voice. I realized somebody had been watching us the entire time. This property was on 700 acres, and this section was nowhere near a road. Clearly, someone had intentionally made their way very close to where a rider could be. I didn't want to startle my horse, so I calmly turned him around and began to fast walk around that patch of woods, giving it a very wide berth. I had intentions of heading straight the fuck back to the main barn. As I got to the middle of the field though, Shane halted. By then it was almost dark, and I realized something. As I looked out into the distance, I could see there were people hidden in the woods all across the field in front of me too, which is where my safest exit was located. Now I had somebody hiding in the woods 50 yards or so behind me, and what sounded like many people in the woods 50 yards or so in front of me. I briefly considered any other exit routes, but as I mentioned before, this was very far off the road. My immediate thought process was that they certainly hadn't just walked over here. Yeah, Shane and I could beat them to the gate, but if they had a vehicle of some sort, they would have caught up easily as I was stopping to open it. We stood there for maybe 30 seconds before me and my horse simultaneously came to the conclusion that if we went now, we could at least try to beat them. We bolted across the field, slowed up slightly to cross a ditch in the woods, one they were trying to surprise block me at, and flew to the gate just beyond it. I jumped off as quickly as possible, unlatched it, and didn't even stop to mount the horse. I just grabbed his reins and together we bolted off. Within 20 yards or so, we could hear shouting and hollering in the distance. I started to scream as loud as I could for anyone to hear. "There are people out there at the entrance! Come here!" As soon as I started making a fuss, a four-wheeler started up from just behind the gate and hauled ass away. A police report was made. The next day, there was evidence found of 2 four-wheelers, so that makes sense since I was seeing people basically surrounding me. We aren't going to stop riding out there, but the barn owners are taking some precautions. We certainly won't be out there alone, or at night anymore for a while. Maybe it was just some teenagers looking to scare a rider, but either way, it was certainly not cool. Also, the fact they tried to set up a surprise roadblock on my only exit route. I can't imagine the intentions were pure, certainly. Thank God for my hypersensitive horse. Without him forcing me to pay attention, I may have never noticed those people, especially the ones hiding in the woods in front of me trying to be quiet. Shane was certainly the best boy that day. I recently ran into an old coworker from our time we worked at a sandwich shop in the truck stop. We chatted for a while before he had to leave, but I started thinking about my stint at that place, specifically the creepy sandwich guy. In college, I worked some overnights at that truck stop. It was a pretty safe place in a smaller town, and there had only been 3 incidents in the 4 years the place had been open before I got hired. 1, a trucker got robbed. 1, a group of ladies arrested for servicing the truckers, and 1 overdose. I was never really worried, even though my coworker seemed a little bit concerned that I was a young girl working overnights. Especially at a truck stop in particular, where there was only 1 other employee in the entire place. Usually it was really slow though. Most of the time I'd simply get 3 or 4 truckers coming in within the first hour. A couple of people would come in with the munchies and order 3 dozen cookies at one time, but usually it was around 1 person an hour if that. And that meant most of the time I'd spend about 3 hours cleaning ovens, finishing dishes, deep cleaning the lobby, that sort of miscellaneous thing. I'd spend whatever leftover time in between the customers coming doing my homework. The overnight boss on the other side, the gas station side, was pretty cool as long as everything was cleaned and temped regularly. A few weeks before I inevitably left this place behind, a guy came in about 20 minutes before my shift was set to end. It was around 5 a.m. at this point. My coworker had arrived earlier, so we could fill out some paperwork he had to get done soon. He was sitting in the back office already because of this. I started to make this particular customer sandwich, making a bit of small chit-chat like usual. At first, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. He told me he was driving from New York to Wisconsin and asked me a bit about how my night had been. Nothing crazy so far. I wrapped up his sub, rang it up for him, and even threw in a small discount for him since he seemed nice. I was just happy I was getting ready to go home for a few hours of sleep before I had to head off to a long day of college classes. When I went to take his change is when things went wrong. He dropped the coins in my hand, but suddenly he grabbed my wrist tight. The next thing I knew, I was flipping over the side of the counter onto the floor. He had yanked me across and still had a firm grip on my wrist. He began to wrap his hands around my throat. Thank God my coworker was there. The manager on the other side had slipped into the bathroom, so to this guy's knowledge, I was the only person there at the moment. My coworker, while filling out his papers, happened to look up at the cameras and see the man attacking me. He was bolting out of the back just seconds after I hit the ground, and before I knew what was going on, he had chased the man outside. He didn't pursue him far, afraid that someone else might be nearby who would come after me as well. He ran back inside, locked the door to our side of the store, and shouted for the manager to call the police. The cops came. They searched the area and watched the security photos, but nothing ever came from it. The guy disappeared completely, and I never heard anything about him. I put in my 2 weeks' notice the following day, after my nerves had calmed down a bit. I was switched around, so I worked during the day around my classes for my last few days. They made it a policy as well that 2 people were to be working both sides of the truck stop on overnights from that point on. I still live about half an hour from there, and honestly, I haven't gone back since that last day. That memory is still fresh in my mind, even 8 years later. So this happened about a year ago, and it's still pretty freaky. For context, my friend and I are both 22 and female. My friend Anna and I were bored one weekend and decided to go to a popular beach to take some pictures and just mess around together. We took pictures and had a pretty lovely day overall. On the way back though, we were starving, so we decided to stop at a McDonald's in the beach town. This town is really famous and nice. Lots of celebrities live there, and it's quite scenic. There's also a super famous restaurant right off the highway on the beach that's known for rich people going. The McDonald's was directly across the street from that restaurant. Since so many famous people went to this restaurant, and it was on a pretty busy road already, most of them had drivers that took them there, usually in big black Escalades. The drivers would hang out in the parking lot of that McDonald's, while their bosses ate across the street. Anna and I didn't really know this at the time. We just wanted a McFlurry. We go to the McDonald's, and right when we get out of the car, she starts acting really weird. She triple checks the car doors are locked and grabs her fancy camera to bring inside with her. When I ask her what's up, she said there's a group of drivers standing in front of the McDonald's smoking and staring at us, and it was making her feel weird. I'm a pretty chill and trusting person, so I didn't really think that much of it. It's a busy place and a super nice town after all. Not particularly worried. We go in, and there are a few other people in there about our age. We grab our food and sit at the table to eat. One of the drivers comes in and sits a few booths down with his back to the wall, right where he can see us. My back was to him, but Anna was getting really creeped out and wanted to leave. He didn't eat or order anything. He just sat there staring at us. Still though, like I said, this was a really crowded McDonald's in one of the nicest towns in Southern California, so I was feeling pretty safe. Living in South Central, you get used to the occasional creep. Still, Anna was freaked out, so I agreed to go. I had to run to the bathroom first though. It was one of those McDonald's where the counter and main dining room were one big room. And then there was a sort of hallway off to the side of the counter with more seating, and a bathroom at the very end way in the back. There was also a door going outside right next to the bathrooms. The bathroom had only 2 stalls inside. I walked into the first one, not really paying attention to whether or not anyone else was in there. So I'm in there doing my thing, when I hear the door open and I hear Anna call my name. At this point, I was very confused, since she was supposed to be watching our things. "Yeah? What's up?" She calls out to me. "Are you okay in there?" "Yeah, I'm just using the bathroom," I reply. She stood there in the doorway. After a second, I heard her leave, and I thought that was very weird. I walk out of the bathroom, only to see her waiting by the door with all of our stuff in her hands. I asked her what was going on and why she'd come into the bathroom. She looked at me extremely panicked and said we needed to leave right now. I was really confused at this point. We rushed out to the car and she started to explain what had happened. Turns out, when I'd walked into the bathroom, that driver had followed me inside. I didn't remember hearing him come in. I just assumed someone had either been in the stall next to me already and was leaving, or had just come in to check their makeup or something. Honestly, I wasn't paying that much attention. He didn't close the stall door when he came in, so I wasn't aware he was still in the stall next to me. She had been on her phone, so she hadn't seen him follow me either. A young guy eating had noticed it and gone up to my friend asking if we knew the man. Frantic, she told him we did not and ran to check on me. He was hiding in the stall next to mine, with the stall door wide open, trying to peek underneath and not making a single sound. She came in and didn't see him at first, so she called my name to make sure I was okay. When the man realized someone else was now in there, he rushed out of the stall past her and disappeared. She was in shock and didn't know what to do other than grab our things and prepare to run. When we went to her car, the man was sitting in his big black car with tinted windows, parked right next to us, staring at our car. We sped off. When I got the full story, we called the McDonald's to let them know what happened. They didn't really care, of course. Then we called the non-emergency sheriff line to report it as well, which happened to be closed. Thank you, Malibu, for nothing. Eventually, my mom went full mama bear and threatened to blast it all over social media that they didn't take my report seriously. And we got a hold of someone at corporate from there on. They checked their cameras and saw the guy follow me in as well. A police report was made, so at least hopefully this thing never happens to anyone else again. I'm a 21-year-old senior in college, living with 3 other girls in an old one-story house. We're located about a 15-minute walk from the main campus, and the majority of our neighbors are also college students. And that being said, this town is notorious for being a little unsavory. Millie is home to one of the first insane asylums built in America. After the majority of it being closed down and abandoned for years, the building was finally shut down about a month ago, and the remaining patients were released. Now, I can't say for sure this is directly correlated with my creepy experience, but I'm not the only one who's had interesting encounters with strangers since this release in this town. 2 nights ago, after getting off work around 11:30, I came home to my roommates getting ready to go for a night out. I realize how stupid now it was, but we often had an open door policy, free for anyone to come over and visit as they pleased. We would lock the door at night, of course, but the one time we forgot really came to bite us, and specifically me, in the ass. Around midnight, I was hopping in the shower as my roommates were heading out the door. We said our goodbyes, and I told them I would meet up with them later that night. I had just stepped out of the shower when I heard what sounded like the front door slamming shut. I automatically assumed one of the girls had forgotten something, so I called out their names, only to hear no response. I began to hear footsteps coming down the hallway towards me. I called out again, no response. Fear and dread came over me. I grabbed my clothes and ran back to the bathroom. I threw them on, leaned my ear to the door, and waited in silence to hear if someone was in the house. I heard nothing. I decided it must have been one of my roommates grabbing something and leaving again. I headed into the living room to grab my phone, only to see 6 missed calls and the phone still ringing. My roommate Carrie was frantic on the other end. I answered and could immediately hear the panic in her voice. "Are you in the house?" "Yeah, why?" "You need to get out now. Sam drove by and said he saw a man walking through the front door. He called the police, but you need to leave right now." I damn near shit my pants. Nothing was going through my head besides adrenaline and fear. I couldn't be sure what the man's intentions were, of course, but I wasn't going to wait around and find out. While remaining on the phone with my roommate, I bolted out the front door and hid behind my car. I watched the house from afar, waiting anxiously to see any movement. My thought process was not at its finest at this point, and I realized I could have made some smarter decisions maybe. As my friends approached in a truck, I sprinted out from behind my car and jumped into the bed of their truck. As I did that, a dark figure scurried off into the woods, running in the opposite direction. I could only assume he had been quietly inching closer to my hiding spot as I was waiting for them to arrive. I screamed bloody murder, and we floored it out of there. I refused to go back into the house until the police arrived and triple-checked it. There were no signs of anything being touched or stolen, which makes me really wonder what the guy's intentions were. I can guarantee you, though, that I've locked my door every single night since. My story is going to be fairly simple. I apologize that there isn't going to be much build-up or anything like that. I apologize that there isn't going to be any mysterious person spotted sneaking around my house or anything. And I also apologize that there's not going to be a huge ironic twist near the end. My name is Brittany, and this happened when I was 12 years old. It was just an ordinary night, really. My parents had just told me it was time to go to bed, so I went and brushed my teeth, washed up, and got all ready to go to sleep. I had a pretty great room at that time. I had fully decorated it with strawberry shortcake themes, including this big canopy bed. I told my parents I was ready, turned off the light, covered up, and grabbed onto my favorite stuffed animal. Then I went right to sleep. Something, though, woke me up in the middle of the night. I had one of those old-style alarm clocks that had a regular face and bells on the top. Therefore, it was not digital. I couldn't make out the time in the darkness, and therefore I had no idea how long I'd actually been asleep. The meager light coming in through the window did nothing to help me out, but it did let me see that there seemed to be a man standing in my room. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I could see he was huge, and I didn't recognize him at all. He was dressed all in black, but he wasn't bothering to wear a mask. I could see his gray hair and mutton chops, and that he was holding a large knife. I made to scream, but before I had a chance to, the man grabbed me and held his hand tightly over my mouth. He flipped me over onto my stomach. I felt the tip of the knife as it first touched my neck, then it pressed tightly down. It hurt, bad. I whimpered. I felt tears running down my face. I was sure at this point that I was going to die tonight. I had no idea if he was going to do anything to me beforehand, but honestly, I wasn't thinking about that. Everything flashed through my head that I wanted to do in life, and in that moment I knew I wouldn't be able to do any of it anymore. As I lay there, the man pressing down hard on my back with his other hand. He pushed the knife even further against my neck. He wasn't trying to feel me up or anything. He was just pressing down on my back and keeping the knife pressed against my throat. All of a sudden, I heard a loud bang. The knife fell off my neck, and the pressure of the hand holding me subsided. I wasn't sure entirely what was going on. Someone grabbed me and pulled me out of the bed. It was my mom, and she was telling me to come with her and everything would be fine. My mom took me down to the living room and out the front door. In moments, the police had arrived and rushed into the house. I was still terrified, wondering where my dad was and what was going on now. Well, my dad was in my room. Apparently, the intruder had broken through the back kitchen door. My mom had gotten up and seen that someone had broken in. She ran to get my father, who in turn grabbed his gun and searched the house. He, of course, searched my room first and immediately found the intruder there. The bang was my dad shooting the bastard who had the knife against my neck. The man didn't die. I can't say I'm too happy about that, honestly. He was obviously willing to kill me, so I've always wished that gunshot would have killed him. I've never wished death on anyone else. I don't even support the death penalty, but I really wish that after what that man was willing to do to me, that gunshot would have ended his life. He did go to jail, though, for a very long time. The jail sentence didn't really help me at all, though. It didn't stop me from having nightmares nightly for years afterward. It didn't make it easier for me to trust people. I don't know. It didn't make it easier for me to be alone. It didn't pay for the therapy I've had for the past 35 years. It didn't do any of those things, but my dad and that gun saved my life. And I appreciate both of those things more than I can ever tell you. When I was 16, my parents decided to go away on a second honeymoon. I guess they hadn't done it any sooner because they didn't feel like they could leave me home alone in the house. For many years, I was too young to be home alone, and they didn't want to hire a babysitter to be with me for an entire week. Even when I was 15, they were worried I was going to be throwing parties and going wild while they were gone. I guess when they finally accepted the fact that I was a video game playing book reader and they didn't have to worry about that, they finally decided to go. I was having a pretty fun Friday night, just sitting in the lunar room and playing video games. I can't even recall exactly what game I was playing. I've played so many that it's not always easy to keep track of them. Suddenly though, someone rang the doorbell. I got up, not really thinking that much about it, only to be surprised when I saw a pizza man standing at the door. He was a big, older guy, looked to be in his 40s maybe, a lot older than I would normally expect a pizza delivery guy to be. He told me that he had my pizza right there. "I'm sorry, I didn't order a pizza," I told him. I was very confused. I knew that people had a habit of ordering pizzas and sending them to other people's homes as a sort of prank. Since just about everyone pays with credit cards nowadays, though, I really didn't think it was a prank I would ever get to experience. "Oh, well, that's strange," the guy said to me. "Well, they paid for it already and it's supposed to be delivered to this address, so guess you get a free pizza. Lucky you." Well, of course, I wasn't going to turn down a free pizza. I went ahead and grabbed it. I thanked the guy and he went on his way. The following evening, I was once again playing video games when I heard the doorbell ring once more. I went over to see who it was and was surprised to see the exact same pizza delivery guy as the night before. He had another large pizza with him. Sir, I didn't order it this time either," I informed him. He kinda shrugged his shoulders. "Are you sure your parents didn't order it or something?" he asked me. I told him no, my parents weren't at home, something which was obviously stupid to tell him in retrospect. "Well, I guess someone likes you or something. It's paid for again, so I guess you get another free pizza." I was a 16-year-old boy, so having a whole pizza 2 nights in a row was not a bad thing as far as I was concerned. Honestly, I didn't even care who had sent it to me. My only complaint this time was that whoever did it didn't include chicken wings. I barely even remember eating the pizza at all, to tell you the truth. The experience was all fuzzy. I don't even remember when I fell asleep. I definitely remember waking up though, and I'll never forget it. I woke up only to find I was tied and gagged, laying down on the couch. This was obviously weird. For a few moments, I didn't even realize who I was. It seemed like I was in this dark non-existence. Then when I woke up, I was just there. It's so hard to explain if you've never gone through it before yourself. It took me a few moments to get my bearings and to figure out what was going on. The house had been ransacked. Things were broken, and I would later find that many things were missing as well. The worst part, though, was that there were 2 guys skulking about the house. One of them was the pizza guy from earlier. It suddenly occurred to me that he must have drugged me and broken into the house while I was out. I tried my best to remember their features, on the off chance that if I got out of this, I could tell the police. I thought that if they'd tied me up, at least that meant they probably weren't going to kill me. They could have easily killed me while I was out. One of the men turned towards me. I very quickly snapped my eyes shut. I didn't want them to know I was awake. I heard one of them walking up to me. and then something smacked me hard in the head. Everything went black once again. Next thing I knew, I woke up in the hospital. My parents were there, and I was being treated for a concussion. Apparently, one of the guys had noticed I was awake and hit me in the head. They had, in fact, drugged that pizza, and I still had traces of the drug in my system. I felt miserable afterwards. My neighbor had noticed a vehicle in the driveway, luckily, and called the police in time. They knew my parents weren't home and that I did not have a car myself. When they got there, the burglars were just leaving, and they were arrested immediately. An ambulance was then called for me. Although the burglars did get caught, it wasn't exactly a win-win for my family. I mean, the concussion was dreadful, and many of our things had been broken by the burglars. I had a really hard time being alone in the house after as well, for a very long time. Hi, I'm Ethan. When I was growing up, I was definitely a bit of an unpopular and bookish sort. I got bullied quite a lot. It was a shame because I actually enjoyed going to school. There was this one guy at school named Richard who always made going extremely sucky. He was one really messed up kid, always trying to get into fights with everyone. Once, on the way home from school, I saw him hanging out in an empty lot with his buddies, torturing a bird. They had shot it with a BB gun and ripped its feathers out while it was still alive. The guy obviously had some severe mental issues. Fortunately for me, he and his friends did not catch me that time, and I ran off as quickly as I could. In regards to me in particular, he would call me all sorts of names. Knock my books out of my hands, typical bully stuff. He would always try to get me to fight him, but of course I never wanted to do that. When I was 13, my parents were going to be at a party very late one night. I was an only child, and they felt their teen was now old enough to stay home alone. So they left me. They gave me a number I could call for emergencies, but this was long before cell phones. They let me know they wouldn't be home until very late, like in the late morning. That was okay with me though. I would get to stay home and read and enjoy my alone time. About an hour after my parents left, the phone began to ring. I answered it and froze when I recognized the voice as being Richard, the bully. "Hey, Slur here. I know your parents aren't home tonight. No one is going to protect your ass this time." I didn't even respond. I just hung up the phone. I walked away, but immediately as I did, it rang again. I picked it up and there was Richard. "Don't you dare hang up on me, you loser. I'll rip your fingers off your body with a pair of pliers." I told him I would call the police if he tried to do anything to me, and hung up the phone again. It began to ring, but I didn't want to answer it. Richard was being more persistent than I ever imagined he would be. The phone continued to ring again and again and again. Not knowing what else to do, I picked up the phone and set the receiver down on the counter, then went on my way. If I couldn't keep him from calling me, at least I could keep from hearing the phone over and over. I went back to my reading and was surprised at how easily I was able to get Richard out of my mind. That was until less than an hour later, when I heard a knock on the door. I got up to answer it, but immediately I could see it was Richard through the window. He was standing on the porch holding a pair of pliers. "I warned you not to hang up on me again. I'm gonna rip your fingers off, all 10 of them. I felt my heart freeze. There was no way I was gonna let him into the house, obviously, but there was a chance he'd be able to break in. I ran into the kitchen and grabbed the phone. I hung it up, but when I took it back off the cradle, there was no longer a dial tone. I tried to click it a few times before it occurred to me that Richard must not have ever hung up his phone. Back then, if the caller didn't hang up, the receiving phone couldn't make another phone call. It was then that it got much worse. I heard the glass door shatter, and Richard began to scream at me. "After I take your fingers off, I'll use these pliers to rip off your little balls, too." I didn't know what to do next. I couldn't call my parents, and I couldn't call the police. I definitely couldn't get out of the house and run. My parents didn't have a gun, and I couldn't fight Richard off in the time between him breaking the window and him trying to get his hand on the doorknob. A million thoughts flashed through my mind. Finally, I got a flash of inspiration. I ran into the living room to the fireplace. I grabbed the poker, ran over to the door, and when he tried to put his hand through the window, I slashed his hand as hard as I could. He immediately recoiled backward. The stuff he began screaming at me then was much worse than anything I had heard before. For some reason, Richard decided it was a good idea to put his hand back through the window, so I smacked it again and again. He was screaming and swearing, telling me all the horrible things he was going to do to me, but I was sure I'd broken his hand by that point. His screams attracted the attention of one of my neighbors, who rushed out of the house to see what was going on. I screamed for them to call the police. Richard finally realized he had lost, and he ran off after. He was arrested and sent to juvenile hall. Having him gone was very peaceful, but I will never forget that night. For context, I'm now 26, and I met my stalker at 14 or 15 years old. When I was around that age, I decided to take some ballroom dance classes. That sort of thing was normal for teenagers in my generation in my country. There, you had to change partners each song, so each girl would get to dance with every boy. In my group that mostly consisted of teens between 14 to 17, there was this one really tall, almost 2-meter, 21-year-old guy named Philip. We had a nice chat the times we danced, but I could tell he was a bit weird. Because I was young and naive though, that's how I normally made friends. I told him where I lived when he asked me honestly. And so the stalking began. At the time, I didn't realize it was stalking. I just thought he had a bit much free time and was somewhat annoying. Philip would ride his bike from his home one town over to my house and asked if I wanted to spend time outside with him and play together. After doing that multiple times, I asked my parents to tell him I was not home when he would come over. Both my parents and I were very oblivious about his actions for a very long time. At one point in time, this ended for a few weeks, and Philip also did not come to dance class in the meantime. At that time, I became part of a friend group of a boy I fancied. Unfortunately, Philip was also friends with the best friend of this guy, so he was a part of the group as well. They told me Philip was in a mental hospital. In the span of his stalking, Philip was in the hospital several times. Every time he was, I was glad I finally had some peace. When I reached 16, my family and I had to move because our landlady threw us out. We moved one town over, and to my misfortune, started living 2 streets apart from my stalker apparently. He started appearing all the time. At my father's birthday, he rang, and because my family had guests, they told me to open the door. There he was, standing over me, like a dark, menacing shadow. I told him to leave and tried to close the door, but he blocked me in. There I was standing, afraid of him, begging him to leave. I even ran inside to get my dad to send him away, only for my dad to tell me, "He's your friend, so it's your problem." After 2 hours of harassing me, he finally left. At this point, it was obvious for me he was a stalker, and he was fixated on me. The next day, I sat down with my parents and told them I was afraid of Philip. My dad apologized to me for not realizing the situation and helping me the other day. The next time Philip came to my house, my dad was there and told him not to mess with me anymore. To our surprise, he left right away. After a few more incidents with my dad showing up every time, he stopped showing up to my door. I thought we'd finally gotten rid of my stalker. Every time I started to live happily and started to forget my fear of him though, he'd send a letter or an email, or a gift would randomly show up at my workplace to send me back into my fears. At 20, I finally finished school. To pass the year I had to wait to start my new job, I worked in a grade school as a voluntary after-school club member for grade schoolers. After a month or two, my mom woke me up in the morning and rushed me to get dressed, telling me she'd had to call the cops. Apparently, Philip was again every morning at our door, asking for me. My parents never told me though, so I wouldn't get scared of him again. That was until he showed up at like 4 a.m. Finally, after the cops came and told Philip 3 times to leave, he ignored them and they arrested him. He screamed and screamed my name, that he was burning for me and the cops were hurting him. My parents and I stood there in horror in the kitchen listening. The situation was so absurd I started laughing hysterically. We filed a report for stalking and trespassing. but the officers said they couldn't do anything because he hadn't hurt me physically. We tried to get a restraining order, but the judge said no. A few weeks later, Philip snuck into our garden and like a movie began to throw rocks at my window in the middle of the night. Idiot me looked out the window. I didn't see anything at first, until it clicked in the moment. I ran downstairs and told my dad he was in the garden. He hopped the fence and escaped. A week after that, I was in the kitchen cooking when Philip rang the doorbell. Because we had no way of seeing who was at the door, I opened it just a crack. There he was again, telling me he missed me so much that he was peeking through the blinds of the windows in the living room the past several weeks just to see if I was there. I had to swallow my fear and stand in the doorway, listening to Philip talk until my boyfriend came to help me. I had sent him an SOS when I'd first seen it was Philip. After my boyfriend arrived, he told Philip to leave, and he did. After that, I didn't see Philip again for a long time. A friend told me he was taken in by men in white coats because he believed his mom was possessed by the devil. I was glad he might finally get some help. It wasn't until 2 years later when I got a letter from the court. I was a witness and told to attend the case of an assault by Philip. Apparently, after exiting that mental hospital, he got into a big fight with his girlfriend who he apparently had. He beat her up so bad she had to play dead because she was scared. Philip called the ambulance and the police finally had something against him. After hearing he was admitted again to a mental hospital, I finally got a restraining order and he was ordered to stay at least 30 meters away from our property. I was so glad. The restraining order also implied that if he broke any of the requirements, he would go to jail. So, it was over. 2 years ago, I moved out of my parents' house as well. I'm only posting this now because I believe I'm seeing him around again. It can't be because he doesn't know where I live and he hadn't shown up at my parents' house in a long time, but I believe it's him. I need some reassurance that it's not and that I'm safe at my home. My initial curiosity about the deep web came from listening to various YouTube narrators who tell stories of all the horrible things that happen to people whenever they decide to surf it. And I suppose a lot of people take these stories as some sort of warning to keep as far away as possible. But there are probably some people out there who want to go on the deep web because they're looking for danger. And then there's people like me. People who realize that deep web stories most often happen to be a bunch of bullshit. Now, I know there's a difference between the deep web and the dark web. Obviously, when most of us are talking about the deep web, what they really mean are those shady corners where all the bad stuff happens, the dark web. I went in and did some research on the actual deep web and found something I believe to be more true. Rather than a haven for all sorts of criminal activity, it's mostly just a big catalog of scanned documents people don't care about and random websites. Something like business documents that have no purpose appearing on Google search anyway. I've expressed my disbelief in this sort of thing to various people who post deep web stories. Generally, they tell me I'm a stupid idiot and the deep web is the most dangerous place of all. I simply laugh at them. After I posted a negative comment about the deep web believers on one of these videos, I got some private messages daring me to go on to the deep web, if I was brave enough, of course. I answered and explained it had nothing to do with bravery or lack thereof. I simply didn't know how to access it myself and didn't really feel like researching it and being bored off my ass. One of the people challenging me told me he would explain to me step by step how to do so. He also said he knew of a particular website I could go to that would be anything but boring. It was a game of sorts. He told me that if I'd ever played Clue before, it was a lot like that. So I would be going on to the deep web per his instructions, and I would have an activity to do. If I was as brave as I thought I was, then I would do it. The criteria I had laid out for not wanting to go there had been taken care of, so basically it was now put up or shut up for me. I decided to go ahead and do it. I figured, what do I got to lose? It would be funny to go ahead and see what all this fuss was about anyway, or wasn't about if nothing was actually there. The guy explained to me what to do. I got the Tor browser, and he gave me directions on how to get to this game of his. I was in the mood to be scared, and although I didn't really believe it would happen, I decided to go ahead and make the atmosphere in my house as creepy as possible. I went into the kitchen because we have a bunch of glass doors there. At night, the room can have a very creepy ambiance. I set my laptop on the desk and followed the man's instructions. I was a bit disappointed when I got to the website, I must say. It was less like a modern-day computer game and more like one of those text-based games from the earlier computer days. You know what I mean, like the Zork games. First, it asked me to input my name. My name is Alex, but I wasn't going to use that since it's my real name. I typed in Josh instead. I may not believe in the insidious nature of the deep web, but that didn't mean that I didn't want to be cautious with my information while I was there. The rest of the game played out in a very strange way. It gave me a list of names, much like the ones you would get from a Clue game, but much more comical. More along the lines of Colonel Mustard and Sergeant Ketchup. And no, I'm not kidding at all. The game itself was like 20 questions almost. I would have to ask questions in order to find who the victim was, what room they were, what weapon they were killed with. In order to come to any conclusions, I had to eliminate rooms, weapons, and people by asking these questions. Actually, it was quite a lot of fun. I found myself getting really into it. I must have been playing about an hour and a half when I had finally asked the maximum number of questions allowed. Then, up on the screen popped the instructions, "Guess the victim." Honestly, I have no memory of what I typed in. I typed in a name, a weapon, a room. It took me a moment, but the game then told me my answer was incorrect. The next line sent a chill down my spine, a part of the game I will never forget. The victim is Alexander, in the kitchen, with a butcher knife. I stopped and several things rushed through my mind. How did they know my name? I mean, that was scary enough, but how did they know I was in the kitchen? Was someone watching me? I jumped up and ran over and turned on the outside lights. I was scared someone might be seen outside the glass doors watching me, but of course no one was there. I made sure the doors were locked before going back to my computer. I left the website and closed my laptop shaking. Eventually, I asked a more savvy friend about it. He was really good with computers. He told me it was just some website set up by a hacker or something, which turned my laptop into a webcam through the internet. He said they'd hacked into it and got my name. I really had no idea people could even do that. I don't really want to have any idea. I don't know if it was just a trick or what. Maybe even the guy who challenged me had set it up himself to scare me. But nothing actually happened to me, so that's good at least. I'm a big professional wrestling fan. Please don't give me crap about it being lowbrow entertainment and fake and blah blah blah. I know it's lowbrow and fake. That's exactly what I love about it. I'm also a fan of horror. I mean, I guess I'd have to be if I'm submitting horror stories to a YouTube channel. I also heard that many people are skeptical about what happens on the deep web, so I want to share an experience that I personally had. Now, I'm not one of those people who downloaded Tor and went to a horrible website, then got scared by scary pictures and deleted it, never to return again. I've had Tor on my computer for quite a long time now, actually, and I still have it on me now. I figured, I'm not really doing anything illegal myself, so might as well see what I can find on there. Hell, I'm even a member of several forums on there. I'll be honest though, the majority of what I've seen on the deep web pales in comparison to the stories I've heard. One thing that sticks out with me more than anything else though, is the video of a wrestling match I saw on the deep web. I found out about this match because another guy on one of the forums I post on saw I had quoted Ric Flair as my signature. He asked me if I liked pro wrestling. I let him know that I really enjoyed it. He asked me if I wanted to watch something real sick then, and he would direct me to it. I'm not sure at first if I wanted to. Wrestling is something I enjoy, but it's not really something I want to mix with horror. Kind of a weird mixture, I mean, I still haven't even seen the movie Pro Wrestlers vs. Zombies, and that already looks really bad. Maybe it might be enjoyable though. The guy insisted the video on the deep web was really cool and disturbing, and promised me I would not regret it. Alright, before I go any further, I have to tell you it's probably not what you're thinking. What I saw was not someone getting brutally and savagely killed or beaten half to death in the rain or something. I'm sure that's where your mind must have been going. Wrestling match on the deep web ends up being a snuff film match, but that's not it. I went to the website with the video on it and let it start to load. It took nearly 5 minutes to even begin playing. It was like one of those low-quality porn sites with a ton of ads and videos that never play when you go in. You know the ones I mean. Don't lie, you've been there and we all know it. Anyway, when the video started playing, it was pretty weird. It was taking place in an actual wrestling ring, but it looked like it was set up in someone's basement. There was barely enough room for anything other than the ring itself. The ceiling was so low that no one could get on top of the ropes if they were in the mood to. I kept on wondering what could possibly make this match so special. I found out pretty quickly though. A man dressed in black spandex, sort of like a Venom costume if you're familiar from Spider-Man, was standing in the corner of the ring. The camera then showed me his opponent, a man lying in the center. He had one of those wrestling masks on, but there was no doubt by the look in the man's eyes that this person was already dead. The bell rang, and I witnessed the worst thing I ever saw in my life. The alive wrestler ran over and dropped an elbow onto the dead one with a sickening thud. The dead body randomly wriggled around. The alive wrestler used holds and moves on this corpse. I won't explain the whole match to you, but I'll explain why it was so disturbing. The dead man's eyes were always facing the camera. You could see they were empty, and his body was so stiff the alive wrestler could barely even move his limbs. Whenever he tried to pick up the corpse's arms or legs, the body would just flop about randomly on the mat. Another disturbing fact, the dead body did not have much flexibility, so as you can imagine, the moves were very awkward. The absolute worst moment came though, when the live man grabbed the dead one's legs. They flipped the corpse over onto its stomach and put it into a Boston crab, which is where the wrestler bends the prone wrestler's legs backwards over his back and sits down, basically bending the person's spine in the wrong direction. Well, normally that's just a wrestling move, but instantly I heard a sickening crack, and I saw the dead body's eyes staring at me as his body folded in half. That was more than I could take. I clicked out of the video. I tried to find a happier website on the shallow web to get the look of those dead eyes out of my mind and to forget that sickening cracking noise. I don't know if it's illegal to wrestle with corpses, and I couldn't really care less, honestly. Although I still do surf on the deep web, I've never been curious enough to go back to that site and finish watching that disgusting video. Yeah, I know you're probably skeptical about the deep web too. My thoughts on it are this. You might not see someone getting killed or whatever. Someone might not find out where you live and stalk you, but that doesn't mean there aren't some freaky-ass things on there. I, 40 and female, went to the university at Buffalo fresh out of high school in the early 2000s or so. At that time, the online world was a bit like the Wild West. It included having to do quite a bit more digging to find out specific information, rather than today's split-second Google search. As such, it was a much easier time for colleagues in universities to hide or spin campus crime statistics to make themselves look better for prospective students. Case in point, I was at an orientation a month or two before my freshman year. One of the mass presentations I had to attend was about campus safety. Bright-faced upperclassmen orientation aides enthusiastically verbally felated the school, boasting about how North Campus was at the time, the safest town in the country. The only murder in recent history had occurred 9 years ago, to an unfortunate student named Linda Yalem, who was murdered on the campus's bike path during a lone early morning run. It was a fate that we were assured could be avoided simply by not hitting the bike path alone. What they conveniently neglected to reveal during this presentation was that A, the killer had never been caught, and that B, Yalem was not his only victim. He was a serial attacker, and eventually a serial killer, who had already been active in the area for at least 25 years in downtown Buffalo. On the secluded bike paths of the Buffalo suburbs, nowhere was safe. In retrospect, had this information been as readily accessible as it is now, it probably would have kept me from the most bone-chilling encounter in my life. Fast forward 3 years for now, though. I was a very depressed 20-year-old who was struggling with her sexual identity, and her parents' reaction to it in a much less accepting time than now. I'd left school, and to avoid being home, shacked up with a woman who promised me the world, then rejected me in favor of her ex-girlfriend on the very night I moved in. So, clearly I was a very unhappy young adult, desperate for love and a sense of belonging, sometimes to my own detriment. Despite my roommate's many unkind and hurtful gestures, I stuck with it in the naive hope that she would eventually come around and fulfill her pie-in-the-sky promises to me. On a particular July night, that hope just fell flat altogether. I was at Roxy's Green Room, a now defunct lesbian bar and club that many wayward Buffalo lesbians, myself included, flocked to at night to feel a much-needed sense of community, and hopefully to land a special someone. Since the latter was just not happening for me, I was still stuck with my roommate. She liked to dangle emotional carrots overhead out of some sick joy she got from making me hurt but also hang on to hope. After a promise to hit Roxy's alone with me and talk about us finally, she showed up with her ex turned current and shut me out completely. I was upset enough to leave alone at around 1 a.m., well before the 4 a.m. last call. I was young and spry enough to walk without a ride home, which my usually wiser self would have secured before leaving. While my apartment was technically walking distance, it was a good half-hour walk or so. Being as emotionally charged as I was, I angrily hoofed it down the main street sidewalk, managing to follow the pedestrian rule of walking against traffic. Despite stupidly ignoring the rule I knew well from years of watching forensic shows, if you're a woman, never leave a bar at night alone, especially if you have to walk a long distance. I gotten exactly halfway there when a dark green sedan started driving toward me. I thought nothing of it until the car slowed down near me as I walked by. A lone middle-aged man was in the car, with a skin tone I originally associated with being Italian, but in retrospect could have easily been Puerto Rican or something. He had dark hair, and most importantly, his dark eyes seemed to hold no light of good intentions. I was used to guys being pigs. I'd been catcalled and endured all manner of wholly unwanted, graphic, and hand-fisted advances from dudes everywhere. Although I'd never take the stance that I was asking for it, I was young and thin, so I was dressed in a tight red crop top with flare-legged black spandex pants that night. I didn't pay much attention, though. A guy old enough to be my dad looking at me like that, I was simply annoyed. My walk quickly resumed. I put the guy out of my mind and continued onward, but the peace, of course, would not last. About 2 or 3 minutes later, I see a familiar green car coming up behind me again. This time, the guy's window was down a bit, and he shouted, "Hey!" He beckoned to me in a way that made me wonder if he might have mistaken me for a lady of the night. That really incensed me. I flashed him a quick, annoyed look to inform him that despite my mildly revealing clothing, he was barking up the wrong tree for several reasons. I ignored him and started walking faster. He sped off again, only to turn around once more. At that point, it became clear this dude was casing me, like a cat burglar cases a house. It was before the time of Uber, or even widespread use of cell phones. No cabs were passing by either. Public transit existed, but it was both sparse and not running nearby this area. The stretches of Main between intersections were long. Being 15 minutes away from either my home or going back, there was no way I could get anywhere near either place before the green car came up upon me again. I quickly thumbed through my mental list of true crime show-inspired safety tips that would have kept me out of this situation in the first place. Tip 1, get to an open business or something. Then the guy would either give up or get caught. I was coming upon a convenience store on the opposite side of the street, where I'd bought cigarettes earlier. As I got a bit closer, though, I could see it was unfortunately closed. I looked around for anything else. Another bar, a gas station. The street was flanked by shuttered brick buildings and a locked-up church. Then came the headlights and the car once again. Again, the guy slowed down as he approached me, but his demeanor had shifted quite massively. He put his palm out impatiently, as if he couldn't understand why I wasn't coming with him. "Come on!" the guy yelled through his now open window. I kept out of arm's reach on the sidewalk and once again ignored him. This time I was properly shaken though. He hit the gas and sped off on his familiar circuit back around to me. Now I knew I was in trouble. I was genuinely scared this guy's next move would be to simply grab me off the sidewalk and pull me into his car. I scrambled to figure out what to do. I remembered making myself impossible to ignore and obviously in distress could get me some help from an outside party. I ran right into the middle of Main Street and started frantically waving my hands and shouting at every car coming my way. The first car drove by, the second as well. The terror in me was palpable. I knew the stories of city dwellers like Kitty Genovese who were left to their horrible fates at the hands of monsters by jaded throngs of people who'd heard the attacks and their cries for help, but did nothing. Just as I was beginning to lose hope, though, a van pulled over that had 4 black guys in it. In a game of numbers, this van of guys was much safer than that single stalker in the green car. I opted to take the gamble. I rushed over to them and told them about the man in the green car who was following me around the block over and over. I begged them for a ride home. The driver asked if I had any money in exchange for the favor. Unfortunately, I didn't. He then asked if I had any cigarettes at least. I may be one of the only people you'll ever meet who actually had their life saved by cigarettes. "Yes," I answered urgently. "I just bought a pack. You can have the whole damn thing if you get me home." Admittedly, I was a bit miffed that the driver wanted something from me in exchange for not letting me get abducted off the street. Still, I had the Marlboros, he had the vehicle, and the stars hopefully aligned. After a second or two of thought, the driver agreed. One of the 2 dudes in the back opened the side door for me and got out so I could slide into the seat behind the driver. As the door to my safe carriage full of impromptu nights shut and I got buckled in, I looked out the window just in time to see the green car creeping past the van, proving to my saviors that I was telling a very disturbing true story. Until my dying day, I'll never forget the look in that man's eyes as he was driving past. Feeling safe, surrounded in a closed van full of young, tough-looking rescuers, I looked that bastard dead in the eyes. He gave me the most hateful, evil look I'd ever seen. His eyes were black and thin, almost like a cat's eyes when its hunting instincts have been activated. He sped off into the night, and so did we, taking a less direct route to make sure we lost him. After a blessedly quick jaunt with frequent looks behind my shoulder, I was delivered home safely, 1 pack of cigarettes short, but alive and in one piece. The first thing I did when I got in the door was to check the locks on everything. After that, the adrenaline started to wear off, and the fear set in. I was terrified that the man in the sedan was searching the area where I got dropped off at. I grabbed the cordless phone and laid completely flat on the living room floor for hours to keep totally out of sight from any windows. As I laid there, I called the Buffalo police and relayed my terrifying tale in as much detail as I could give them. Fast forward another 4 years. I'd moved out to Chicago to live with my then girlfriend. For about half of my 4 years there, I was pretty homesick. I'd never lived anywhere except my home state of New York, and I went there knowing no one except my ex, who wasn't exactly an empathetic soul. I coped by keeping up on upstate New York news. On a chilly mid-January morning in 2007, I was at our computer looking up headlines from my home state, when one popped up that immediately snared my attention. Bike path killer arrested. By then, I knew the moniker well. The internet had since aged into a beautiful organized repository of knowledge, and despite the lack of transparency from my alma mater, I became familiar with the Buffalo area mystery man and his active status throughout my whole time in Buffalo. The man's name was Artemio Sanchez, a middle-aged native of Puerto Rico, who coached his son's sports teams and was affectionately referred to as Uncle Al in his neighborhood. As with many other killers, his disguises were his community involvement and being very ordinary. The man was estimated to have been responsible for 9 to 15 rapes around the area since 1975. He also confessed to 3 murders: the Yalem murder in 1991, a second one in 1992, and a third which only occurred 3.5 months prior to his capture. I don't know if you've ever felt your heart somehow get wedged into your voice box and get dropped into the depths of your stomach simultaneously, but believe me when I say it's possible, given the right catalyst. For me, that was the printed proof that the man who was active while I lived in Buffalo frequented the Roxy's area. Furthermore, I knew serial killers rarely take breaks as lengthy as the one between his 1992 and 2006 killings. He must have been attempting to sate his evil impulses on me that night. That realization gave me a very bad feeling that I'd crossed paths with someone more dangerous than I'd ever realized. Of course, as soon as I searched the man's name and found his picture, I was horrified, though not surprised, to see those same soulless predatory eyes I'd looked into on that summer night in Buffalo in 2003. This story takes place in a very small town in the northeast region of the United States. It was in the summer before I went off to college in 2015. After I graduated from high school, my parents decided to move to a smaller, more affordable house about 45 minutes north into the mountains. We stayed in my childhood home because the public schools in my area were the best in my state. My parents really valued my education. I ended up going off to an amazing university, and now I have an incredible career because of that education. As most people in the US know, however, amazing public education usually comes with higher property taxes. My parents got to the point where they could not afford the taxes on their 4,000 square foot home anymore, and decided to sell it just after I graduated from high school. Their home is humble, and sits on a beautiful piece of land in the side of a beautiful mountain. And the trees are always so green, and there's a lot of wildlife around. They don't really have any neighbors either, as their driveway is 1.5 miles long. That's the place they chose to live in after I went to college, though. In August of 2015, we moved into this new house. I wasn't planning on staying long, as I was getting ready to head off as a freshman for the first time. We decided to have a little housewarming party, with a bunch of family friends and my best friend at the time as well. My dad was manning the barbecue, my mom was making drinks, and we were playing with our dogs. It was a grand time, and everyone was having extreme amounts of fun. My dad had built a brick fire pit in our backyard as well. Just to set the scene for you here, the fire pit was about 30 feet from our back patio door, and we had a picnic table and other seats all around. Behind the seating was the tree line. It was so dark sometimes at night, you needed a flashlight to even see 10 feet in front of you. With the fire pit lit, you couldn't see someone unless they were either sitting next to you or across from you in front of the pit. My best friend decided to stay the night, and we asked my dad if we could make some s'mores. It was getting a little chilly, as it tends to do in the late summer in a northeast at night. My parents left us outside with my dog Nino. He was a loyal, incredible dog that my dad trained as his right hand. He was our protector, as he could run extremely fast, was very strong, and alerted us whenever something went bump in the night. Nino was laying in between us facing the tree line, and my best friend was to my right. Our backs were to the dark, dense tree line, our first mistake. We were laughing, joking, and eating s'mores together, planning for our future, and generally excited about going off to college together. She decided to play some music, and we relaxed there with one another, feeling content and at ease. It was the perfect summer night, really, until Nino suddenly started growling. I saw his ears perk up and his head cocked to the side. He sat up and continued to growl. My best friend and I looked at each other, thinking Nino must have seen a stray animal or something not that threatening. This area was known for lots of deer, maybe rarely a coyote or wolf. Since he was trained to help my dad hunt, we assumed it must be a buck or a fawn in the distance behind us. We went back to singing along to the music playing and talking about our fall 2015 class schedule. Again, Nino started growling. Our second mistake, we didn't call for my dad. We didn't even think there was a problem until Nino started getting much more loud and vicious. He stood bolt upright and started barking as if alerting us to activity beyond the tree line that we could just barely not see. We stood up as well, the fire obscuring our view. My best friend took her phone, paused the music, and switched on her flashlight. She started to walk toward the edge of the tree line, with Nino by her side going crazy. He was alerting us not to go any further and to call for help. We stood still in silence, listening. I was too afraid to even breathe at this point. My friend was about to start walking into the woods. When she shined her flashlight, though, it swept across a figure, someone peering out from behind a tree. A man with a green shirt and green pants on, about 5'11". We screamed and ran as fast as we could inside, leaving the fire unattended and this creepy man stuck behind the tree. What we didn't know at the time is where this man had come from. We crashed through our front door, breathless, with Nino trailing behind us. It startled my mother, obviously, who was washing dishes and cleaning up. She was talking to my dad about something they'd seen on the news. We cut him off mid-sentence to explain there was a man dressed in all green lurking behind a tree in the woods. We didn't know how long he was there, or if he was still there, but we were both crying. I remember feeling extremely sick, like I was going to throw up. My dad jumped up, grabbed his shotgun and headlamp, and ran outside with Nino. My mom gathered us into the living room, shut all the lights in the house off, and locked the doors. She told us to be quiet, and she was going to call 911. As she did that, my best friend and I shook with fear. We were anticipating gunshots and screaming, but we never heard any. Now, my mom on the phone with 911 described what we saw to the operator. I heard her say "oh" in an alarming way after the dispatcher relayed some information we couldn't hear. At this point, my dad rushed back inside. My mom let him know the police were on their way. Being in a small town on a mountain with less than 10,000 people around means we don't get our own police force. We get the state police every time there's a call made to emergency responders. My dad put his gun away and waited for the police to show up. To our complete bewilderment, they didn't just send one officer like you'd expect, but 10, and an entire SWAT team. A helicopter started to circle the area as well. We were rightfully terrified. I was practically having a panic attack at this point. The officers came inside our home and asked us again what the man was wearing, what he looked like, if we were able to discern any scars or tattoos. We explained the weird matching green outfit and his glasses. The officer excused himself and alerted the SWAT members outside of our description. They started to search the woods behind our home, with guns drawn and the helicopter circling above. They advised us to stay inside, and they would let us know when and if they found something. After about 25 minutes, we got another knock on our door. It was not one but two officers this time. My dad let them in, and they explained the situation. One officer explained that we must have seen on the news that a convicted felon from the prison about 20 miles away had escaped into the mountains. The police had tried to set up a perimeter 10 miles around the prison, but the convict had slipped through somehow. The outfit the man was wearing, as well as our description of him, signaled to them that this was the escaped convict that was lurking through our remote, densely wooded backyard at night. The all-green outfit was the standard issue for prisoners in my state back then. They did not, however, find the man. After 25 minutes of searching, he was still at large. The officers let us know they were going to have a squad car stay and watch our house for a few days. They were unable to locate him and believed he was still an active threat to our safety. That night, we all slept in the living room together. My dad's shotgun was within arm's reach at all times. Later that week, we got another knock on our door from the officers stationed outside. They let us know that the man was back in custody, and we now no longer had to worry. They advised us to install some security cameras and said how sorry they were this all happened to us. After that, my parents spent about $10,000 on cameras and fencing for our backyard. It's now all fenced in, and we have 4 cameras watching the tree line at all times. I guess you never know what will happen, or what goes bump in the night. I currently live in an RV in my mom's driveway. My town is just slightly larger than small, and it's relatively safe. Lots of rich people, doctors, and the like live here, so it's kept very nice and crime is relatively low. I never expected something bad to happen to me because of this, but tonight I met a certain man, and he was a reminder to me to always lock my door. Sometimes I forget, even while I'm sleeping. It's never really been a big deal to me because my town is generally so safe, but I'll be remembering every time from now on. It was around 2 a.m., and I'd just taken my garbage outside to the bin. When I turned around, I noticed a figure in the dark walking toward me. I started to quickly walk away, but the man called out to me. He was a short person, probably in his 50s or 60s. I'm 23, by the way. He started to talk to me about my RV. I took charge of the conversation and shut it down very quickly. He randomly told me what house he lived in, and his name as well. He was very polite, but he was giving a very off vibe. I'm sure nearly every woman knows what I mean. You know, that older man kind of creepy. Too polite to you just because you're a pretty young girl, that sort of thing. He told me I should come by his house sometime. Yeah, sure, maybe one day. Good night. I walked back to my RV and locked the door right away. I figured he'd just leave, but he didn't. I don't have a curtain on my window right now. I could hear him pacing outside my window and mumbling out loud to himself. I was hiding. I wanted to lock the door by my bed. I mean, it didn't open at all anyway, but I still wanted to lock it regardless. I got up and looked outside, only to see the man staring right in at me. He was waving at me to get my attention, walking right up to my window and acting completely erratic, so different from the way he'd just been acting. I locked the door and he watched me. After that, he left my window. I could feel he was still there though. 5 or so minutes passed by, and now he was knocking at the RV door. I waited there for about an hour before I grabbed a knife and took the chance to sprint to my mom's house. I'm definitely getting a taser or a gun after this. He'd been standing across the street, waiting for me. There's no reason for him to have been just outside my RV that long, at 2 a.m. I think he'd been watching me for a while, too. People shouldn't really know that I lived in that RV. Walking down the street, it's not something you'd initially note. I've only ever started to pay attention to the RVs and driveways since I started living in one, and still I don't notice if people are actually in them or not. I don't know, maybe I'm being naive, but it makes me wonder how long he's been watching me, seeing as how he knew immediately I lived in the RV that day. I don't really ever leave it much except for necessities, since I'm a complete homebody, so he'd have actually had to been watching for a long time to notice someone living in it. It terrifies me. I was afraid of his intentions. He made me realize that even though I live in a safe town, I'm still a young woman, and I'm a target on many men's lists. It sucks that that's the way it is, and it sucks there are people out there who are like this towards other people. This happened to us 2 years ago. We, myself, my daughter, and her father, lived in a shared house. This incident took place over the span of an entire month. So one day we decided to walk to the store, as it was close by to the house and it was quite a nice day out. When we came back though, we noticed someone had tried to pry the locks off our door while we were gone. There were obvious dents and huge blue marks. There was a big boot print on our door as well, both the front and back doors. Someone wanted in real bad. I had no idea why though. We had nothing of major value and lived out in the hood. We had been gone for less than 20 minutes, so of course we were on edge. The person could very well still be around. We heard no sign of them for the rest of that day, but after that, so many bizarre things started to happen. I'm trying my best to explain this in a way that's easy to follow, and to keep it short as well. If I listed out each and everything that happened that I'd noticed in my house, I'd be typing for many days. The most common thing was that I'd find things out of place where I know I didn't put them there. I'd noticed the locks on my old-ass windows were suddenly broken, or that my dish liquid bottle was broken as well. There was always this weird oily substance on random shit as well. On the curling iron in the bathroom, even on some of my daughter's toys. Later on, I went to take the trash out to the dumpster in the alley. When I lifted up the lid, I saw some type of homemade tool inside. It was a short metal rod with a washcloth tied around the end and a blue doctor's type glove on the other end. I realized this is what the person had been using on my door to try and pry open the lock. That's where the blue markings had come from. Well, holy shit. What else was out here in the trash? I took a look in my neighbor's dumpster as well, just because I had a bit of a suspicion. What I found made my heart sink. In their trash bag were several of my belongings, the most random stuff too. The title to my old car, which had been in a duffel bag in the top of my closet, some of my clothes, some makeup, random household items. At this time, the woman who lived next door saw me discovering this. She and the man who lived there with her started to yell at me quite loudly. She walked out and across the street. The man was just standing in the doorway giving me a death look. I was pissed and scared, coming to the realization that these people had been in my house several times. I looked up at them. "I know you guys have been in my house, you motherfuckers!" The immediate response? "Well, I didn't steal anything," with a smirk. Quick description of the man, a shirtless, fat, redneck old white guy. I was fucking losing it. The words slipped right out of my mouth. "If you do that again, I'm gonna burn your fucking house down." My mind was racing, thinking of all the times I discovered things out of place. My dish liquid bottle that was broken, well, it sat on the sink just below the window. They must have broken it through coming in. They'd been in my house multiple times. Cut to the chase. I called the cops, they came out, talked to the neighbors, and left right away. After they left, the man was out by my back door on the phone with someone with a big grin. Not 10 minutes later, 5 cars pulled up full of people. A big truck pulled up behind mine and blocked it in. A white guy with a tank top on and gold chains around his neck hopped out. He had a gun. I shoved a chair up against my back door and saw these people heading right for it. I screamed for my boyfriend, grabbed my daughter, and ran as fast as I could out the front door. At this time, there were people coming around the side of the house as well. I could hear them start shooting. I was almost off the porch. All I could do was scream for mercy and yell, "Please, no." We were running down the street as I was holding my daughter. Because I was running with her, she had no idea what was going on. I could just feel I was about to get shot in the back. I knew I was going to get gunned down in the street. Somehow, though, we made it around the corner and didn't die. Called the cops again. They searched and found no bullets. Took statements from the neighbors. I asked them to stay for a moment while I went into the house to grab some clothes, as we sure as shit weren't going to stay there tonight. When I went to grab the clothes and diapers, I saw an empty gallon of weed killer in my daughter's room. What the fuck? That must have been the oily substance I'd been coming across. In the time it took us to run, wait on the cops, and come back, they had re-entered my house again and poured weed killer all over my clothes, my daughter's clothes, and all her diapers. I gathered up what I could and left. Nothing ever came of it, of course. No arrests, and the last time I went back was to get the rest of my belongings and never come back again. There will be no answers to all my questions, and I still have nightmares about it. I'll never get closure either. My boyfriend showed me this sub a while back, and after lurking for a hot second, I realized I had my own story to tell. The summer of my junior year in high school, I'd been romantically involved with a guy. We'd gotten to the point in our relationship where he was ready for me to meet his friends. We decided it would be cool if we all went to the state fair that was in town for the next few days. With a little bit of planning and corralling, we all hopped into my boyfriend's little Taurus and headed for the city. Keep in mind, we're all a bunch of dumb, edgy teenagers, so a pre-game hot box was a must for any event. With the exception of my boyfriend who was driving, we were all pretty damn high. At one point, one of the girls in the car suggested we pull over and get some snacks from the gas station coming up. For whatever reason, I was the one who managed to get stuck with the job of running in and grabbing what everyone wanted. I was annoyed, but pretty desperate for his friends to think I was cool. I jotted down everyone's requests on my phone and headed inside. I walked up and down a few aisles for a bit, trying to find what I could from the list. Around the end of my little shopping spree, I picked up a bag of chocolate-dipped pretzels and turned to head to checkout. That was when an older man in the row behind me called out and asked me to toss him a bag. I, of course, thought nothing of this and figured I'd save him the trip and be nice. I threw one over to him. I took my snacks to the counter, and that was when I noticed the man was now following me. He asked me a few questions, like my name and where I was headed with all that food. I don't know if it was because I was blitzed or just stupid, but I happily answered all his questions, even telling him my real name and that I was headed to the fair with some friends. He smiled and told me my name was the same as his daughter's name. He seemed polite enough, maybe a bit too chatty and bad with social cues, but otherwise harmless. It was then that he offered to pay for my things, telling me I should save my money for the fair. I shook my head and insisted it was fine, but thanked him for the offer. He slapped his hand hard on my shoulder. It lingered for a bit too long. He whispered and told me not to move, and he'd get his wallet from his truck. I started to feel a bit uneasy then. I exchanged glances with the woman at the counter, and I could tell the weird feeling was mutual. I tried to use him going to his car as a chance to fish out my money, pay for my shit, and get the fuck out of there. I grabbed my receipt and started sprinting towards the car when the man made a beeline right for me in the parking lot. He wagged his finger and scolded me for leaving without waiting. I uncomfortably laughed it off and told him I should be getting back to my friends. They'd been waiting for a long time. It was then that he steered the conversation away from the snacks and asked me if I wanted to see some pictures of his daughter. He told me he kept them in his glove box, and if I wanted to see them, it would only take a second. Finally, alarms were going off in my stupid head. I declined him and told him I really needed to go right now. He reached a hand out and grabbed me by the arm towards him, repeating over and over again that it would only be a couple of minutes. I panicked and started screaming, trying to yank my arm away. That was just enough of a reaction to start turning heads in the parking lot. The man let go of me and rushed back to his car. Hyperventilating and clutching my bag of snacks, I sprinted to the Taurus, where I was bombarded with questions from my boyfriend and his friends. Apparently, everyone had thought I knew the man up until I started screaming. They intended to come out and help once they realized what was going on, but the interaction had just ended that fast that they were unable to do anything. For a few hours, I considered reporting the incident to someone, but I figured I didn't have enough info or reasoning to justify it. I still can't help but think what would have happened in that parking lot had it been a little emptier, or if I'd come alone. I used to go out and explore the countryside whenever I could. I would do this just as often alone as with someone else. However, I haven't done it at all since an experience I had with a friend of mine when we were out hiking years ago. Now, to be frank, the first thing I have to let you know is that the two of us were hiking in an area we didn't have any right to be in. This was usually the case when we decided to go for a hike. It was always more fun to explore areas like that than it was to go hiking in places known for nature hiking or whatever. It was cool to possibly be seeing something that most people won't normally get to see, and exciting to think about what we might stumble across. This was a hiking trip I took with my buddy Todd, when we were both still in college. We had a week off for spring and we wanted to do some exploring. So we took a drive to a very rural area we had found online. Driving up into the hills, we found a convenient area to place our car in that we figured would be a safe spot. Then we hiked out into the woods. We had never actually been in this area before, so we had no set agenda of how we were going to explore really. We simply started out completely blind, hiking out through the woods. We were pretty high up in the hills when we set out, and the area we had parked the car in was actually very dark due to the amount of foliage in the area. It might have seemed a bit creepy at first if we wanted to take it that way. Actually though, there wasn't a whole lot that happened in the first few days. That's not to say we didn't see a lot of things or enjoy ourselves though. Just nothing really notable to be scary for someone reading this story. It was on the third night of our trip though, that something really strange happened. We had set up our tents and were in them separately. I don't know if Todd had gone to bed yet or not by this point, but I had the impression that he was already fast asleep. I, however, was having a hard time and was staying up reading a book instead. It was around 11 p.m. that night, I believe. All of a sudden, I heard what sounded like a loud and shrill human scream. It cut through the regular sounds of the woods at night and startled me quite a bit. I dropped my book, took my flashlight, and rushed to get outside my tent. When I got there, Todd was working his way out too. I mentioned I thought he was sleeping. He seemed he was because he was slightly out of it. No sooner than he had worked his way out of the tent, we heard yet another scream cut through the night. More prepared for it this time, we were able to tell which direction it had come from. I was also able to discern that it seemed to be a male screaming as well. It seemed to be coming from a bit of a distance away from us. Todd asked what I thought we should do. I told him I had no idea. He suggested maybe we should try and find whoever was screaming, and see if we could try and help them out. I agreed, but told him we should bring our knives with us just in case. So, armed with our knives and flashlights, we started out walking in the direction the scream seemed to have come from. I was hoping to hear another sound, regardless of how scary it might be, to try and narrow down where we were supposed to be going. Without any further sounds from the guy we heard screaming, it was really like trying to find a needle in a haystack. We were hesitant to try calling out at first. We had no idea exactly what had been hurting this person and causing them to scream. As we kept fumbling through the woods and trees though, more and more time passed since we'd last heard the person. We realized if we were going to help them out, we would have to hear from them. That meant we had to call out to him, even if it meant risking calling attention to ourselves. I called out a few times. It was terrifying to do so. If this person had been hurt by another human or an animal, we could be drawing that entity to us. We were pretty scared with every noise we heard right after. Unfortunately, we did not get any response, and no matter how hard we kept looking, we weren't able to find any trace of anyone in the dark. Worried that we might get lost after too long, we made the tough decision to go back and try to sleep instead. We would get up early the next morning and go out and see if we could find anything in the daylight, any clue as to what had happened. I don't think either of us managed to sleep the whole night though. There was the constant wondering of what we'd just heard, coupled with the feeling that something bad had just happened. The following morning, we went to go and check around once the sun had lit the entire area up. Todd seemed just as worn down as I had. Really, we didn't talk about anything though. We just went and searched the area as best as we could, now that we could actually see what we were doing. I don't know what we were hoping to find really. I kept fearing we would stumble upon a dead body. Someone had been murdered in some brutal way or something. For some reason, I kept focusing on the idea it was probably a person who had injured the man we'd heard and not an animal. It was Todd that eventually found something. He called me over to have a look. We found an area where there was obviously some sort of struggle. On the surrounding ground, surrounding trees, there was blood everywhere. A huge amount of blood. We looked around a little bit more after seeing that, but not for very long. We were too unnerved by the whole discovery. Instead, we went back to our camp and discussed our next options. We decided the best thing to do was to just hike back to the car and move on from there. I'm not going to go into too much depth about that because nothing really happened on the way back. I mean, we had a general sense of unease the entire time, of course. We were nervous and the slightest sound scared us. It was scary, but nothing else really happened. We gave a detailed report to the police, but no idea if anything ever came of it. We gave them our contact information, but we never heard back from them. I'll never forget this really strange house I lived in when I was a teenager. It wasn't for a very long time, and I was pretty thankful for that. That's because some really weird things went on inside that house. This isn't as much of a narrative as it is an explanation, perhaps. I'm sorry if that sort of thing isn't for you, but let me describe the house we lived in. The most important thing to know is that it was a suburban area. There were loads of other houses around, but they weren't piled on top of each other like they are in urban areas. The house was 3 stories, and it had a basement as well. It wasn't a finished live-in type of basement, though. It was kind of weird, actually. It was very dark, but not really dank. There wasn't a light switch at the top of the steps either. In order to turn the lights on, you had to go all the way down the steps, and there was a bulb on the ceiling with a chain. The staircase was not complete either. It was one of those wooden board ones. In the beginning, I never really had a problem with the basement, actually. We kept some of our things stored down there, plus it was sort of an unofficial playroom for us kids. Our toy box for the younger ones was down there. Most of the time, I wasn't really even in it much, so I didn't really give it much more than a passing thought. The first time I had a weird issue with the basement was something that's kind of hard to describe. One of my younger brothers didn't want to go down there by himself to get something, so he asked me if I could instead. I told him I would go with him, but he refused to go down there, even if he was going to be going with me. I didn't really give that too much thought in the moment. I understood it was easy for kids to be scared of such things. I went down into the basement, again, not really thinking about anything. I turned the light on and went over to the toy box. As I was sorting through it, though, the strangest thing happened. I heard what sounded like someone laughing. I turned around to see if my sister was in the basement, but she wasn't. In fact, I had thought she wasn't even home. Curious, I searched through the entire area. No one was in the basement at all, least of all anybody who could be laughing at me. So, for the first time, I felt a little bit unnerved. It hadn't gotten to a point where it really bothered me much yet, though. A little while later, I did ask my little brother why he didn't want to go into the basement, but he refused to tell me for some reason. He seemed extremely terrified of it, and he was the only one of my siblings who was like that. The others didn't seem to have any problem going down there. My dad was the type to force the kids to face their fears, but I wasn't like that really. I didn't want to torment my brother. So, for a while, if he wanted something down there, I would go get it for him instead. My parents were quite strict about toys going back in the box when we were done with them, so one day I had to go put away my brother's toy. I even remember what toy it was. It was a mad scientist dissect an alien. I had no problem though. I went down to the basement, which was dark and a little bit cold actually. I didn't really think too much about that though. I walked down the steps and reached for the chain to turn on the light. Then I went over to the toy box and put the toy away. While I was standing there, once again I heard someone laughing behind me. This time it really bothered me. I'd very clearly heard it, and I knew no one was in the basement with me. For the first time, I actually felt a little bit scared. I decided to get out as quickly as possible. I went over to the stairs. I turned the light off. I was a little hesitant to do that, and almost just wanted to run up the steps. I didn't though. I took my time walking up the stairs to be careful. Keep in mind, it was very dark in the basement. The steps were just boards, so I could see behind them, and there wasn't a lot of light. I could just barely see, and what I saw was terrifying. I saw a shadow looking at me from behind the steps, then quickly running away to where I couldn't see them anymore. Scared, I ran up the stairs as quickly as I could. I slammed the door and ran into the kitchen. My little brother was there, and I think he realized just how scared I was. "You saw it, didn't you?" he asked me. That was nearly as scary as seeing itself. I was really freaked out, and I finally understood why he didn't want to go down there anymore. For the rest of the time my family lived in the house, my little brother refused to go down in the basement. Regardless of what I had seen though, I still had to go down there every now and then. I was the big brother, of course, so it was sort of my job to not be scared. I sure was though, every single time I went down there. My family moved a lot at the time though, so we weren't there for very long. I was extremely glad when we moved away. If you're in the US, then you know that the weather has been absolutely terrible everywhere lately. Snow in LA, tornadoes in the Midwest, so many storms, and they just keep on coming. And the most recent bout of storms brought with it something I'd never thought to be concerned about. I was home alone because my husband works nights. I already don't like that much, as I hate being home alone at night. I often double-check the door locks, the windows, and jump at just about every noise. If someone else is home, I'm perfectly fine, but when I'm home alone, I get easily scared. Add to that severe thunderstorms, and the threat of tornadoes when I live in a trailer, and you can imagine my anxiety. The rain was pounding on the roof and windows, and was only drowned out by the cracks of thunder that seemed almost constant. I was reading a book to distract myself, when the power suddenly went out. I swore and put down my book. I sat there waiting for a moment, hoping the power would come back on, when the booming thunder made me jump. It rolled for what seemed like ages, as I sat there in my chair in the dark, wondering what I was supposed to do now. As the thunder ended, I noticed the night seemed oddly quiet. The wind, the rain, even the thunder were silent now. Was the storm passing? It seemed to be a bit quick for that, though. I was happy to think my power would be restored quicker if the storm ended sooner. I stood up, thinking to get myself a drink, and perhaps prepare for bed as I had nothing to do now. I used my phone as a flashlight and was walking toward the kitchen, marveling at the oddly quiet night. That was when I heard something distinctly not a part of the storm. It began low and quiet, and quickly ramped up into a piercing wail. I froze in place. The tornado siren. I didn't stay frozen for long. I ran into my bedroom and hunkered down in my walk-in closet. I didn't feel safe, though. All my life I'd heard about what tornadoes do to trailer parks, and though I was deep in the closet, I was just imagining a tornado picking up the entire trailer. Me being tucked away in the closet wasn't going to do anything about that. It'd just throw me around. I suddenly realized that though I'd lost power, I hadn't lost everything. I had my phone and decided to actually use it for one thing I rarely use my phone for. I called my husband. I was panicking and barely got out 2 sentences before he said, "Why don't you go to the shelter?" I had completely forgotten our neighbors had a small tornado shelter nearby. They'd mentioned it a few times, and it wasn't all that far away. In my panic, it had completely slipped my mind. My neighbors were only in town on occasion, as their house here was their vacation house. I knew they weren't in town now, though, and expressed this to my husband. He told me they never locked it, though. It was a storm shelter, and they wanted to make sure anyone could get to it in case of an emergency. I hung up and stood to leave the closet. It sounded quiet outside, except for the siren. I quickly went to the door, slipped on my shoes, and went outside. It didn't seem to be raining either. I heard no thunder and saw no lightning, but I could feel it in the air, something very ominous. I turned the flashlight back on my phone and carefully walked down the porch steps. I walked quickly through my neighbor's yard. The shelter was a small structure, partially buried in the ground. As I reached for the door, the wind picked up, and I felt the strangest thing. The rain began again, quickly, but it wasn't normal rain. It wasn't falling like normal. It was completely horizontal. I had heard of this, but experiencing it was something else entirely. I jerked open the door and ran inside, slamming it behind me. It was only upon reaching the bottom of the stairs, soaked from the sudden downpour if you could call it that I realized there was a light on, and I wasn't there alone. For half a second I expected to see my neighbor there, or even another neighbor of ours using the shelter, as it had been left open for all of us. The shelter was small though, just a single room no bigger than the average bedroom. Across the room, just feet away, lying on the built-in bench against the wall, was a man I'd never seen before. There were items strewn about him on the floor, and I knew he'd been living here for a while. He glared at me from the bench, setting up with the blankets hanging off his head and making him look like some perverse hobo nun. I stood at the foot of the stairs, frozen with uncertainty. A loud rumble of thunder reminded me why I had come down there, though. I forced myself to calm down. I had met homeless people around here before. There was no reason to immediately assume the man was dangerous. After all, he needed a place to stay during a tornado too, and here was an unlocked shelter just waiting to be used. Hi? He just stared at me. I couldn't move from the foot of the stairs. I very much wanted to run back up them and into my house, but the roar from outside kept me from doing so. I was hearing the wind, and it sounded like a freight train. I'd heard it said before, but only now I realized it wasn't just being poetic. It sounded like the roar of an oncoming train muffled only by the fact I was underground. The man continued to glare at me, a look of utter hatred in his eyes. "Look, I'm sorry to disturb you, but this is a tornado and this is my friend's shelter," I explained. The man suddenly stood up. "This is my house!" he shouted, raising an arm and pointing at nothing. "I know you've been staying here," I began, but he continued shouting, staggering towards me. "It's my house. Mine! Get out!" "There's a tornado out there!" I shouted back, not at all sure where I got the courage from. I was standing at the foot of the stairs, and I could hear the wind behind me. The sounds were stressing the metal. "Get out! Get out!" he shouted over and over again as he staggered toward me. I didn't know what to do. It wasn't like I could leave. There was a tornado going on outside. This man was coming at me, though. My eyes shot around the room for any sort of weapon, but there was nothing within reach. The man was much bigger than me, but his staggering gait made me think for a moment I could take him. He grabbed me with his strong hands, though, and all my pushing had no effect. "Let go of me!" I shouted. He just constantly shrieked, "Get out!" He began trying to drag me up the stairs. He was going to throw me out into the tornado. I punched him hard across the face and screamed, "There's a fucking tornado, you moron!" This only made him more angry as he returned the slap hard. It hurt like hell, but I realized he was only holding me with one hand now. I wrenched myself from his grasp and lunged toward the other side of the room. I tripped and fell, but I kept scrambling, trying to grab anything I could use as a weapon. My hand fell on something long and hard. It felt like wood. As he stood over me and reached down to try and pick me up and drag me out again, I swung the object at his head, and completely missed, of course. He wrenched it from my hand and threw it away, then picked me up. He tried to throw me over his shoulder, but I was having none of it. I struggled and kicked, and he had to half carry and half drag me to the door, all the time alternating between muttering "my house" and screaming "get out." I was doing my best to make things difficult for him. I didn't want to be out in this storm. I didn't want to die in a tornado for some crazy man hiding in my friend's shelter. I kicked and screamed, struggled and scratched. One arm was at my chest and the other at my throat. I started to feel like I was choking. He was wearing a filthy shirt and he reeked. For some reason, this is what I thought before I squirmed my way into a position to bite his arm hard. I sank my teeth in as deep as I could. He howled and dropped me. I slid down the stairs, and he shouted and cursed, shaking his arm. As I reached the bottom, I quickly crawled to the far end of the room. I was terrified of what he would do to get back at me for that. I also wanted to be as far away from that door in the tornado as I could get. When I reached the other side of the room and turned around, he hadn't followed me down the stairs, though. Instead, he was standing there staring at me, glowering like he had been before. He was holding his wounded arm in the other hand. Suddenly, he turned, and with the roar of the wind, he opened the door and stepped out into the tornado. I was shocked. I sat on the bench furthest from the stairs and stared up at the now open door. I couldn't see anything but darkness, and the rain was now flowing down the steps. I huddled on the bench in the corner, staying away from the man's belongings. I didn't know if he was dead or if he'd ever be back, but I didn't want to touch them either. The wind and the siren filled the night, and a small waterfall formed on the stairs from the sheer rain. After a few minutes, though, it all died down. I sat there lightly touching my face where he'd slapped me. I realized he could come back and be armed, much angrier as well. I grabbed the wooden object I'd tried to hit him with before. I was surprised. It was a wooden Lucky Cat statue, and it was also mine. Usually it just sat on my front porch, but it had suddenly disappeared a few weeks ago. I thought it had gotten blown away in a previous storm or something, but it hadn't been blown away. The man had taken it. He'd been here for weeks, living in this shelter, mere yards from my house. A chill ran through me as I realized this. Part of me felt bad for him with him being homeless, but that didn't mean he wasn't dangerous. I realized I hadn't locked the door when I left my house to go to the shelter. He could have gone there. I clutched the cat to me and stood up to grab my phone that I now realized I'd dropped during the struggle. I picked it up off the floor and flipped it over, delighted to see it was getting a signal. Not much of one, but it was something. I called my husband and stayed in the shelter until he came home. Thankfully, there were no strange people in our house, which was still in one piece. The tornado had hit nearby, but it was a bit south of us, and thankfully there wasn't much damage. It seemed no one had been hurt. There was no sign of the man, though. I think my neighbors should be locking the shelter from now on. I know I'll feel much less foolish when I triple-check my locks now. You never know who could be out there, just a few steps from your front yard. This happened during the summer of 2015. I had just graduated high school, and I still lived in my hometown at that time. I was out with some friends, and it was getting really late in the evening, around 1 a.m. or so. I decided it was around time to head home. First, though, I had to stop by a drugstore close to my house that was 24/7 to pick up some aspirin and snacks. The one I went to was in the same parking lot as a supermarket, which is important. I parked my car as close to the store as possible. It was quite empty, so there were no more than 2 other cars in this giant lot. I was nowhere near either of them. I headed in and grabbed what I came to get very quickly. I just had this overwhelming feeling of dread the whole time, for seemingly no reason. I felt like someone was constantly watching me, but when I looked around, I couldn't see anyone else there. Well, besides me and the cashier. After I had gotten everything I intended to buy, I stalled checking out for a bit. I went aisle by aisle, looking at random things. I thought, just in case, whoever was out there would surely get bored and leave if I took too long looking around. Really though, the whole time I thought I was just being paranoid. I wasn't used to going out so late, so surely that must be it. After about 20 minutes of that wandering around, I paid for my items and left the store. I got to the door and literally bolted to my car, pepper spray in hand. I locked myself in immediately. I turned my head to check the back seat. Just before I was about to breathe a sigh of relief because no one really was there, I heard a sudden tapping on my window. I looked around before I'd left the store near the entrance, and I'd seen that no one was nearby, so how had I not seen whoever was tapping out there? Of course, this really freaked me out. I don't know if this person was Ted Bundy inspired or what, but this was quite an odd occurrence. I looked up to see a very handsome blonde man with slightly long hair and a big cast on his arm. My first instinct was to drive off immediately, but this man was leaning on the front hood part of my car. I didn't want to just run him over and get in trouble or something, so I rolled my window down just an inch. I called out to him and asked him to maybe back up just a bit so I could drive off without hitting him, but no, he stayed glued to my car. The man then asked me if I could help him with directions and to look up an address for him. I really need to go right now, sir. Maybe you can ask the person in the drugstore and they can help. I already went to the supermarket and they said they couldn't do anything. Well, that was a big mistake. I knew that place closed at exactly 8 p.m. There was no way this guy had just been lurking around for 5 whole hours, waiting for some random girl's help. He then went on and on about feeling really tired. If I could just give him some water or food I'd bought since he had no money, that would be a great help. I told him okay and began to reach to my passenger side to grab the chips I had bought. I started to roll the window down slightly, and like I expected, he moved closer to my window. It was all part of my plan though. Now he was off the hood of my car. I slammed on the gas. He chased my car as it started to pull out, and I heard a scraping sound on the side as I pulled away. I didn't drive directly home just in case I was followed. Instead, I drove down the highway for an hour. I was so distraught over what just happened. When I finally got home, the entire side of my car had been scraped from the door almost to the trunk. I'm pretty sure he used a knife or some other sharp object because it was a really rough scrape. Of course, I immediately reported the incident, but they never found that man or heard of any similar incidents in my town. He was watching me the entire time, perhaps from the windows of the store. How else would he have known I'd brought food with me? I think maybe he had hidden behind my car so I couldn't see him when I came out at first. I feel like he was trying to get me before I got in my car, but I was too scared and happened to get in too fast for him to act. I would like to share my experience with you all, as it was something that made me change into who I am today. Some info just before that though. I'm a Brazilian guy, 20 years old today, but I was around 12 or so when this story happened. Just a normal school day, boring subjects, annoying people, you know, the usual. I come from a good family with a somewhat good financial situation, so at the time, I had with me a Motorola V3 cell phone. That was like top tier back in the day, and it was really uncommon for the other kids to have one. Every day after school, it would take a while for my father to pick me up with his car, which used to be a silver Mariva. That was also the same car he would drive me to school with. One day, I was waiting for my dad to come pick me up, so I was playing some new Super Mario Bros. On my DS, which of course I took to school with me. And that's when I heard my cell phone ring, and I heard the voice of a somewhat cheery man. "Hey Pete, it's your Uncle Paul. I'm here to pick you up for Dad. Come outside." I simply answered with okay and left through the gate. Thing is, it was still fairly early, way earlier than my dad usually picks me up. When I thought about that, I went back inside and waited for another call, and it came pretty fast. "Where are you?" the man asked. Yeah, I'm here, I don't see you." He breathed a heavy sigh and began to give me some instructions. "I'm with the same blue Corolla that I dropped you today in the morning, Pete, come on." He hung up. He was getting impatient. My 12-year-old brain processed what was happening and connected the dots. The thing is, I had no uncles with a name that started with P. Also, it couldn't be my mom's brother either, because he'd been dead for quite a while now. No one called me Pete either but my family, being my brother, sister, and my parents. I started to get a bit nervous and talked to my friends about this. After all, some of them were still there. Basically, all they said was, "Yeah, dude, that's really sketch." Now, I'm not one to usually take charge myself, so instead I went to the principal for help. On the way there, the man called again, and I picked up. This time he was angry. "Why the fuck are you taking so long, you son of a bitch? Blue Corolla, are you brain dead? Get out here with that stupid video game of yours." Then he hung up. Instantly I froze, and many thoughts began to rush through my head. Is this a kidnapper or something? Is this a prank? I started running to the principal's office. I was getting nervous, so I called my dad. He answered in a hurry, and I took a deep breath to not seem scared. "Hey, Dad, did you by chance send someone named Paul here to pick me up?" My heart was pounding to hear what I wanted. "No. Whoever's calling you, don't go outside. I'll be right there." He hung up after. I went into the office building bursting in tears, asking for someone to get the man that was probably out there waiting for me in a blue Corolla. I gave the teacher and the principal the number he was calling me from, and they called as well to no avail. They decided to go outside together and check this blue Corolla by themselves. I stayed behind in the office as I got more calls. This time I picked up. My hands were shaking, but I knew at least now he could not harm me. "What's taking you so long, you little shit?" he screamed. "Listen, I know you're no uncle of mine. You have no idea which car I come to school in. You're trying to kidnap me or something. I'm not going out there." He whispered something quietly. I couldn't hear him, so I screamed and called him sick and crazy. "Again. You're not coming out again. You've been out. You just know better. Fuck you." He screamed before laughing like a maniac and hanging up. I held the phone in my hands and stared at nothingness for a while. The teacher and principal came back in saying there was no blue Corolla outside. Shortly after, my dad arrived, and I was escorted to a taxi with him and the guards. I sat there and did nothing, as my dad talked on the phone to track the number that had been calling and find this person by the name of Paul. I took the rest of the week off school, and eventually I started to have nightmares about being outside and being grabbed. After this all happened, I did go back the next week and instantly joined the kendo club in order to know something about self-defense, especially if I got the chance to be armed with something. Years later, my mom and dad divorced. I saw that coming though. After all, when this episode happened, I was living with my older brothers because they didn't want to involve me in all their fights. Once I came back home with my mom though, I found out they had divorced because my father had 5 lovers in 5 different places. Some of them had even tried to harass my mother. That made me wonder, could all of this kidnapping story have been a scheme from one of these lovers to steal my dad from us? If it was, that just makes me uncomfortable to know a human being is capable of killing someone's kid just to get what they want. Good thing is, I'm 20 today and I've never heard from that Paul again. I still wonder though what would have happened to me if I'd lapsed a bit and didn't have the knowledge to go back inside and kept looking for that person instead. From 2006 to 2008, I was a student at a university in England, studying paramedic science. This course was a 2-year fast track into becoming a qualified paramedic and EMT. The course involved placements at various points throughout both years. First, we spent an evening/night in a dispatcher's. I'll never forget some of those calls, like a man waking up in bed next to his wife only to find she died during the night. Next, we were stationed with the patient transport service, taking patients to their hospital appointments when they couldn't get there alone. And finally, after waiting a good 6 months for the opportunity, it was time to spend a prolonged placement with the 999 crews. You could choose a couple of preferred locations, and I was fortunate enough to be given the ambulance station close to my own home. Because of this, I moved back to my parents' home that winter for a full term, leaving my university buddies behind. In hindsight, I really wish I hadn't. The station was in Buxton, Derbyshire. Google Map it, it's middle of nowhere territory. It's also 45 minutes from the nearest hospital, so you better not get hurt badly up there. Only, of course, people did. So one evening, we respond to a call where a guy has come off his bike on the Cat and Fiddle Run. It's named after a pub by the same name on that road, which passes over the Pennines, a set of mountains. Bikers love to bomb it up and down. It's notorious. Guy broke a brick wall with his body. Legs were over his shoulders. We took him with blue lights to the aforementioned hospital, and I don't think he survived. This is where things got very messed up. We turn out of our hospital, travel maybe half a mile, and get flagged down by this pedestrian. She shouted through the window that somebody had been badly beaten. We later found out this was the case of somebody bumping into somebody else in a bar, nothing more. In that exact moment, a guy in a red shirt kinda stumbled out from a side street and collapsed into the road. I had been in the rear passenger seat of the patient compartment, with my mentor and her technician riding up front. They got out before me to help him, whilst I opened the side bay. Stupidly, I climbed out as my mentor helped him in. That's the point when I noticed 2 things. This man was not wearing a red t-shirt. He was topless and was saturated head to waist in his own blood. And now I realized there was a mob of people rushing straight towards us. 10, maybe even as many as 15. I can't exactly remember. I was still outside the ambulance and was pretty much frozen in terror. I was only 19 at this point and still kind of a pussy. Thankfully, my mentor hauled me inside and locked the doors instantly. She turned back to me, asking if the rear door was locked. It was not. They opened it from the outside. My mentor pushed them back, and I couldn't believe it, started to heckle them, telling them to pick on a group of people and not just one man. She managed to kick them out and lock the door herself. What happened next will stick with me forever, clearly as I'm telling this story nearly 10 years on. The people surrounded us and began to try and flip the ambulance over. Meanwhile, another guy started hammering the side window. He shattered it and even cut himself wide open with blood spraying everywhere, but he kept on going. They were like animals. There was a window between the rear and the front cabin. We could see a police car fast approaching. He didn't stop though and continued straight past. I don't really blame him for not wanting to take on 15 people all by himself though. Only later did I find out that the keys were still in the ignition as well. Nobody attempted to enter the cabin through sheer luck. After a while, the violent hooligan mob dispersed, but not before leaving a lasting mark on my psyche. You ever have one of those older brothers who likes to pull mean pranks on you and tries to scare you to death? You know the type I'm talking about surely. The kind of brother who tries to convince you a monster is under your bed or the boogeyman lives inside your closet. Do you know anyone who had an older brother like that? Well, I didn't have one. I had a younger brother who was like that. My little brother Tommy was not only 3 years younger than me, but also a very tiny thing. Physically, he was not threatening in the least, but mentally, he had an imagination that could scare the shit out of people 3 or 4 times his age. The worst thing he ever tried to do to me happened when we lived in a house in a new subdivision. After we'd all moved in, all 4 of us kids got our own room for the first time in our lives. Being the second oldest, I got the second choice of bedrooms. The room that I picked was not only the second biggest, but also had another feature I really enjoyed. It was very unique to the other rooms in the house. There was this trap door in the closet that led underneath the house. It was actually kind of weird, but I thought it was really neat. This trap door led to what you might call a crawl space, I suppose. It wasn't really shallow enough that you would have to crawl in it though. A human being could very easily stand straight up and underneath the house with nary a problem. My brother Tommy just loved the idea of that trapdoor. He was actually quite mad at me for getting what he felt like was the most interesting feature in the entire house. About a month after we'd moved in, he was still trying to get me to trade rooms with him so he could have the trapdoor in his closet. After that month of refusing, I suppose he finally snapped and got angry with me. "Fine, if you don't want to trade rooms with me, then I'll leave you and Matilda alone," he told me. With that, Tommy turned and began to leave the room. Although I should have known better, I had to ask Tommy what the hell he was talking about. "I'm talking about Matilda," Tommy replied. "She's a homeless woman who lives in the crawl space. Actually, she was squatting in the house before we moved in. Once we showed up, she had to hide underneath. I figured I'd be nice and try to take this room off your hands since I'm not as big a chicken as you are. But I suppose if you want her, you can stay in the room where she has the most direct access to the house." With that, Tommy turned and swiftly left the room. I had to give it to my little brother, he had outdone himself this time. While this story did indeed give me the creeps though, I knew it was just his attempt to get me to trade bedrooms with him, and I was not about to give in. Well, Tommy didn't give in either. He began to taunt me on a daily basis about this Matilda lady. He described her as an ugly, fat old hag lady dressed in ratty blue dresses. He told me he would often talk to her, and she told him she would sneak up into the house when the family wasn't home to grab food. She would then take it back into the crawl space. She would cook it over an open fire. Tommy told me that he told Matilda how much he wanted my room, and once even asked her if she would help him get it from me. According to Tommy, she'd readily agreed she would help scare me out of the room, but she had to pick the time, not him. I supposed it was a brilliant tactic on the part of my brother. It really left it open-ended as to when this imaginary woman would come attack me. This was his attempt to keep me on edge all the time. My brother was very smart after all, like I told you. When I still didn't budge though, my brother stepped up his torment. He started doing something to me every night before bedtime. He would taunt me, singing about how she lived in the crawl space through my door. Even though I really didn't believe him, it did unnerve me as I laid there in bed. I would always sneak a glance over at that closet and that trap door. As I went to sleep, I heard the voice of my little brother in my head, as he whispered over and over about how she lived in the crawl space. My brother's head games did begin to work, but I still didn't want to give in to it. In fact, it just had the opposite effect. I was even more determined to resist. It kinda made me mad he'd found such an effective way to get into my head. About a week after my brother had his little taunts, he came to my room again and was bugging me once more about Matilda. Right in the middle of his little game, though, we suddenly heard a noise. Tommy froze up and then slowly turned and looked over to the trap door. "What the hell?" he asked, fear appearing on his face for the first time maybe in his life. The moment he said it, I looked over and saw the trap door begin to lift up a bit. Tommy jumped and I scrambled up onto my bed. "Holy shit, what the fuck?" Tommy screamed and jumped up with me. "Oh my god, that must be Matilda," I shouted. He looked at me confused. "Dude, what the hell are you talking about? You know I made that up just to get this room, right?" I looked over to Tommy, then back over to the now lifting trap door. "Well, then what the hell is that?" Before either of us could answer, the trap door banged again. Tommy ran to the other side of the bedroom and cowered in fear. My little brother, the king of horror, cowered away in the corner. "Tommy, I'm gonna go check it out, okay?" I told my little brother as I hopped off the bed. I slowly and cautiously began to walk over to the trap door. "Don't! I'm sorry I tried to scare you, but don't go over there!" I didn't listen. "You're my little brother and it's my job to protect you," I told him. "If someone's down there, I have to find out what's going on." Tommy actually began to cry as I approached the trap door. With every bit of caution, I leaned over. I slowly reached my hand out in order to grab the brass ring on top of the door and pull that trap door open. As I did so, the door was thrust open in my hands. A hand reached out and grasped my wrist. I began to scream, and as I did, the hand pulled onto me. It was holding me tight, and it would not let me go. Tommy was still screaming and crying, and started screaming for our parents to come help. Well, the noise and the commotion caused my parents to sprint into the room. They saw what was going on. My mom ran over to Tommy and held him tight. My dad came over and fully pulled open the trap door, revealing our older brother Joseph standing in the crawl space with a big dumb grin on his face. Holding my arm, my dad looked over to me and saw a grin on my face as well. Remember when I said I didn't have an older brother who would torment and scare me? Well, I didn't, but that night Tommy sure did. I recently moved to Colorado because I've always heard such stories about its beauty, and I've always been a really big fan of nature. Well, the fact that they legalized pot in the past few years really didn't hurt either, but that's kind of beside the point. I honestly had never seen the Rocky Mountains before, and I wanted to experience all the wonders of nature that John Denver was so ecstatic about that he had to write all those songs. Well, I wasn't disappointed. Colorado had a lot to appreciate. In addition to the mountains and forests and everything else, I also noticed that Colorado has a lot of tunnels as well. I mean, I suppose it does make sense. When you have so many mountains, you have to have a lot of tunnels too. I was particularly fascinated, however, with the train tunnels. Unlike car tunnels, train tunnels are not particularly well lit, and they're only really thin enough for the train to go through. There's a minor ledge on the side for a person to be up on just in case they're in there with the train, but other than that, there's really not much room. For some reason, I had become fascinated with these tunnels. I really wanted to try and walk through one of them, just to see what it would be like, you know? They were very old, looking like they had been constructed in the 19th century for all I knew. I just found them really fascinating. Now, before I go any further, I need to tell you what happens. This story has nothing to do with the actual train. I didn't accidentally go into the tunnel when a train was supposed to be coming, then run to the exit, only to just get out of there in the nick of time or something. Beforehand, I actually looked up the schedule online and was able to find a good period when there were no scheduled trains running for almost the entire day. And that was the perfect time for me to go and explore. This tunnel I was going to was a particularly long one as well. Getting there was a little bit difficult even. Although there were no barriers, there was a lot of traffic on the interstate, and it went all throughout the mountains, of course. I was headed towards this tunnel in the middle of day, so I didn't have the cover of darkness to conceal me. I also wasn't brave enough to try and sneak into a tunnel at night. Instead, I put on an orange hazard vest. I wanted to at least try and make it look like I belonged there. I got to the tunnel without much incident, and held my breath as I went to venture in. It was really neat, and really light at first. As I mentioned though, this is a really long tunnel, and there isn't really much lighting in the middle. Once I was far enough away from the entrance, it was pitch dark. I had brought along a flashlight, but I sorta wanted to see how long I could walk before it got so dark I couldn't see anymore. As I started walking down the tunnel and into the mountain, the light behind me got dimmer and dimmer. I knew I had almost a day's worth of time, so I wasn't in a particular hurry. Eventually, after a bit of winding, I was in the pitch black. It was pretty awesome, I have to tell you. I took out my flashlight and shone it along as I went on. It was so dark that puny little beacon of light barely made an impact. As I continued walking in this silent darkness beside my footsteps, I heard a noise a bit off into the tunnel. It sounded like someone else was walking as well, but I doubted that could possibly be the case. I mean, what are the chances that someone else was walking this far into the train tunnel at the same time I was? Only a few moments later, though, I began to hear it again. It definitely sounded like some sort of footsteps, and it was coming from the direction I was walking toward. I wondered if this might be an animal or something. I began to get concerned. I didn't know all the wildlife that was in Colorado, and I was walking through a narrow tunnel deep into a mountain. It was not going to be easy to get away unless I was able to find a ring to turn me invisible. I considered turning around and going back because I kept hearing that sound over and over. As I stood there and tried to listen a bit closer, I began to hear what was definitely the clacking sound of shoes. It was coming from even deeper inside. I was in a bit of a quandary here. The ledge I was walking on was not particularly wide, so if I turned around and began to walk away out of the tunnel, I would be turning my back completely on what could potentially be a dangerous person. It would be very difficult to defend myself if I were to be attacked. If I kept walking forward though, I could simply be presenting myself to them. I really didn't know what to do now. I stood there waiting, feeling like time was going on and on. I heard the footsteps coming slowly closer and closer. I still wasn't sure what to do. Finally, I took my flashlight and tried to shine it deeper down into the tunnel. It took several moments to notice, but I finally saw a figure approaching through the darkness. It was a hunched-over person whose face looked very morose, with his eyes completely closed. He was a pale gray color, but I figured that might just be because of the darkness. I stood there frozen as he continued to get closer and closer. Eventually, he stopped in place, and then the most terrifying thing happened. He moved his head, and I realized that was not his head at all. He was holding what looked like a decapitated head in front of him. At least, there was a large bag that had a similar shape that he was holding. He smiled at me with his eyes still closed and called out, "Hey, you want to join my head collection?" I turned around and booked it out of that tunnel like you would not believe. I have no idea if the man tried to follow me, but even if he did, he was much smaller and older than I was. I really doubted he would be able to keep up. In that moment, I didn't particularly care either. I just ran and didn't stop until I not only reached the end of the tunnel, but sprinted through the opening, got to my car, and drove off onto the interstate. I really don't know what the hell that was, or how that man seemed to get a human head, but I know I'll never go wandering into train tunnels ever again. This isn't a particularly long story, but it is easily the scariest thing that's ever happened to me in my entire life. When I was a younger child, I was deathly afraid of the typical things. Monsters in my closet or something hiding underneath my bed. I would always have to check both of them before going to sleep, so much so that it became a daily routine. I would go over, open the closet door, have a good look around, and then close and latch it. Afterwards, I would go over, kneel down in front of my bed, and peer underneath. After I confirmed that there was nothing there, I would turn off the light and hurry over to my bed, which was placed up against the wall. I would keep myself against the wall until I fell asleep. Of course, I always felt silly in the morning and promised myself I would not do it again the next night. Regardless, when the next night rolled around, there again I would be. I was about 11 years old when, for the first time, I had a friend over to spend the night. My parents had this weird rule that we couldn't have friends stay overnight until we reached the age of 11. I don't really know why that specific age, but anyway, my friend Kevin and I watched some scary movies after my parents went to bed. When we were done, he went to my room. He put a big sleeping bag on the floor right next to my bed. It was a sleepover, so we weren't really planning on going to sleep just then. He laid down and started chatting as I was laying on my bed and he in his bag. Suddenly, he got up, went over, and turned out the light. I actually felt a bit of a jolt go through me because I hadn't expected him to do that. As Kevin got back into his bag and we continued to chat, I found that doing so had become somewhat strained. For the first time since I could remember, I was in my room in the dark without having checked either the closet or under the bed for intruders. Of course, the fact that we had watched scary movies really didn't help either. While we lay there in the dark talking, Kevin seemed to realize I was really tense. He made some bad gay joke that I was scared he was going to make a move on me, and we both laughed a bit together. I tried to relax for a while and keep chatting, but it wasn't long before Kevin had drifted off and stopped responding. Laying there awake and somewhat alone now was a bit frightening to me. I tried to just close my eyes and go to sleep, but it was too difficult. I knew I had to do my routine or I would not be getting any sleep that night. Of course, I couldn't turn the light on without Kevin waking up. I had a little book light on my nightstand though, so I grabbed it and moved out. I listened to Kevin's snores as I hopped off the bed very lightly. I crept over to the closet, making as little noise as I could. I turned the doorknob very slowly until I heard it click open. Opening it a bit, I shone the book light into it and confirmed it was indeed empty. I closed the door and made my way back over to the bed. I crawled up onto it because I figured I could just lean over and peer underneath. I took the light and slowly looked over the side, only to find myself looking into the eyes of a little boy hiding under my bed. I jumped in fright and dropped the book light on the floor. Kevin, of course, came out from underneath, laughing his ass off at me. Heaving from under the bed, he told me he was sorry, but he just couldn't resist when he'd woken up and saw me checking out the closet. He just had to try and scare me. I appreciated that. I mean, that's what male friends do to each other. Still, I asked him to turn the light on for me, so I could calm down a little bit. He got up, went over to the light and flipped it on. When Kevin looked back at me though, he turned as white as a sheet. I followed his gaze toward the foot of my bed to see what had scared him. There was a little girl our age standing at the foot of the bed in a nightgown. I couldn't see her face for some reason. She was quiet for a moment, then said, "I'd like to play." The lights went out, and then, when they came back on, she was just gone. Kevin stood there for a moment before asking if he could sleep in the same bed tonight. Yes was my only reasonable response. I'd woken up in the middle of the night, but I wasn't quite sure why yet. Not only did I work 12-hour shifts during the day, which obviously weared me out, but I was one of those really deep sleepers, even when my alarm clock would wake me up. It took me a little while to realize that it was indeed my alarm clock going off. Even then, I had a really hard time shaking the grogginess. After a few moments, I realized my daughter was standing on the side of my bed, trying to wake me up apparently. I fumbled around for my glasses, but I couldn't find where they were. Couldn't remember where I'd left them either. She was tugging on my sleeve, so I gave up finding them immediately. My wife was out of town, so I had the whole bed to myself. Somehow, I rolled all the way over onto the other side. I was so exhausted, I didn't want to do anything. I just gave up and asked my daughter what was wrong. "There's a ghost in my room," she told me, fear evident in her voice. If my wife had been home, she would have let her climb into bed with us. I, however, really didn't like that kids have to get over being scared of the dark. That was not going to happen if parents continued to baby them and indulge their fantasies about ghosts and monsters. "Sweetie, there's no such thing as ghosts," I told her. "You need to go back to bed. Daddy has to work in the morning and you can't go to school all tired either." "But there's a ghost in my room, I swear there is," I groaned. I didn't believe this sort of nonsense, and I wasn't happy my daughter was obviously believing it either. I rolled over and managed to pull myself up to a seated position. "Sweetheart, it's not true. Whatever's in your room is just your imagination. Now, go back to bed." My daughter stopped for a moment and seemed to think about what I'd just said to her. "Okay, Dad, could you at least check my room for me to make sure?" I supposed it would be the best way for me to get back to sleep. "If I check your room out, will you go back to bed?" "I promise," she told me. I hopped up out of bed and went out of my room and into the hallway. I felt like I was almost drunk as I stumbled around. I was so exhausted I could barely even walk straight. The only thing I knew was that when I got back to bed, I might never wake up again with how tired I was. When we got to the room, my daughter jumped into bed and got under the blankets. "Check in the closet, please." Slowly, I made my way over. Grabbing the door, I rolled it open and looked inside. Of course, there was nothing there. I let her know this. She seemed very pleased. "Okay, check under the bed too. Will you go to bed right after I do?" I asked her. She promised, so I staggered over, grabbed the side of the bed to steady myself, and when I had the leverage I needed, I lowered myself down and peeked under the bed. Much like I had expected, there was nothing there. I was about to straighten myself back up when the grogginess started to clear up a little bit, and suddenly I realized something. My daughter had gone with my wife to visit her parents, and I was supposed to be in the house alone. I felt like my heart stopped as I thought back to that character now on the bed. I quickly jumped up to my feet, only to see that no one was there anymore. Nervous now and just a little bit scared, I jumped away. I half expected someone to reach out and grab my leg or something. Shakily, I made my way back to my bedroom. I turned all the lights on, because I'll admit, I was pretty scared. I repeated the same routine I'd done in my daughter's room. Checked under my bed, in the closet. I checked everywhere else as well. Nothing to be found. I slept with the light on that night. When my wife got home, I told her what had happened, and she got a pretty good chuckle out of making fun of me. Now, whenever my daughter comes to my room claiming she's seen a ghost or a monster, I just let her crawl into bed with me. I just remembered a fun encounter that might serve as a warning to those working late at night. I was 24 at the time this happened, working in a nightclub about a 10-minute walk from my home. I used to close on Tuesday nights slightly earlier than the other nights, as it was generally our slowest night of the week, closing at around 12 a.m. instead of keeping customers until 2:30. Usually I'd be the only one left, as I'd start cutting staff as the night went on. Since it was a slower day of the week, we didn't have security on either. About 2 months in of regularly closing at 12 a.m., I was walking home. I used to bring some bulkier clothes to hide my figure when leaving alone, as I'd been followed and chased home many times before. In fact, we'd often get men waiting after hours just for the girls to come out, knowing we'd eventually have to after closing. I didn't want to attract attention to myself. I also used to walk home, as I didn't have a car at that time. I'd had a few weird experiences with Uber drivers not actually taking me home. It's surprising how often fake cabs try to show up or the drivers just harass you until you pretend to show interest or give them some way of contacting you. Uber just gives you a $5 coupon for all the trouble. I guess that's a story for another time, though. The bar was located along a main road that was home to the majority of the other bars and restaurants in the city downtown as well. Often at this time, I'd see about a handful of people around. The streets were generally pretty empty, though. I was walking along when I noticed a parked car about a block away. The driver turned and looked at me, then U-turned around to be on the same side of the street as me. Now he was catcalling me, trying to get me to come into his car. I didn't engage, of course, and simply kept on walking. We were maybe a block or two past the initial spot I'd seen him, and he was still slowly driving along the sidewalk. I would have crossed the street, but I didn't have to want to get anywhere near his car. He kept this up until about the halfway mark, when he took off in his car, and I was relieved he was now gone. But of course, that wasn't it. Guess who comes blasting back down the road? He did. Now my walk turned into a jog, which then turned into me full-on running. I was running behind closed bars and businesses, trying to find a back route to get home without him seeing where I lived. He followed me for so long that at one point I was even running through bushes and mud. No matter what street I would end up on, his car would always be waiting for me. Eventually, I happened to run right in front of his car while it was parked on the side street beside my place. I ran into my house through the back entrance. The back entrance was obscured by plenty of trees, cars, and the surrounding houses. There were multiple unit homes as well, so I was confident he hadn't seen what door I'd gone in through. Fast forward to the following Tuesday, and I'm walking home once more. Guess whose car was parked exactly at the halfway mark? This went on for the next 4 weeks. Except, as time went on, he started parking closer on the street to the front of my house each time. I begged my manager to take me off closing that specific shift. The last time I saw him, one of the apartment buildings along the way had a few cop cars and cops standing around the entrance. I stayed with them when he tried to follow me, which led to him driving off for that night. A week passed by and I was no longer on that shift. A coworker of mine sent me a news article via text. I opened it and saw that the man who had been following me was arrested for doing this to multiple girls in the city, all along the street my work was on and that I lived on. He'd gotten caught because he'd followed a university student all the way to her house and wouldn't drive away. She called the cops and he was still there by the time they came to arrest him, surprisingly. He got out the next day, I believe, and was arrested a few more times, put on restrictions even. Couldn't be out of his parents' house between certain hours and unaccompanied by either parent, before he was deported altogether. I didn't keep up with the news on him much more after that. This happened several years ago. I was home alone one evening when I heard a knock at the back door. This confused me, as no one ever used that door in our house. My husband and I lived in a fourplex at the time, and all of the units had a back door at the top of a narrow staircase. Those doors were a little inconvenient to access, as you'd have to go around the building and up the narrow stairs, as opposed to the wider and obvious main entrance at the front. It didn't make much sense to use that entrance, and I couldn't think of anyone who might want to visit using it. As I approached the back door slowly, I could see 2 tall men in the window, standing right outside. A chill went down my spine. I didn't feel safe just opening the door, so I called out instead. "Hello?" One of the men tapped on the window. Yes, hello. May we come in? We're with Bresnan." At the time, my husband and I had Bresnan for cable, but we weren't having any issues with it. Needless to say, I was very confused. We're not having any issues at the moment. Is there a problem? Ma'am, can we come in? We're servicing the entire area and it's very important we look at your cable. We're not having any issues, so there's no need to stop by. Ma'am, we're visiting every resident. Let us in so we can do our jobs. I noticed the man was now grabbing the doorknob quite fiercely and trying to open the locked door. I slowly grabbed a knife from our knife block and held it close to the chest. We're not having any issues, I repeated, trying not to convey shakiness in my voice. You don't need to be here. The two figures appeared to whisper to each other for a moment, then straighten up. Ma'am, let us in right now. We're on a deadline and we need to do our job. I glanced at the clock, gauging when my husband would arrive home from work, and I gripped the knife tighter. Ma'am, open up! I saw him try the doorknob once more. I closed my eyes and felt overwhelming gratitude that I'd remembered to lock my doors. Just then, a thought came to the forefront of my mind. I'm sorry, I can't help you. Can I at least get your names and badge numbers? I'll give your supervisor a call to let them know everything is fine. I heard a bunch of shuffling outside. Then one of the men replied, No need, ma'am. We're sorry we wasted your time tonight. With that, both of the men ran down the staircase and disappeared into the night. Shaken up, I held the knife tight and tried to get my bearings. I remember making a mental note to call the cable company or the police, but my hands were shaking so badly I couldn't grip my phone. With the knife still grasped to my chest and the phone falling out of my other hand, I sank down to the floor and cried. When my husband returned home, I told him what happened. I was still very shaken up and had started crying again after he came home. He immediately called the cable company and spoke to a representative, who informed us that no one from their company was out on assignment in our area. The next day, we asked all our neighbors if they'd had a visit as well, but no one had heard anything. I was recently reminded of a not-so-fun moment that happened last year. At the time, I, 24 and female, had the entire lower/main floor unit I lived in to myself. I used to bartend/manage a nightclub a few blocks away, and would usually get home around 4 a.m. or so. This night, I had just finished a 12-hour shift. I was exhausted and quite hungry, so I decided to simply order some food. I placed the order, got my joint rolled and ready for when the food arrived, and put on a movie to wait. Eventually, I heard the doorbell ring. Being alone and it being quite late at night, I wanted to get the photos sent to the delivery app to verify my food was actually at the door. I really didn't want to have to make small talk with the driver, as post-COVID, I still kept the option for contactless delivery. 3 to 5 minutes passed by. I got the photo of the food on the doorstep and decided to get up and go get it finally. My bedroom window had 5 large windows that gave me my full view of the path along the house, the main street in front, our garbage area, and the area right in front of our unit's door. I could see the driver was surprisingly still out there. Now he started texting me to come out and get my food. I told him he'd left it in a perfect spot, and I'd be out shortly to get it. I told him thanks for delivering it, and that he could go now. At this point, I was just waiting for him to leave. Even though marijuana is legal here, people can still be a bit judgmental. I didn't want to go out in my PJs to collect my food, smoke, and see another human after working all night. He didn't leave, though. No matter how long I waited, he kept on texting me to come outside. Now, as well, I could hear him talking to another male voice. My window view was unfortunately obscuring the other person, though. The food in the photo had been right against my door, but I could see him slowly moving it away and off to the side, so I'd have to fully go out and walk around a small corner to collect it. I kept texting him telling me it was fine. I was glad he'd followed the instructions and that he could leave now and I'd be out shortly. He began to bang on the front door, still whispering to this other male voice. He moved my food even further away and wouldn't stop banging and demanding me to come outside. Eventually, I lied and told him I had COVID, and I didn't want him to get sick. After I saw he'd read my message on the app, he put my food right back in front of the front door and walked out through the back parking lot, even though initially he'd come in through the front. Something about the entire encounter felt so off. I waited for 15 minutes until I couldn't see or hear anyone. I quickly opened the door and grabbed my food. The entire ordeal lasted an hour. My food was nice and cold, of course. The joint was out away for another day, and my heart was racing for the rest of the night. Last year, I was on vacation in southern Europe with a large group of friends. We had been there a while and always took an Uber from our rented house to the city, which had very nice bars and clubs. The thing about Uber, though, is it allows very cheap and flexible transport, but it opens the door for quite a lot of creeps. I've had Uber drivers who are super cool, of course, but also extremely drugged-up road ragers who drive like maniacs and think they're so impressive. It's always the worst once an attractive woman sits in the car. It feels like a lot of creeps think, now that I have her here in this situation where she can't flee, she has to talk and be nice to me. For that very reason, one of the guys of our group always used their phone to call the Uber, so no creep would pick up the ride specifically because a woman ordered it. Some of my friends even used fake male names because of this. The guy we got this day was by far the worst. It was late in the evening. An Uber picked us up and drove me, 27 and male, my friend, also 27 and male, and two female friends to the desired Old Town, where we planned to go clubbing and drink a bit. While driving, the driver was constantly staring at the two women in the back seat via the mirror. He kept on trying to start conversations as well, only talking to the girls and completely ignoring the guys. The girls gave short, non-detailed answers, of course. To us, he seemed way too pushy. He also didn't seem that big on hygiene, giving off the classic, "this exact scenario is why we don't like booking Ubers" vibe. Meanwhile, we couldn't wait to arrive at our destination and get out of this uncomfortable but not super bad situation. Boy, did it not feel great though, when this guy did not stop on the road, but instead pulled into a parking spot. He started to fumble with his phone. We thought it was pretty weird and left, thinking the guy would just leave. To our surprise though, he turned his car off and started to follow us. Just started walking right alongside us without saying a single word. After 400 feet, we reached the gates. We stopped because this was the meeting spot for the other half of our group, who had taken a separate car. It was around this point that we realized the guy was following a short distance behind us, and he stopped with us as well. You know the classic circle people form while talking? This guy was just kind of standing next to it staring at us because people wouldn't let him in. We started making conversation about how long the others would take to get here, where they were right now, etc. The guy started to get very annoyed apparently. He thought he was part of the posse or something. Oh cool, even more people. Must be a great evening you've got planned. We texted our friends in the group chat that we were changing the meeting place to this bar. The Uber driver was just following us around. One of us started leading the group at a quick pace through the streets. They were very small with lots of people. We took turns at every corner, trying to lose the guy, but he kept on chasing after us. Finally, we reached a big plaza where there were hundreds of other people packed closely together, basically queuing to enter the narrow street up ahead. We pushed through like rude douchebags and successfully lost the guy. Finally, we could just head straight to the bar after our detour and linked up with the other half of our group. 2 hours passed by and life was very good. We decided to head to another bar a bit further away because drinks and prices kinda sucked at this one. We'd had 2 drinks in that bar when guess who walked right through the door and stood next to the table? The Uber guy. "Hello ladies, what's up?" At this point, a friend who was good at communicating and very big told the guy that he wanted to keep to ourselves. We had no interest in hanging out with this man. The guy held his hands up, "No problem," and he left. Unfortunately, around 3 a.m. while dancing in a crowd, the same man announced his presence by tenderly grabbing the back of one of the girls we had been staring at through the mirror in the car. The girl's boyfriend recognized the guy, got angry as fuck, and grabbed him by the collar. He told him that if he kept following us, we would beat the shit out of him. The bouncer saw this and approached as well. I started talking to the bouncer. At first, he was super annoyed by having to deal with a fight, but after hearing how this guy had stalked us all the way to the club from his car, he asked a few follow-up questions and then proceeded to throw the man out. We stayed a bit longer than we wanted, in hopes of him not waiting for us again. After that, we reported him for being a creep in the app and called another Uber, which thankfully was not him. This happened about 15 years ago. I was 21 years old and living in my very first apartment. It was a small bachelor apartment in a fairly sketchy area. I grew up in a town that was known to be rough and tough. I knew how to handle myself because of this, and learned at a young age to keep my head down and not go looking for trouble. My apartment building was behind a bar. A lot of the customers would stand outside to smoke. When they did, they would always be looking at my apartment. Most of the people who were out smoking kept to themselves. A few would nod and say hello if I happened to be there. Never really any issues. Until one evening. One evening, I arrived home from work and passed by the bar, where I saw an extremely tall man outside smoking. As I passed by, I could feel him staring at me. I gave him a slight nod, but he didn't acknowledge me at all, just continued to stare. It was a bit weird, but I didn't really think that much of it. Maybe he was just lost in thought or something. About an hour later, though, I heard a sudden knock at my door. This was very odd because you had to buzz people into the building. The building only had 8 units, and I didn't really know any of the neighbors, so I had no idea who this could be. I froze because I really didn't want to talk to anyone, but the knocking continued. Finally, I called out, "Who is it?" There was no response. I called out again, "Who's there?" "It's me. It's Tom." I didn't know anyone named Tom. So I shouted back, "I don't know anyone called that. You must have the wrong apartment." What he said next chilled me. "You may not know me, but I sure know you. Open up, we can talk a bit." I went over to the peephole and saw it was that tall man from the bar. "Fuck off or I'm calling the cops." I heard his footsteps walk away slightly. Then I heard the building door open and close. At least he'd left without much fuss. Or so I thought. A few minutes later, I peeked out the window, only to see he was standing in the parking lot. He seemed to be whispering something to himself, walking around and looking crazed. At this point, I was freaking out. I called my landlord who lived in the building next to me. He told me to call the police, and in the meantime, he and his brother would come to check things out. I called the cops and told them what was happening. They said a car was on the way. Meanwhile, my landlord and his brother made their way to the parking lot. I watched out the window and saw them approach the tall man. He took one look at them and bolted into the night. My landlord and his brother tried to chase him, but the man got away. About 5 minutes later, the police arrived. I gave my version of events and also a description of the man. The officer then told me this: "We've had reports of a man matching that description who's been sexually assaulting women in the area. Thank God you didn't open the door." A few days later, I got a call from the officer. He told me part of their investigation was talking to the owner of the bar. The owner called the police when the tall dude reappeared after a few days, and the police responded and swiftly arrested him. I used to fight with my parents a lot as a teenager. That led to them kicking me out once I had graduated high school. I was almost 19 at that point. For me, that wasn't much of a problem. I had my own job, my own cheap car, and my friend's parents had a spare bedroom they were willing to let me rent out for a while. It worked out just fine for me. This being said, I will change all the names. Let's call my friend Kelly and her mom Lena. Her dad is Kenneth. Kenneth and Lena had a lot of weird friends due to the fact they were quite fierce partiers. A lot of these friends were genuinely nice people, just a little bit weird. You could tell they had issues such as drugs or criminal pasts. But none of them were bad or mean or creepy or anything like that. There was one particular guy, though, that was just beyond weird. Just someone who, even though I didn't know him at all, he made my skin crawl the moment I looked at him. We'll call him Joey. I came home from work one day, and the only person there at our house was Joey. As soon as I walked in, he said hello, then made some comment about how beautiful I was. I don't consider myself good looking in the slightest, so I just kinda said thanks and walked off to start doing my normal routine. As I was making my lunch and cleaning up my mess, I could feel someone staring at me from behind. It was Joey. He'd followed me into the kitchen and was now blocking the only doorway, just standing there watching me. I asked him if I could get him anything, but he shook his head and continued to watch me. This made me very uncomfortable, of course. I kinda shoved him out of the way and fled for my room. I locked the door until I heard everyone else get home. Joey finally left around dinner time. I thought it was fine and went about my nightly routine and went to bed as usual. He must have come back at some point though, because he was sitting at the breakfast table when I went down to get my cereal. Again, the whole time he just stared daggers at me, so I took my food to my room instead. Friday night rolled around. Lena, Kenneth, and Kelly told me they were going to throw this huge party, and I should invite whoever I wanted. I just had a gut feeling, though, that Joey was going to be there. I invited the most intimidating male person I could think of, my neighbor Charles. He was a pretty huge guy, around 6'5" or so. He was also covered nearly head to toe in tattoos and happened to be an ex-Hell's Angel. He was the type that, unless provoked, wouldn't hurt anybody. I explained while inviting him the day before about how Joey was behaving. What he told me scared the shit out of me. Turns out he actually knew Joey. Apparently, he was on the run from the police for raping some teenage girls the year before, and said I needed to stay as far away from him as possible no matter what. You'd think that would be where the scary part ended, but no, it gets worse. I'm usually not a cop caller myself since I can hang with an unsavory crowd sometimes, but I went straight home, packed all my things, left to a safe place, and called the police. Here's the worst part. When they finally arrested him, they took a look through his phone. I don't know how the hell he managed this, but he had multiple pictures of me on it. Most of them were of me sleeping, or me in the shower or using the bathroom. He had texts to another person about me, and about what they were planning to do with me when he got the opportunity. I no longer talk to Kelly or her parents, and when someone gives me a bad vibe, I instantly get away from them. I'll forever be grateful to Charles as well, because he might have just saved my life by letting me know all that. This story happened back in the 90s to my parents during their senior year of high school. Since their group of friends already had cars, the favorite thing they loved to do was night hiking around the state's local mental hospital, mainly its old dairy farm. This was located right on the side of a mountain, surrounded by agricultural fields and an open grassland. Since the dairy farm was not that close to the mental hospital, and the nearest city life was located about 5 miles away, that area at night was extra dark and quiet. Before the farm was closed down, the patients from the mental hospital would often go there for work. During this time, some of the patients lost their lives in this location due to accidents. By the 90s, it was completely abandoned, left there like a ghost town, especially due to the rumors of it being haunted. It made the perfect place for a fearful experience. This particular night around 2 in the morning, my dad, my mom, 4 of their female friends, and 1 of their male friends planned to go down to the old farm. They took 2 cars, and when they got to the usual parking spot on the side of the mountain, they saw there was already a group of 20 or so people standing there. When my parents and their friends got out of their cars, they noticed that this group of men all had shaved heads, were Caucasian, and in their mid-20s. As my parents walked past them, both groups did their best to ignore each other and avoided making eye contact. My mom, however, turned her head to see one of the men. As she did this, the man pulled back his jacket and showed off a pistol tucked in his pants. Then he pulled back his lower lips, which revealed he had a KKK tattooed on his bottom lip. When they were out of hearing range, my mom whispered to my dad, "That guy had a gun, and he has KKK tattooed on him." My dad brushed it off, thinking my mom was over-exaggerating. He said it was too dark to even notice such things. With that, my parents and their friends walked through the grassland to get to the farm. The hike to get there was about a half a mile from where they'd parked. However, as soon as they got to the farm, they heard gunshots ringing out from the direction of the cars. Fearing that something had happened, they booked it back to the parking lot. When they got back, the group of men were already gone. As they inspected their cars, though, they saw all of their tires had been slashed, and their windows had been broken and smashed in, too. My dad had his stereo stolen, as well as a particular colored blanket he used as a seat cover. Now they just stood there by their cars, wondering what to do next. It's not like they could just call somebody for help. No one had a cell phone at that time. Since they were so deep in a secluded area too, it's not like they could flag someone down for a quick pickup. The nearest gas station with a payphone was 5 miles away. Both my dad and his male friend didn't want to leave the cars alone. They feared the men would come back. Eventually, it was decided amongst everyone that sending both the men to run to the payphone was the best option, leaving the women by themselves with the cars. This was because they feared the shaved men might be waiting down the road, expecting them to walk to the payphone. My dad and his friend did their best to run to the gas station. As they left, my mom and her friends all gathered up heavy rocks to use as some sort of protective weapon and hid away in the bushes behind the trees. 2 hours passed by when my mom noticed headlights coming down the road. 2 tow trucks rolled into the parking spot. An immense fear began to spread throughout the group until they saw that my dad and his brothers came out of the tow trucks. They hooked up the cars and were out of there in a matter of minutes. My dad told my mom as they were running down that dark and empty road, they'd kept their eyes open, just in case the men were hiding with their cars' lights off. Luckily, they got to the gas station without much problem. The next part may be a bit hard to believe, but it's 100% true. 2 weeks had passed by since, and my dad managed to get his car fully repaired and drivable again. My mom and dad were driving to the local store when they parked and got out of the car. As they were walking, a man began to come towards them. As he got closer, my mom realized it was the same shaved-headed man who had flashed the gun at her. My mom immediately told this to my dad, but just like the first time, my dad denied this was true. 2 weeks later, at the very same store, my mom and dad were sitting in their car when my mom saw a car pull up next to them. As the man got out and stood there, she noticed it was the same man once again. My mom immediately told this to my dad. Again, he denied it. My mom looked once more into his car, though, and saw the very recognizable blanket my dad had used as a seat cover. That's when my dumbass dad finally connected the dots and got out of the car to confront the man. The man, realizing they'd recognized him, jumped back into his car and drove away. They didn't have time to get the plate numbers. The next week, when my dad was filling gas into his car, a car pulled up right behind him. Lo and behold, the same man again. My dad went to get into the guy's face, ready to confront him. One of the man's friends got out of the car and pulled out a gun on him. The man with the gun told everyone to get inside, and that group drove away. It's been almost 30 years since then, and they've never seen those men since. My family and I went on a trip to the Hocking Hills area of southern Ohio just a few weeks ago. There was a place I always wanted to visit, the abandoned ghost town Moonville Rail Tunnel. I had never been to this area, so I didn't know what to expect. I did know it was pretty deep in the woods, though. We took a trip from our rented cabin, using Google GPS to get to the location. We started driving, and it was, for lack of a better word, a real impoverished area. It had a very Hills Have Eyes-esque ambiance. We literally only saw like 2 cars on the way there, and on the back roads as well. We got to a point where we needed to enter the forest, and were close by to the tunnel. There was a sign that said we were entering Bubblewood. For a little more additional information, I drive a Mercedes that I'm lucky to have, and my husband was in the car. He's a black man with dreadlocks, and I had my 10-year-old nonverbal autistic son with me as well, and my 6-year-old daughter too. We drove down this real creepy stone road into the forest. There was nothing back there. No cars, no houses, not a single person. We did see signs we were close though, and pulled into the parking lot. There was a footbridge that people had built there. We walked over the footbridge and made our way toward the tunnel, which was a lot larger than I'd expected. All of a sudden, we heard this sound coming from the other side of the tunnel, into the woods away from the parking lot. A truck came driving towards us while we were on foot. The truck stopped in the middle of the tunnel. The person got out of their truck with a chainsaw. I could see it was a white guy in his 60s. He started to walk after my family, following us everywhere we went through the tunnel. I tried to call out to him and pull some info about if he worked for the Department of Natural Resources or something, but he wouldn't say a single word. As we turned around to leave, he started to rev up his chainsaw behind us. The sound echoed throughout the tunnel. At this point, we had no cell phone service, and literally no one knew my family was out there except for us. I was already worried my car might be sending the wrong idea to people, like we were some naive folks with money or something. We didn't have much. We rushed back to the car to get the kids in their booster seats. This motherfucker jumped back into his car and drove over the footbridge in his truck towards us, following us to the parking lot. Honestly, I don't even know how his truck fit onto that bridge. He stopped again and got out of his truck. About this point, I noticed there were some dusty handprints on my car. I asked my husband if they were his. We compared his hand and my son's, and they were not a match. I don't know who would have been touching the car, because we were watching the chainsaw man the entire time we were there. Needless to say, we got out of there as fast as possible. Just a few minutes later, though, I looked back into my rear view mirror, only to see a bunch of dust kicking up behind us. There he is. He had driven pretty fast on the stone road to catch up to us. There was nowhere to go in these woods. The road was basically one lane, and we still had no GPS. Every time I thought we would lose him, he would turn up behind us once again. I was just waiting for my tires to pop on a trap or something, or for this guy to speed up and ram me off the road into a ravine. Finally, we emerged from the woods. I turned around, only to see he was still following us. We were following printed directions to get back, and I ended up making a wrong turn in all the excitement. Surprisingly, the guy on the truck did not follow us. I turned around to go back past the stone road that went into the forest and take a different way. There was one lone house near this road, and to my surprise, I saw his truck parked right there. He had to have seen us drive into the road in the woods and taken some way back to the tunnel. I don't know if he was trying to protect the site from some graffiti or what, but that was really scary. It was like every scary movie trope rolled into one single event. Me, my ex-boyfriend, and another friend had been visiting some friends up north. We live in Germany, and I and one of the friends we were visiting are Wiccans. A holiday was coming up soon, so we asked our friends to join us for a little ritual. For this, we needed some corn leaves. We went out on a quest to gather some. It was pitch black and probably about 11 p.m. or so. We were already well out of the city and in the middle of nowhere on a path between fields. There were 4 people there, including me. I was holding the only flashlight. Everyone had a beer and music going, and the mood was fairly good. Nobody was scared at all. All of a sudden, though, my friend, who was walking slightly in front of me, stopped and said, "I think something's walking there." I got this instant chill coming over me. As we all stopped, I began to hear something rustling in the high grass besides the path. A scream rang out in the night. the kind of scream you'd make while being stabbed to death. But it wasn't coming from any of us. I don't know why I just froze there. I just got scared from 0 to 100 in a single millisecond. My friend said, "It's okay. I'm sure it's just a deer." The others tried to reaffirm as well. Yeah, it's just a deer." I was calming down pretty fast because I was thinking to myself, okay, yeah, that makes sense, I guess. The rustling started up again though. I shined my light out into the grass, but I didn't see anything. Nothing. I thought I should have been able to see a deer because I was holding the flashlight and pointing it right in there. I should have seen something. The grass on both sides was obviously moving and rustling, but I couldn't see anything there. I began to scream because I was so scared. My friend pointed out that she'd seen something standing at the side of the road, then suddenly crawling across. I still had not seen anything myself. She began to scream too. The other two were too scared to say anything at all. I was already hysterical and crying and screaming when we heard the rustling, now closer than ever, and what sounded like giggling. Like an evil, malicious giggling. I'm truly not trying to be dramatic here. We all confirmed afterwards that that's exactly what we'd heard. I was starting to have a little bit of a panic attack. I was crying and the others were scared as well. We just started to book it back to town. I swear, in the single moment I looked behind me, it looked like there was someone crouching in the grass smiling. I'd never run that fast in my entire life. It certainly wasn't a deer, I'll tell you that. Why they'd giggled like that and stalked us in the grass, I have no idea. My friend and I both just don't know what we should think about this event. I would say it was pretty damn spooky though. Sorry, this turned into a bit more of a written piece than I expected it to become, but this is one of those stories that my husband and I trot out occasionally to this day. It wasn't exactly in the woods. I guess it kind of was. As best we could tell, it was on uninhabited land that was surrounded by forests on all sides, but was not part of the woods itself. Woods adjacent, I guess I'd say. Most of my family, for the longest time, was centrally located in Florida, going back for many generations. That's changed as people have gotten older and passed on, of course, and needed to move out to different places due to the job market in the state stagnating. Back during this time, though, I was sort of the black sheep of the family for being one of the only few to get out of there. I still tried to make trips down there to see them when I could, though, when time and money allowed for it. I was still in my early 20s and trying to keep my head above water financially. For this particular trip, I decided to introduce my then boyfriend and now husband to all of my family, on top of for once having company on an extended road trip. It was also time for us to test out our shiny, newfangled GPS to get us where we were going. It had been long enough since my last journey that I didn't really trust my memory to lead me through Florida's roads anymore. Not until I was in my home city proper, at least. Well, it turned out to be an entertainingly terrible trip. We were hit by a thick fog and rain at the state border, to the point where the visibility was literally zero. For one of the few times I'd ever seen in that state, we also began to get pelted by hail in big enough pieces that it broke my car's wipers. After debating whether we wanted a chance trying to find a place to pick up a replacement, and essentially having to navigate this terrible weather with an increasingly shaky GPS device in the middle of the night, we decided to keep on trucking. I made do with what visibility I could. I figured being able to read the road signs wouldn't matter so much, since we had our computerized road map giving us instructions. That's what I thought, at least. At some point, that calm, mechanical voice instructed us to make an unexpected turn off the main road. After a little bit of back and forth with my SO, we jokingly decided to go with the flow and take it. What was the worst that could happen? We figured that if it led us the wrong way, we could easily make a U-turn if it was off the mark. For all we knew, it was operating with information about some kind of road obstruction or accident we couldn't see yet. The weather was still absolute crap after all. We drove for a good amount of distance. Within the first couple of miles, every other bit of traffic dropped off. A few minutes and another turn later, the road made an abrupt transition from concrete to gravel. I shrugged my shoulders. At least it would be a somewhat entertaining dog leg in our trip, even if I still couldn't see any of the landscape in this soupy weather. I told my SO to keep his eyes peeled for a good place to turn around, since our 2-lane road had just turned into an unpaved 1-lane path with a ditch running along each side. It was surrounded by increasingly heavy tree line as well. One point of silvery lining, I suppose, is that the horrible spew falling from the sky at this point finally paused a bit, giving us a bit of relief. I was not so afraid of getting our car stuck in the mud while making a turnaround now. This also meant we now had an unobstructed view of the woods as they broke on one side of us. This revealed what looked to be an old farmhouse, sticking out like a sore thumb. We went absolutely silent when we saw this thing. The GPS stopped working at this point. It looked very abandoned, which in itself was not unexpected. Florida backcountry, as I was familiar with, tended to be flat as a pancake, with fields and sporadic wooded sections. Every once in a while, you'd get some abandoned building, usually from someone who owned more land than they could maintain, or couldn't afford to keep up anymore. This fit the bill with its empty broken windows and peeling whitewash boards. It had a surprisingly well-maintained clear space around it though, a decently sized yard, and festooned around that clear space, sometimes sitting up on pieces of raggedy furniture or set up in little dioramas on the saggy porch of the building, were dolls. Thousands of varyingly shaped dolls, sometimes marionettes or Cabbage Patch style, human-sized mannequins set on rocking chairs so it stared at you not 5 feet from the road. This was especially disorienting because all of the fog hadn't fully cleared yet, so we could only see this head and shoulders emerging from the mush before you got closer and saw it wasn't actually a person. I'm not ashamed to say I veered over as sharply as I could on that narrow path because it fooled me for a handful of seconds. We were both rubbernecking like crazy as we passed this by. The more we observed, the more we could see all the attention to detail someone went through to set everything up. The dolls were all sitting at tiny doll-sized tables, having tea with one another. Some of them had very elaborate clothes, some even had hair, but they were all slumped on the ground like they'd been forgotten. Others were very purposefully placed. I can't imagine how much effort that would have taken. We passed by without a single word said, and waited until it finally veered out of our sight. Then I turned us around regardless of how narrow this path still was. We had come to the consensus that our side trip down this unknown road was now done. When we went by that dollhouse again, I was going about as quickly as I judged our car could go. I'm sure everyone else got another good eyeful the second time around. Nowadays, we still occasionally reference that dollhouse when talking about trips to Florida. It's definitely one of those things you find entertaining from several states away, but not with a dead-eyed mannequin staring directly at your car as you drive past in the fog. This happened to me a few years ago. I worked second shift at the time, getting off at midnight. I would sometimes hit up Denny's after work for a late-night dinner. One night, I'm sitting there in a booth, just reading my book and eating my dinner, when I look up and notice a guy at another table, sitting all by himself in the corner, just staring at me. I didn't really think too much of it at first. Maybe he just liked late-night people watching or something. We made eye contact for a moment, and he immediately looked away. A while later, I sensed something and look up, only to see that same guy staring at me again. Exact same thing happened too. Eye contact, then he looked away. At this point, my instincts started to twinge a bit. He hadn't come over to me or anything though, so I let it go. I just tried to finish up my eating as quickly as possible and pay at the register. The man immediately got up to pay right behind me. Now I was starting to get a little creeped out. After I paid, I moved over to the side, pretending to be searching for something in my purse. He lingered around for a moment, waiting to see if I'd stay there longer, then left the building. I waited 10 minutes to leave, cursing at myself that I'd parked over at the side of the building instead of the windowed front. If this happened today, I'd probably simply ask an employee to walk me out, but I was young and didn't want to inconvenience anyone. I walked out to my car on high alert and got in. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, his car pulled in right next to mine, and he started to get out. I was really freaked out at this point. I hit my door locks and backed out of my parking space. There were 2 ways to exit the lot. A driveway a few feet away, going directly onto the service road, which would take me right past his car. Or I could go around the building and cross over into the next door Waffle House's parking lot and exit their driveway. I chose to go around the building. When it was clear I was going to leave quickly, the man jumped back into his car and began to follow me. I was panicking now. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to go home, as I didn't want this guy to know where I lived. Luckily, that Waffle House next door had a front wall full of windows and a parking space open right in the front. I pulled into the spot as swiftly as I could, jumped out of my car, and ran into the building. I looked back outside, only to see his car stop behind mine in the middle of the lane. There was this enraged look on his face. At this point, I was shaking and nearly hyperventilating. The waitresses were seriously nice. They asked me what was wrong, and I stuttered out I was being followed. One of the waitresses came around the counter and stood next to me. She stared down that car creep until he drove off. She sat me down in a booth and gave me a cup of coffee for free, telling me to wait a while before heading out home. I left about 20 minutes later. I watched every car on the road to make sure that guy was not following me. I never went back to that area after work again, though I did write a thank you note to the waitresses and dropped it off during the day. It scared the shit out of me. To this day, the thing that makes me angry about this was, after telling some friends what happened, a couple of them tried to convince me the man must have thought I was cute and just wanted to talk to me. They didn't see that guy's face when I got to safety. I could tell he wanted to hurt me. Thankfully, he never got the chance. I don't tell this story often, because even in the 2020s, when it's less and less acceptable to victim blame, I don't like having to answer questions like, well, what time was it? Or, what were you wearing? I went to college in a sleepy town near the US-Mexico border. With 100,000 people, it was small enough to know many people around, but big enough that the new faces didn't really stand out much. I liked to frequent this walking trail that ran alongside a main road in town. The street was well driven, and the path well used by runners, walkers, bikers, and people out with their strollers. Unless you're there near 11 at night, like I was the last time I ever walked it. I was about half a mile away from home. I had my headphones plugged in and was walking to clear my head of some particularly stubborn anxiety. Ironically, fear that something bad was going to happen to me. A car, I can't tell you what kind it was, slowed down as they saw me. At the time, I could have sworn it was a black Mustang, specifically just like the one a friend of mine drove. I approached the car thinking it was that very same friend. You know, it was a smallish town, not uncommon to run into them while out and about. As I got a bit closer though, I could tell right away this was not my friend. It was a man I'd never seen before. Shaved head, glasses, some sort of yellow graphic t-shirt. I distinctly remember he looked like my Uncle Dan. I stopped in place, even took a step back actually. I could see his lips were moving, but I couldn't quite hear what he was saying. Being the painfully polite person I was, I took a step closer to hear him better. Now I could make out him saying something about the word campus. Was he asking for directions to the campus? He nodded affirmatively. Well, which campus are you looking for, sir? The community college or the university? He stumbled about, clearly not having prepared enough to know he would be asked this simple question. He stammered out the name of the university in a way that made my head tell me he clearly had never even been there. Nonetheless, I told him he wasn't far away. he would need to turn around and go straight 3 or 4 miles. He began to mumble more words to himself that I still couldn't make out. I called out to him once more. "What are you trying to say, sir?" My heart was pounding. I could tell something was off about this guy, but I didn't quite know what it was. I'd been staring at his face this whole time trying to figure it out. It wasn't until I took one last step forward that I noticed the way his hand was sitting and what he was holding in his lap. He flashed his handgun at me. As soon as he saw I'd noticed it, he said in a now perfectly audible voice, "Get in the car now!" I completely froze. I couldn't run, I couldn't scream. Most assuredly, I wouldn't comply. I just stopped functioning altogether. Again, this time he flashed his gun directly at me. "Get in the fucking car!" He was getting nervous now. His hand was twitching on the trigger. To this day, I can't explain why my brain chose to have me turn around and run away from the car. I heard the car start behind me, and somehow I knew this would be the end for me. He was turning around to get me. I couldn't bear to watch. Nobody would come to help me if I screamed. I was all alone now. I stopped running and just walked, resigned. In that moment, I had given up altogether. I can't really tell you why. Instead of turning around, though, he noticed another car coming down the road and slammed down on the gas and fled, leaving me there shaking, a profoundly vulnerable mess. Enough wit returned after a minute or so for me to call 911. Some cop cars showed up shortly thereafter, and they took my statement. I remember thinking the cops didn't believe me. One said I was pretty calm for someone who was almost abducted. I was even feebly making jokes. For months after that, I scoured the internet, looking for news stories about missing women or attempted abductions, hoping I would find a mugshot with his face on it. But I never did find one. That means there's a chance he's still out there, going to college towns he has no business in, asking for directions, looking like people's uncles. As for me, I'd be glad to never have to interact with him again. This is more of a warning to people who live alone than anything else, but the memory of it still creeps the ever-loving shit out of me. A few years back, I lived in an apartment complex. It was not in a particularly bad part of town either. In fact, I'd lucked out even, somehow managing to move into the same building as a handful of friends of mine. I thought this was perfect. A couple of months after living there, though, I started to notice some things going missing. It was never anything big like my laptop or my Xbox or my TV. It would be smaller things. An iPod, a disposable camera, a couple of other small things just vanishing here and there. I'd often knew I'd left them out in the open on the counter or something, but then they'd just be gone. I figured I'd just misplaced them, because again, they were fairly small items. A few times I'd get ready to leave, only to find my bottom lock already locked. Now, personally, I don't put much stock in doorknob locks. They're fairly flimsy and easy to pick anyway, and not really worth the effort. I only really ever use deadbolts and the like. When people would come over, I'd close the door behind them and lock the deadbolt, of course. That was a reflex, even when I was home alone. That part of the door would be locked, but I'd never lock the knob itself. I just felt safer that way. The deadbolt had no keyhole on the other side of the door for someone to pick or anything like that, after all. 3 times I noticed the doorknob was locked when I went to leave the house, even though I myself never used it. I rationalized that perhaps when going to lock the deadbolt, I just locked that too out of instinct. I mean, what else could it be? Well, one day, after living there for about 7 months now, I'm just sitting there in my living room when I hear some shuffling by my front door. Since my apartment was a 1-bedroom and fairly small, I could easily hear this through the walls. I got up and moved a bit closer, standing maybe 4 feet away from the door. My heart immediately sank as I watched the doorknob begin to twist ever so slowly. It turned and turned, and then the door pushed in, only to be stopped in place by my deadbolt. At an agonizingly slow pace, the person on the other side of the door pulled it closed. They clicked it softly shut, and I watched and listened as they slid a key into my lock and locked the doorknob themselves. I didn't know what to do. Have you ever seen something that just restarts your brain? It's so unfathomable that you just can't take in any more information in the moment. That's exactly what this was. I wish I could say I snuck up to the door and banged against it, scaring the shit out of whoever was on the other side. But of course, that's not what happened. I didn't do anything because my brain couldn't actually comprehend that someone with a key was trying to get into my apartment while I was still home. The only thing that had saved me in that moment was my deadbolt. And before anyone suggests it was one of my aforementioned friends or my husband with a spare key or something, no. I had the only 2 copies of my key because my husband was deployed at the time. Not even my family had a spare. Everything sort of snapped into place after that. Someone had been sneaking into my apartment, stealing my shit and doing God knows what while I was gone, then locking the door behind them. They'd attempted to do this while I was there, too, locking my doorknob. How many times had they been in my apartment when I wasn't home? There was no way for me to know, because like I said before, I can't lock the deadbolt from outside. Logically, I knew it had to be someone who worked in the office, a maintenance man most likely, but since I hadn't looked through the peephole in that moment, I couldn't figure out which of the 4 guys who worked there it was. Crazily enough, about 6 months after finally moving out, a friend who still lived there told me that all of the maintenance men had been fired because all of them were reported for creeping around apartments and suspected of stealing as well. While this might not be outright terrifying like some stories, it's still pretty scary. Another reminder to always lock your doors in multiple ways, even when you're already home. So when I was probably in 2nd or 3rd grade, we had an early dismissal. For those of you who don't know, that's when school goes on for longer than half a day, but we still get out an hour or so early. I remember sitting silently in class, working on some math problems, when the phone rang. I joked to my friend next to me that I hoped it was for me. We all watched the teacher answer the phone, because we knew that 90% of the time it meant someone was leaving class. When the teacher's eyes met with mine, suddenly I got pretty worried. I was an anxious kid, so immediately I thought someone must have died. My teacher said something into the phone, and then asked me, "When are you getting off the bus today?" I thought this was a pretty weird question. My mom already knew when I would be getting home, because she had to leave work early so she'd be there when I got there. I told my teacher the normal time. My teacher spoke for a few more seconds, then hung up the phone. I asked her what that was all about, and she told me my parent just wanted to double-check what time I got off. I didn't really think too much about it for the rest of the day. Later on, when I got off the bus, I walked home without much incident. When I walked to the front door, my mom asked me about my day and took my coat. I remember the exact look on her face when I asked her, "Why did you call the school to see what time I was getting off the bus?" She looked shocked. She said she hadn't called the school. I told her the whole story, and immediately she started making frantic phone calls. I knew right away something was wrong. I sat down and watched some TV while my mom talked up a storm. About 20 minutes later, my stepdad arrived home early from work. About 10 minutes after that, a state trooper pulled up as well. I was pretty scared at this point. I thought somehow I was going to be in trouble. The trooper asked me a few questions, such as, "Has anyone ever tried to talk to you while you've walked from the bus stop? Have you ever seen anyone parked there who didn't have a kid get into their car? Has anyone ever tried to give you a ride?" The answer to all these questions was no. I'd never seen anyone suspicious, as we lived in a pretty nice neighborhood and it was mostly old retired folk who lived around us. My mom asked me to go upstairs and pack a bag, as it was my dad's weekend for visitation. When my dad got there to pick me up, he was questioned pretty heavily by the trooper as well. I eavesdropped from upstairs. My mom called me back down and I left with my dad for the weekend. My dad taught me some basic self-defense, which I thought was pretty cool. I never heard anything else about the situation, and eventually I forgot about it. Fast forward to today. I've been listening to some creepy narrations on YouTube. When I suddenly remembered this whole incident, I asked my mom about it, and what she told me chilled me to my core. She told me that day, someone had called the school pretending to be my dad. This man knew my dad's full name, my full name, and all the details about my mother as well. He kept on saying my mother had told him to pick me up from the bus stop because she wasn't going to be able to leave work early. The school didn't even bother calling my mother. The only thing that saved me that day from being abducted was the fact I had told that man I'd be getting off the bus at the normal time, which was around 3:15. But because it was a shorter day, I actually got off the bus around 1:45. This was about 4 or 5 years ago, but it still gives me nightmares. I was at the time attending a college that was only about a 10-minute walk away from my Nana's apartment. In between classes, I would walk over to visit her because of this. This was in a fairly sketchy part of town, so I would dress fairly frumpy. Sweatpants, an oversized sweatshirt, and always keeping my hood up and covering my face. I figured if I wore nothing attractive or flashy and was as plain as possible, I'd give off the message of "don't bother me." My mistake was thinking that in the middle of the day, no one would try to do anything. I was not calling attention to myself, so I figured I'd be practically invisible. But boy, was that wrong. I was just leaving her house and heading back to campus when I noticed this plain blue van slowly driving right next to me. It was a man who seemed to be asking me directions to a well-known hotel that had giant signs posted all over the side of the road. I didn't answer him because of this, and instead kept my head down, walking a bit quicker away from his car. At that point, I saw him pull into the parking lot near us to turn his car off and hop out. Now he ran up to me, walking next to me. He said I was pretty and started asking me the usual questions. "What's your name? Know any places to party? Why are you being so shy? Don't you need a ride?" I don't know why I decided to do this. I probably thought if I acted like I was real tough, he would just leave me alone. I stopped walking, turned around and looked him in the face, and said, "Take a hint, you bastard. If I'm not answering you, it means leave me alone." The look he gave me in that moment sent chills down my spine. His eyes grew extremely wide, and he looked at me with this expressionless face. In a cold, emotionless tone, he said, "Okay, little girl, we'll see." He walked away, staring at me the whole time. I saw him jump in his car, only to fly out of the parking lot in the opposite direction. I felt a bit relieved, seeing as how I'd seen him drive away, and continued on my route. As I was crossing the road, though, the same van came screeching towards me. He drove up onto the sidewalk right in front of me, nearly running me over and blocking my path. "Get in the van now!" I was frozen in fear. I was terrified and in shock. I stood there, telling myself to run, but my legs felt like lead, and I couldn't move. He got out of the front seat and opened the back doors of the van, then repeated, "Get in the van, or else." Luckily for me, just in that moment, I heard a man's voice yell from the hotel right next to us. "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" The creepy guy told the man to mind his own business. Another guy from across the street started to confront him as well. When he turned around to tell this man to shut up too, I booked it. I ran faster than I'd ever run in my entire life. Somehow I made it back to campus, crying and gasping for air, while people stared at me like I was a lunatic. I told campus security, who took down all the details and told me they would look into it, but I never got another update after. People, please be aware of your surroundings. Don't be like me and believe that just because it's daylight, nothing bad can happen to you. This night started off in the city, but ended deep in the woods. I just wanted to put that out there for some information. I'm going to obscure the locations for personal safety. I'm originally from the Northeast, but I couldn't stand the winters. I went south for college because of this. I was enrolled in my first year of university in the southern part of the U.S. The university was in a small city town. and going out to drink was the main thing everyone did. I was out with some other guy friends, playing pool at a small dive bar. An older guy walked up to us and started talking, asking if he could get in on a game. I'll refer to him as Brian. I was 22 at the time, and this guy looked quite a bit older, probably in his late 30s or so. We played a few games, and he commented about a bonfire party happening just outside of town. He mentioned there were some girls he worked with hosting it, and asked if we wanted to go with him. My friends declined, but I was single at the time, so I said, sure, why not? As we left the parking lot in his truck, he said we needed to swing by his apartment and grab some liqueur. This is when things got weird. I remember getting in the car, pulling out of the lot, and then pulling up to an apartment complex on the very outskirts of town. The bar was in the downtown area, and we were now far away on the outskirts. I wondered if I'd nodded off on the ride because I couldn't even remember the drive there. I started questioning myself when he said he would go inside, get the booze, take a shower, and change his clothes. He offered for me to come inside too. The inside was completely empty. No furniture, nothing hanging on the walls, just completely open empty rooms, almost like a model home. He didn't even comment on it though. I asked him if he had just moved in or something. He gave me a weird look, then walked back into the bathroom without saying anything else. I thought about just leaving in that moment when I heard him get into the shower. Something about this situation was really starting to creep me out. I was sizing him up in my head and thought I could at least take him if some weird shit went down. I remembered him mentioning the girls and the bonfire, so I decided to hang around and see where the night went. His shower stopped and he walked out wearing different clothes a few minutes later. He had 2 bottles of whiskey with him and looked at me. Ready? We jumped back in his truck and pulled out. I made a very conscious effort to stay very alert. We left the city limits and headed outside of town on a dark back road. We were still on a main road, but now we were very far away from town. The closest city I knew of was an hour away in the opposite direction. There were fewer and fewer houses as we drove along. The places I did see looked like decrepit old shacks that had been abandoned for years. I had lived here for a few months, but I had never been out this far. We drove for even longer, so far in fact that a few times I had to ask if he knew where he was going. We were in the middle of nowhere now. No houses at all, just thick woods on both sides of the road. I didn't see him reading any directions or maps or anything. I saw a small parking lot with a gas station and a turnoff. A lone streetlight lit that station. Only 2 pumps, and they looked ancient. A red neon sign that said 24 hours. We turned off onto this side street and kept on driving. This road was even worse than the main road we'd just been on. No lights at all. Very narrow. It twisted and turned, now snaking through the woods. No houses at all, but I would occasionally see a rotting old mailbox every once in a while. We came to the top of a hill where there was a driveway. I again asked if he knew where he was going, and he just chuckled to himself. I was now in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by woods, with a guy I realized I didn't know at all. Fear started to creep in. When we finally arrived at a destination, it was not a house. In fact, it looked like a garage or some sort of industrial building. No lighting inside or around it. No motion lights as we drove up. No cars or other people. Where is the bonfire? I made my tone as direct as possible. He indicated just backward through the woods. We drove past this decrepit building, around the back and towards the woods. As we got closer, I could see a very small path. So small the branches scraped along the truck's side. After what seemed like forever, the trail opened into a clearing. I could see a few other trucks and people now. Relief washed over me. I grew up in the city and wasn't used to shit like this, so I started to think that maybe I was just being uptight and needed to calm down a bit. It was past midnight now. We'd left the bar around 10, so it felt good to finally leave that car. I scanned the whole group, but could only see a few girls. A couple of guys were building a fire and trying to get it going. There were about 25 to 30 people here. A guy who was introduced as Mike walked up to us to greet Brian, but he stared at me the whole time. He never once stopped staring at me. In fact, they were all staring at me. Brian said he needed to take the piss and walked off. Mike asked if I wanted a beer. He said to hang tight and walked away. He came back and handed me an open bottle. I said thanks and tried to initiate some small talk, but he simply turned around and walked away. I started to look around, and now I could see something was really off here. There was no music playing, no lights. Nobody was even talking to each other. The people at this party seemed diverse in age. I wondered how these people even knew each other. They were all just standing together, mumbling. Each time I approached a group of people, they would simply stop talking and turn to stare at me. It was extremely uncomfortable. I found myself standing alone, with everyone looking at me, just waiting for Brian to come back. I couldn't see him anywhere. I looked around for his truck too, but now I couldn't find that either. I had just about had enough of this weird shit and was now ready to go. I kept on scanning around, looking for his truck, but it wasn't there. I hadn't heard any vehicle start or go while I was walking around. I turned back towards the bonfire, now seeing everyone standing together, looking at me once more. All 30 people were now in one grouping, and they just stood there, completely silent, unmoving. They just stared at me. The bonfire glowed behind the group, making the moment feel surreal. As I stood there awkwardly, I started noticing their faces were changing. Their expressions rapidly changed from smiling to frowning, their eyes going wide and snarling at me. But once I focused on them, their faces immediately went back to blank and expressionless. Suddenly, they began to walk toward me at a deliberate pace. I turned around and ran. I ran up the path out of the clearing as fast as I could. My adrenaline was surging, and I kept running. I couldn't hear anyone coming up behind me or any vehicles now, but I knew I couldn't stop. I needed to put as much distance as possible between them and me. I started to panic as the trail broke off and went different ways. I didn't remember that from driving in, but I kept on running all the same. Finally, I saw that industrial building through the trees and felt a bit of relief. I stopped just before the edge of the trail. It was late fall, so it was quite brisk out, but now I was burning up. I was wearing flannel and jeans with boots, not exactly great for running. I was sweating like a pig and really needed to catch my breath. The light from the bonfire was not visible anymore through the thick woods. As I crossed the lot and passed the industrial building toward the paved road, lights came on inside. A second wind of adrenaline took hold, and I ran towards the paved road and kept running. My feet felt like lead, and my legs were burning, but I ran as hard as I could. I finally got too tired and moved into the brush to hide and catch my breath. I couldn't see any headlights, so I went back to the side of the road and began jogging. I was on high alert, glancing all around me. When I finally reached the end of the road, which connected back to the main road and the gas station, I went inside that station. There was an old guy sat at the counter watching a small TV. He noticed I looked quite haggard and asked if I was all right. I told him I needed to use a phone. He laughed and asked where I'd come from. I told him I had been out at a party in the woods and just gotten ditched. He gave me a strange look and gestured toward the phone on the wall. I could see he had a gun on his hip and had probably thought I was a tweaker come to rob him or something. There was a phone book, so I called the taxi to come pick me up. An hour later, I was back in my dorm room and went to sleep. I never did see Brian again after. I drove by his apartment complex plenty of times, but never saw his truck parked there. I never saw it around town or back at the bar either. I remember because it was an off-white single-cab Chevy, late 80s model with a skull sticker on the back window and Roman numerals on the forehead. My curiosity got the better of me a few times, and I drove out toward that small gas station. I followed the road to where the shop was and found it. I drove out a couple of times, and each time there was no one there, and it looked completely abandoned. The building looked even shittier in the daytime. I left and drove back to town. I have no idea what to make of the events of that night. This is kind of an old story. It happened back in the late 1970s, as will be revealed by a few things that come up within. I just thought I should mention that so no one wonders why I didn't call on my cell phone or something like that. Back then, the closest thing most people had to a cell phone was on the wall of a building, and you had to feed quarters to it to even use it. When I was 16, I didn't really have a lot of friends. I spent a lot of my time walking around town in the surrounding area. There was an old train yard that I'd like to explore. It was especially nice in the fall when it would be cool outside. I'd throw on my jacket and just go out and explore and have fun. It was fall of 1978 that I had gotten up the courage to explore an old abandoned hospital just on the outskirts of town. It wasn't like a sanitarium or anything crazy like that, at least not to my knowledge. It was just an old hospital that closed down in the 60s sometime. It was fenced and gated off, of course, and they had plenty of no trespassing signs on it, but it wasn't really a challenge to get inside. The only thing that was a challenge was gathering up the nerve to go ahead and do it. I had no idea what the police would have done if they caught me. If anything, I finally convinced myself to do it when I told myself it made no sense the police would be hanging around there anyway. I mean, why would they? I got over the gate easily and snuck in. The first time, I actually didn't go into the hospital itself. I just kinda explored the grounds. Although I had overcome my nerves regarding entering the property, I hadn't overcome them in regards to breaking into the building itself. There was a big old fountain right up front, covered in moss and other green gunk. I tossed some rocks into it while waiting around. Making my way around the back, I discovered an old park area. There were various things like slides and swing sets left lying around. I tried to swing on one of the swings, fell and hurt my ass, of course. After poking around a little more, I left. About a week later, I came back. I decided I was going to try and find a way inside. It was boarded up pretty damn tight, and many of the windows had bars on them as well. I wasn't able to break in this initial time, so I just left again. The following week, though, I came back with some tools to aid me. I was determined to get into that hospital somehow. I was able to, after much effort and various cuts on my hands, to pry off some of the bars covering one of the windows. I then used a hammer to break it open and smash all the glass off. I was finally able to slide in. Being inside the hospital was a very creepy experience. It was, of course, very dark in many places, and I had to carry a flashlight around with me. The higher floors, which I also visited as well, were not as dark though. That part was actually pretty well lit. Because the floors and stairs were all still solid, I was able to find my way around quite easily and safely. I explored a lot of the old rooms. To my surprise, many of them still had old and really rusted, worn-out equipment. Nothing like needles or anything like that, but various wheelchairs, gurneys. I was pretty excited. At one point, I went ahead and tried to ride a wheelchair down a wheelchair ramp. It didn't work out so well. The wheel got caught on some debris and I was propelled forward and onto the floor of the ramp, scuffing myself up quite badly. It was while I was lying there on the ramp that I could have sworn that I heard someone laughing. It immediately sent a chill down my spine. Although I couldn't be sure, I figured it was better to get out as quickly as possible. I walked back to the room that had the window I had broken, feeling like I was being watched the entire time. I rushed out, constantly looking behind me. I almost expected someone to grab my leg from behind while I was going through the window, but nobody did. I made it off the grounds and swore to myself I would not go back there ever. As you can imagine, that promise didn't exactly last very long. I came back a scant 6 weeks later. My experience had done enough to scare me into not coming back for a while, but not permanently. I convinced myself I had just imagined the laughing, and I'd simply psyched myself out. I had been around most of the hospital that day after all, and had not seen any indication that someone else might have possibly been there. There was no way anyone could have gotten into the building anyway. It had taken me forever, and I didn't see any other exposed entrances or anything. I got back in through my regular window and began to explore other parts of the building. I had completely gotten over my apprehension at this point. It was when I walked into what I assumed to be an operating room, because there was an operating table there, that I got the chill of my life. Plastered all over the walls were hundreds of Polaroid pictures. The vast majority were people I'd never seen before, but on one of the opposite walls, there were at least 20 of me. I saw pictures of me out by the fountain, me tossing a rock into it, me on my ass when I fell off the swing. I saw a picture of me on the ramp when I'd fallen off the wheelchair. The pictures were not of great quality, obviously taken without flashes while hiding, but I could make out they were definitely of me. I've never before nor since been as freaked out as I was in that moment. I'll just admit it. I wasn't freaked out. I was scared shitless. I turned and surveyed the hallway. I made my way back to my entrance window. Every step was a nightmare. Walking by every door, I expected someone to grab me and pull me in. Every sound caused me to jump out of my skin, and by the time I made it to the exit, I can admit I was nearly in tears out of pure terror. The process of going out the window was terrible too. I had to keep looking behind me. I made it out and made it over the fence finally, and there came the scariest part. I just made it over the fence when I got a sudden feeling and looked back at the hospital. There was a person standing right next to the fountain, looking at me. He had a Polaroid camera in his hands, and he snapped my picture. Did I tell my parents? No, of course not. Did I call the police? What good would that have done? I was trespassing. As far as I know, the guy might have owned the place, or perhaps been the groundskeeper or something. I had no proof he was an intruder. I also would have had to admit to both my parents and the police that I had broken the law by trespassing and shattering a window. So, in my mind, I couldn't tell anybody. My only solace was there was no way this man could have known who I was, or where I lived. Afterwards, I never went back to that hospital, just to be safe. Now, this story doesn't have any surprise twists in it. It doesn't have any people who are secretly watching me or anything like that, but it was pretty damn terrifying all on its own. My brother happens to work in a morgue, you see. He would never bring it up in conversation, and insisted there was nothing scary about working there. I always told people where he worked, and they'd get real excited, assuming he had some scary stories to tell, but everything he talked about was very mundane and always boring. He always insisted nothing scary ever happened in a morgue. One weekend, I decided to make something scary happen. I snuck into it, and no, other people are not supposed to go in there, but I still did. It wasn't even that difficult to do, honestly. I knew when my brother was working, and I knew when he was going to be out for lunch for at least an hour. You ever see those movies where people eat in morgues? Gross. I knew my bro never did that. My ingenious idea was to go into one of the cabinets and slide myself on top of one of the corpses and close it. Gross, right? I thought it would be fine because the corpse was covered in a very heavy apron of some sort. When it opened, I would scream at my brother and make him mess his pants. It would be worth it to be that close to a dead body for just a little while. It's not like they're that different from a live person, just very still. They don't have secret germs or cooties or anything like that. I won't lie, it wasn't easy to cram myself inside. There wasn't a whole lot of extra room, and closing myself in was difficult as hell. Pushing the platform back in and getting the cabinet door shut from the inside, almost impossible. Took me so long, I assumed my brother or someone else would make it back before I was done, but they didn't. I closed myself in and waited for the moment I was going to scare the hell out of my bro. I waited. I heard him come in and I prepared myself, but he didn't open the cabinet. I could hear him moving around, working, but he didn't open it. Actually, I didn't hear him open any cabinets. He was definitely moving around there, though. I figured a good joke was worth a little wait. Hell, I'd already been lying there for a little while. Was it gonna hurt me to lay there much longer? So I laid there and waited and waited. Must have been 2 hours or something in my mind at least. Then I suddenly felt something. The corpse I was laying on moved its arm. I didn't even care about my joke anymore. At that point, I began screaming and banging on the damn walls of the cabinet. It didn't take long before my brother opened it up, obviously very startled. I jumped out immediately and began brushing myself off. I don't know why I did that. It was like a reflex or something. My brother was both angry and confused. I kept yelling that the body was alive or something, and he wasn't understanding me. When I calmed down, I explained it better, and he laughed at me. He laughed at me when I was supposed to be the one playing a joke on him. He then explained to me that the smaller muscles of a dead body, although extremely rarely, can on occasion move by themselves. He told me I should feel very fortunate because in his entire career, he had only ever seen that happen one time. I'd experienced a once-in-a-lifetime thing. Yeah, why couldn't I have picked 3 or something? That's a once-in-a-lifetime experience. No, I had to hide on a dead body and feel it move by itself. At least my brother finally had an interesting morgue story to tell now, though. He always tells the story about how his dumbass brother nearly crapped his pants laying on top of a corpse that just so happened to move. This is a story that happened when I was in the hospital about 15 years ago. Well, I wasn't in the hospital myself. I was at the hospital a lot though, visiting my boyfriend. Yes, I am gay and this is very important to the story. I'm sure it had a lot to do with what happened. My boyfriend at the time had been in a head-on collision. I'll never forget when I heard about it. My body went numb, and I even blacked out for a moment. Seeing him in the ICU in a coma was just so bizarre. It was almost like he wasn't even my boyfriend. Like whatever made him Jamie was just gone. I'm not even sure if I'm explaining it correctly. It was just so odd to see him like this. I was allowed to spend time with him in the ICU because I was his medical proxy. His family was severely homophobic, and we worried that something like this might happen. He knew his family would never let me in to see him, so he'd filled out the paperwork and our attorney filed it. It was established that I had full control over the situation. I, in fact, could even keep his family from seeing him if I wanted to. I'm not that kind of person though, so his family was free to visit as often as they wanted, as long as I was made aware of the situation. My control over the matter did not sit well with his mom, of course. Jamie and his mom had never gotten along anyway. She would raise hell with the doctors about how Jamie was her son, and I was just the slur boyfriend. Yes, she used the term. I was not a true member of the family. They had better get her consent, not mine. Update her first on everything. At first, this was barely an inconvenience. I was willing to put up with it. I thought Jamie would have liked his mom to be there. Eventually, though, the doctors told me that her fighting with them so much, in front of Jamie no less, was a huge distraction to them, and the stress was affecting Jamie negatively. I tried to talk to her, but there's no talking to that woman. I tried to be nice and let her know I wanted her to be able to see her son. He had signed me in as his medical proxy. I was legally in control of the situation, and that was not going to change no matter how much she complained. She needed to quit arguing with the doctors and let them do their job. Oh yeah? Well, why don't you just get AIDS and die, you stupid... Jamie's mom sneered at me and called me a slur. That was it. I had been patient. I had been nice way beyond the expectations of anyone who would have been in my situation. I had her removed immediately. It was terrible. She yelled and screamed and called me and the doctors all sorts of slurs. Carried on about how I was going to hell, converting her son and making him into a... She was removed by security, actually the police. 2 nights later, I was leaving the hospital, heading for the hotel I was staying at. All of a sudden, I noticed some guy who had been sitting on the couch in the waiting area almost all day get up to follow me. He was big and dressed all in camouflage. He walked out behind me and into the parking garage. I was worried it might be a friend of Jamie's mom. I was confident, though, he would at least not try to do anything to me in the hospital. There were cameras and police officers all around, after all. I made it to my car and got in. Didn't take long at all before a pickup truck pulled up behind me as I was leaving the garage. Not only was it sitting awfully high, but the truck had its high beams on too. Annoying as hell. I left the parking garage and turned left. The truck followed me. At first, I thought it was nothing to worry about. He had to turn left or right anyway, so it was a 50-50 chance. When I made it to a red light, I flipped on my turn signal. Immediately, the truck turned on the same signal. I tried to put it out of my head until the exact same thing happened the next light. And again, and again. I debated back and forth in my head whether this was just being made up or if this guy was really following me. I turned on my right signal when I was supposed to make a left turn. The truck turned on their signal as well. I turned left instead though. The truck switched their signals and followed me. No doubt they were tailing me. I made a turn I didn't have to make, and they still turned with me. In fact, I went in a complete circle and they followed me the whole way. I was terrified. I didn't even live in this city. Jamie had been airlifted there, and that's why I was staying in a hotel. I didn't know anyone other than the people in the hospital. I also didn't know where the police station was. I had no idea what to do but to keep driving. It was very late, past midnight, so there were not a lot of places or parking lots I could pull into where I could get help. I mean, there were lots, but they were all empty. None of that mattered though. When I was feeling most frantic, I came to another red light and stopped. The truck, instead of stopping, ran right into me. My car died immediately. I was startled and scared out of my mind. I'd been wearing my seatbelt, thankfully, and hadn't been injured. The pickup wasn't hurt as badly as my now stalled car. Thankfully for me, the fucker just drove off though. I figure what happened is Jamie's mom must have had this guy ram into me in the hopes I would be hospitalized or something. Then she could control her son's medical situation. Maybe that's why the guy waited for me and followed me for so long, getting up the nerve to actually do it. Maybe he was going to attack me, but decided I wasn't going to get out of the car and figured ramming me was a good idea. Well, it wasn't for him. The man was caught. It was Jamie's mom's cousin, of course. He went to jail for a hit and run, as I couldn't prove it was premeditated. Yes, he had been following me, but I had no evidence. His mother swore up and down that she had nothing to do with it, but nobody believed her. Jamie cut her out of his life completely when he recovered. It's been 15 years and we haven't heard from her at all. It was Jamie's decision, not mine, and we're still happily together today. For context, this happened 20 years ago, just after Christmas. I had turned 6 about a month prior. My mom went out one day and left my then 16-year-old cousin to look after me and my 2 older siblings, a brother who was 8 and my sister who was 11. My cousin decided to take us out to the city, which was 10 minutes from where we lived. We took the bus and walked around the city in incredibly unsafe neighborhoods, with basically another child responsible for us. After a few hours, we got tired and decided to go home. The city had a central area for the buses, not like a bus station, but like a perfectly huge square field with some plants and flowers and bushes. In this square field, lining all 4 sides along the streets, were many bus stops and benches. Basically, you could catch several different buses from that area, going all over the county and city. Since it was just after Christmas, the bushes along the field were covered in Christmas lights still. As we waited for the bus to arrive, I began to wander away and admire the lights, my cousin seemingly none the wiser. At some point, I heard a man call out from behind me and say hello. I looked up from the bush, only to see the man standing above it smiling down at me. Thinking back on it once I got older, it was quite clear the man was homeless, and from the look of his eyes, possibly on drugs. He had longish brown hair that was extremely wet, teeth that were black along the gums, and his clothes were incredibly dirty and torn. He had several jackets on as well. None of this really registered in my 6-year-old brain though. I just smiled back up and said hello. The man asked if I liked looking at these lights. I said yes, they were very pretty. He said this, and I'll never forget this exact sentence. Well, if you like Christmas lights, I've got some really cool lights at my house that you'll love. You want to come see them? I eagerly said yes. He reached down and took my hand in his. We started to walk away together. We were headed to the corner of the field where a few bigger buildings were. He said his apartment was just a couple blocks away. We were headed around the corner of the building when my arm jerked backward suddenly. I turned to see my sister pulling me away from the man. He didn't say a single word in response. He just instantly took off running. It took a few years for me to fully grasp the danger I was in. My sister and brother talked about what happened a lot and how scary it was. When I finally got a little older, I appreciated how terrifying it really was and how close I was to having my life change or possibly end forever. If I had rounded that city corner with the man, they never would have been able to find me in time. They wouldn't have even known where to start looking before we disappeared around that corner and deep into the city. It's something we still bring up sometimes to this very day. I've wanted to post this story for years, and now I finally have a way to share it. This is going to be a long read, but I'll tell you about the scariest experience of my life. I was 15 years old, living in a medium-sized city in North Florida. About 60,000 people or so, but some areas were really spread out and rural. Don't think of it like New York City or anything. More like a lot of houses spread out over a huge area, with a condensed shopping center here and there. I was a bit of a punk that my parents had a hard time controlling, so that meant I basically snuck out constantly and was always riding my bike around the city all hours of the night with my friends, fighting and constantly causing trouble. For reference, I was probably about 5'10" and 150 pounds around this time. My next-door neighbors were my best friends. Let's call them Nick and Tim. Nick was the younger, and probably 5'5" and 140 pounds. Tim was 5'8" and easily 210. They were brothers and only a year or so apart. On that night, Tim had texted me around 1 a.m., asking me to go ride with him and his brother to his girlfriend's house so he could try and get lucky. I remember being very hesitant because of how long the ride was. I looked it up and it was about 10 miles from my house to her street. But Tim begged and begged me to go until eventually I agreed. Our city had a curfew, meaning any police in the area that saw you and assumed you were a minor would stop you and possibly issue a ticket and bring you home. That meant we had to be careful about being seen by any cars going by. Well, the bike ride to her house went by without any issues. We took our time, joked around, smoked a little pot, and genuinely enjoyed the ride together. We ran out of what little pot we had on the way, and finally got to his girlfriend's house after what felt like an hour. Tim snuck around the back to go in, and Nick and I just sat near the electrical box and talked. Maybe 30 or so minutes went by, and Tim triumphantly snuck out of the house, bragging about his time in there. He said we should head back home now. Annoyed at how long we'd been waiting there, and nearly sober now, we both agreed. The first mile of the ride back went fairly smoothly, but soon after, things changed. We had just passed a decent-sized shopping area, which was obviously closed, and a church. We rode by slowly, in zero rush at all. After we passed, it led to a long stretch of road, with woods and canals on each side. 2 lanes on each side separated by palm trees and landscaping in the middle. We were riding on the right-hand sidewalk, when off in the distance we saw a very tall older man, wearing a yellow raincoat and a large backpack. He was just pacing back and forth on the sidewalk, under a street light on the corner of the parkway and side street. We all went silent as we got closer. I don't think he could see and hear us from that far away, as there were no lights over us, and there were sprinklers going off in the median as well. I remember hearing him dragging his feet across the ground, clearly mumbling something to himself. He was dragging his feet almost like he was trying to brush away the concrete to find something underneath it. The mumbling was becoming more incoherent and frantic as we approached closer. Honestly, it made my stomach knot up and my heart sink in my chest. I couldn't understand anything he was saying, mind you. The only way to get home, though, was to go right by him. "Hey, why don't we cross the street and go another way?" Tim and I agreed. I remember this so distinctly. As we crossed the landscaped medium, a jet of sprinkler water hit me directly in the face and got in my mouth and eyes. It smelled horribly. We could now hear the mumbling and scraping of his feet much clearer. I could make out more details about him as well. He was smoking a cigarette. Probably 6'5" or so. He had this huge backpack on and was extremely skinny. Really long gray hair, wearing combat boots and ripped jeans. He had a full white beard. almost kind of like Gandalf or something. He didn't seem to notice us until we were directly across from him. We all had our eyes locked in his direction when he suddenly stopped moving altogether. He stopped talking, stopped scraping his feet. All of a sudden, he just looked up from the ground and let out this god-awful screech. It was like he was screaming 100 words at once. None of us knew what he was trying to say, obviously. After the initial scream, though, I could make out one thing. "What the fuck are you doing?" It startled us. We were now only 25 yards away from him. When he turned to look at us, it was obvious he was addressing us. "What the fuck are you looking at?" I was a foolish teenager. I piped up trying to say something smart when Tim grabbed my mouth and said, "Don't say a fucking word." I didn't. I kept quiet. In hindsight, I'm glad I kept quiet. The man kept screaming in our direction as we rode past him. The further we rode, the fainter the screaming got, and then it stopped altogether. We crossed the street again to the other side and made it about a mile down the road, all of us now on edge. We kept glancing over our shoulders constantly to make sure the man was not following us or something. We talked briefly about it, how strange that was, but we were glad it was over with. Or so we thought. Nick and Tim were riding in front of me, when suddenly I thought I could hear something from behind me. I turned around, and there he was only an arm's length away, rushing directly for me. The yellow raincoat was pulled up over his head and buttoned to hide his face. The man was standing up on his mountain bike, pedaling insanely fast. We locked eyes, and he just started screaming, and I mean fully screaming. Not even words, not any language, just a constant howling scream, as loud as he could. I get the chills even writing this down now. If someone ever illustrated an image of that moment and I saw it, I'd have a panic attack immediately. I screamed to everyone else, "He's right behind us!" We started pedaling as hard as we could. He was right behind us the whole time though, still screaming. Every so often he would catch right up to us, screaming and trying to knock us off our bikes with an attack. I don't know how long we rode with him chasing us, but it felt like an eternity. I think age played a huge factor in the end though, because he eventually got tired and we started to ease ahead a bit. Exhausted, we pulled into a random neighborhood and started cutting through yards trying to lose him. We jumped off our bikes and all just decided that if he was still chasing us, we were going to make a stand together and fight him. It was like a hive mind decision. We were all too tired to keep going, so this was our only option. We waited and waited for him to come to us, but he didn't come. I don't even remember hearing him anymore. I guess somehow we'd lost him. I called my house phone, waking both my parents up in the process, and told my dad about the situation. He told me to get home and figure it out myself. I asked to talk to my mother, and she yelled at me on the phone and refused to pick us up as I stood there in the middle of the street, hoping this crackhead didn't come back and kill us all. I got home with Nick and Tim in tow, who asked if they could crash in my room. Of course, I said yes. I think we all have some weird feelings about that night, and we never really spoke of it again. I don't know what he wanted, and clearly he was on drugs, but it makes me wonder, would he have robbed us or done something worse if he'd caught up to us? I was driving home from house sitting in another city. It usually takes me about 6 hours to do this drive on my motorcycle because I have to pull over regularly to massage feeling back into my butt and stretch my legs a bit. I left around 11:30 a.m. and happened to miss a weather alert with thunderstorm warnings along my route. This road takes me through mountain passes with a lot of hairpin turns. The normal speed is 80 kilometers per hour, and a couple of these turns have posted speeds going as low as 30. It started hailing and pouring rain, full-on thunderstorm weather. I was doing my best to keep the speed limit while also being safe. There was nowhere to pull over and just wait it out, not many passing lanes in the mountains. On the last hairpin turn, I slowed down to take it at the posted speed when this huge truck, who'd been behind me for about 15 minutes, pulled into the oncoming lane, illegally mind you. They sped up next to me, laying on the horn thick. It was a blind corner. He saw oncoming traffic coming right at him. Instead of doing the smart thing and slowing down to get back behind me, he decided to gun it. If I hadn't downshifted immediately when I realized he was going to do this, he would have nailed me with the 30-foot trailer he was dragging behind him, sending me flying off the cliff next to us. The next town was about 20 minutes away. I pulled into a gas station to dry out a little and calm down after what just happened. I watched the man calmly drive away like nothing ever occurred. About 2 hours later, I pulled into a fruit stand to grab a snack and take a well-deserved break. This was now 3 towns further down the highway, mind you. Lo and behold, somehow that exact same guy was there. He saw my motorcycle and pulled in to have a go at me. He screamed at me that he was about to teach me a lesson for slowing down on the highway to the posted speed limits for safe turns, mind you. When I asked him what he would have done if he'd killed me, he told me it would have been my own fault, and he would have laughed as I went flying over the cliff. We got into a scuffle, but that was about it. I really hope I don't ever run into that guy on the road again. What a crazy asshole. About 3 years ago, I, 21 and female, was a waitress during the height of COVID. It was my first ever job, and I remember being excited to start as soon as possible. After all my training was finished and I got my certifications, I was put on the closing shift. We closed at 10 p.m. every night at the same time. Typically, it was just the cook, 20s and male, and I. Rarely would there be another waitress with me, and I sorta liked it that way. I always worked better alone, and didn't really get along with most of the other waitresses anyway, so it was quite nice and peaceful. I can remember it was near the end of my time there that this experience happened, and I'm really happy I had the circumstances I did at the time. I never was one to really trust my gut very much. I have mild anxiety, and I couldn't tell if what I felt half the time was valid or not. I mention this because when this all went down, it felt real, and I had an absolute feeling. I had started my shift that evening around 3 p.m. or so. I said goodbye to the last waitress sometime later, and I was on my own with my cook now. Everything was pretty slow and normal, until I got a call about one of the specialty items on the limited time menu we had. The food couldn't be ordered as takeout, and the lady over the phone really didn't take that well. After a bit of debating, she decided to finally sit in and eat instead. I'd say around 10 minutes later is when I spotted an older-looking car pull up and 3 people climb out. 2 men and a woman who looked to be in their 30s to 40s. I could tell it was the very same lady I'd spoken to over the phone, judging by her attitude coming in. I further confirmed it by asking, since I already had a pretty good idea of what she wanted to eat. What I thought was an act of mild embarrassment and pettiness turned out to be something much more sinister later on. Her attitude toward me changed immediately once she saw me. She was much nicer and more cooperative. This didn't ring any bells at first, because it was something that most people who wanted to look good in front of others would do. I sat them down at a booth and took all their orders. I noticed they had this red binder and a black pen as well. I then went to tend to the other customers, as there were a couple of other tables I was waiting on too. Once I brought their food out to them, they asked me if I knew any realtors. I found this to be pretty normal, as this was a tourist vacation state. It wasn't uncommon for outsiders to be looking for getaway homes here. I would say this was a pretty reasonable assumption, as they didn't look like the unsavory type of people, if you get what I mean. Nonetheless, I gave them the phone number to a realtor I knew closely, and well, since I often went to church with her, there wasn't really any other notable interactions with them. There was some occasional small talk if I wasn't doing anything or if I was refilling their drinks or something. It was around 4:30 now, and they were the last of my tables to leave the restaurant. If any of you work in the food industry, you know that as a server, you don't really get breaks. Just lunch most of the time. Sometimes not even that if it's super busy all day. My cook and I took this as an opportunity for a well-deserved break then. We walked out behind them and had a small chat. I should mention by now that the front of the restaurant had a disabled ramp coming up the doors. It was long because the building was on a raised foundation. I didn't really notice it at the time, but one of the men took my cook to the other side of the ramp down near the end and started chatting with him over a cigarette. I was behind the railing at the top of the platform where the ramp plateaued. The other man and the woman were on the other side of the railing, about 5 feet below in front of me. We were talking about some random thing, and they started to ask some personal questions, such as if I lived in the area, if I smoked weed, how old I was. I hadn't quite learned yet that telling strangers such things wasn't a good idea. However, for some reason to me, this was starting to raise some red flags. I gave some very vague answers to all her questions best I could. They still persisted in trying to have some sort of communication with me outside my work though, no matter if I said no or not. I suppose they finally realized I wasn't going to give any more personal information up. So, the woman finally got to her point. She told me that she had some business to offer me, a cleaning service. I don't like cleaning anyway, so regardless, I would have said no. However, what she said next really solidified my answer. She proceeded to tell me she owned this maid service called ThePretty Kitty service. She said she needed pretty young girls like me, and she had 10 right now. She wanted to expand the business. She mentioned they got paid $30K but didn't specify the length of time and how it would be a really great opportunity for me to help her with her business. I instantly knew something was off here and that I was in danger. However, I didn't understand just how much danger I was in. I politely declined her offer and told her I liked my job as it was. I was very satisfied where I was working right now. She tried to further convince me by telling me how easy the work was and reiterating how much I'd make under her supervision. She mentioned something about the car for her business and told me to follow her to her car. She said she'd show me a picture of something. I knew for certain I was not going anywhere near her or near that car though. I declined yet again and said I was fine right where I was. I said she could show me on her phone whatever she needed to, but suddenly she was now hesitant. She proceeded to end the conversation immediately and bolted off with the two men. A little weirded out, I walked back into the restaurant with my cook and told him about what I'd just experienced. He joked about how I'd have good money if I went along with them. Because I didn't take the situation as seriously as I should have, I laughed with him. At the end of the night, when the cook's grandmother came to pick us up, I mentioned that weird interaction. A panicked look came over her and she sat silent, staring at me. I got confused and asked her if everything was okay. And that's when I learned the signs of human trafficking. She broke it to me that I was almost trafficked, and I was incredibly lucky I didn't get kidnapped. My stomach dropped, and I panicked at the realization of just what was going on. Now, remember that red binder and black pen earlier? I went to work the next day and a customer walked in. Now, normally in my part of town, not many people like to sit and relax for a while. They're mostly there to just eat and leave, as it wasn't exactly a cafe. I went to get into my apron and sit this gentleman down. He was well dressed and alone. I sat him at a single booth and took his order of a single coffee. He had a red binder and black pen with him. I didn't even notice until my cook from the night before reminded me of it. I was shocked to see the exact same thing there. It unsettled me even more when he proceeded to just sit there for 3 hours, watching me the whole time. I kept asking him if he needed anything, but he didn't respond to me. I just sort of shrugged and went on with my business. Now, this might surprise some of you, but us servers, believe it or not, do listen in on some conversations. I'm lucky I did with this particular one. I remember him speaking over the phone about finances and how he needed to find another house. He spoke about moving money and how he was going to pay his girls that night. I ran to the back of the kitchen and told the cook. Thankfully, he came out with me to help deliver some plates in order to throw the guy off. He ended up leaving not long after my cook appeared, and I haven't seen or heard anything since. This happened a few years ago around mid-November. My mother and I love being outside and going for walks. This night in particular was freezing, but we decided we wanted to go out for a quick walk anyway. As we walked back home, we went down this one street that we used all the time. It was a neighborhood street that led back to the main street, then into our neighborhood. We got about halfway down the street when I heard a dog bark over the music on my phone. I turned it off and started looking around. I love dogs, and I wasn't aware there was a dog on this area of the street. For some context, I knew just about everyone in the neighborhood, and I knew which houses had dogs as well. Most of the people on the block had cats. This came from a house that didn't have a dog, let alone a big one. I happened to spin around to look, and saw a dark mass just feet away from me. If they'd stepped 2 more feet, they would have been able to easily grab me. I felt a sudden surge of danger and started speed walking back to my mom, who at that point I didn't realize had stopped altogether. I turned off my phone and whispered to her that somebody was following us. She turned around and grabbed my arm. She told me there wasn't just one person, there were 2 men following us from different directions. We started to move through a zigzag pattern, and sure enough, they followed our every step. Once they caught on that we knew they were following us, one of the dudes called out and tried to start chit-chat with us. "Awfully late for you two to be out walking alone, huh?" I swear, his voice sounded like the definition of a siren's voice or something, the kind that lures sailors to their doom. He continued calling out to us. My mom kept walking and replying with quick replies. From the sound of his voice, though, I could tell we were in danger. I went to call 911. Instead, my mom told me to call my dad, as he would be able to get there quicker because we were almost home already. We got onto the busy street and looked behind us to see them catching up on us easily. We decided to risk it and ran into the middle of the street as cars passed on either side of us. We ran across again and met my dad on the other side. When we looked across the street, though, both men were already gone. We hopped into the car and searched the streets, but these guys had disappeared into what seemed like thin air. I asked my mom what would have happened if I hadn't heard that dog barking, and she asked me, "What dog?" I asked her how she hadn't heard that massive dog bark, especially with how good her hearing usually is, but she said there was nothing at all. I still have no clue what it was I heard in that moment, but I do know that sudden coincidence just happened to save my life. I used to work at a 7-Eleven here in the United States, and the scariest thing that ever happened to me there was also the single most terrifying thing that's ever happened in my entire life. It happened on a particularly quiet night. I was still kind of hungover from going out drinking the night before, and because of that, I wasn't even really paying attention when this one guy entered the store. I heard the door sliding open. I vaguely heard his footsteps as he walked up to the counter, and then, right as I was about to lift my head up and ask the man what he wanted, he slammed something down on the counter in front of me. I remember the very first thing I noticed being the sudden red splatter on my t-shirt, which was plain white. The moment his hand impacted the counter, all these little red specks appeared on my shirt. I already recoiled from the shock of having his hand slammed down in front of me, but when I saw what he'd just slammed down next to the register, I recoiled even further. It was a tongue, like an actual tongue. Even though it was soaked in blood, I could recognize the deep ridge running down the middle of it. It sounds like such a cliché when I think about it now, but now I understand what people mean when they say they were frozen in fear. The whole thing was an assault on my senses. I think it just short-circuited my fight-or-flight mechanism to the point where I couldn't figure out what to do. The look in the guy's eyes as he stared at me was so calm but intense. His eyes were so wide and unblinking, it was like he didn't have eyelids at all. It was only when he spoke that I actually found the will to move. All he said to me was, "Call 911. I bolted into the back office, locked the door behind me, and immediately called the cops. All the while, I watched the guy on the cameras, just standing there at the register. He didn't move at all. He seemed to be looking down, staring at the mess he'd just left on my counter. Given the gruesome nature of my emergency, there was a police patrol car and 2 cops pulling up outside in just a matter of moments. The guy didn't put up any kind of fight when they moved to arrest him. He just held his wrists and allowed them to put the handcuffs on him, then let the cops take him away. Once he was safely out of the store, I walked out of the office, trying not to look at what was still on the counter. Then I told the cops everything that happened. Obviously, it wasn't all that much, but as I was talking to them, I noticed more and more police surrounding a car in the parking lot that still had the door open. I called the store manager for the McDonald's across the street, telling them the cops had to close the store because it was an active crime scene. They rushed down to see me and find out what was going on, even though it was their day off. After telling them what happened, I went home to decompress. From what I heard after, the guy had gotten into an argument with his wife while driving somewhere. At some point, he just kinda snapped, pulled up into a parking lot, stabbed her to death, and then cut her tongue out. For some reason, he picked our 7-Eleven to walk into to slam the tongue he just cut out of her mouth down onto our countertop. As you might imagine, I was allowed to take a little bit of time off of work after that whole thing, as I just couldn't face going back there so soon. Even when I did go back, I was on edge the whole time for my first couple of shifts. I just couldn't seem to shake the image of that bloody tongue lying on the countertop in front of me. The thing I can't seem to shake either is that it wasn't enough for the guy to just stab and kill his own wife. He had to reach into her mouth afterwards and cut out her tongue. How completely insane with fury does someone have to be to do something like that? Like, what could possibly possess someone to do something so horrifying to someone they love? The guy didn't look like a monster either. He didn't look evil or deranged. All that gave away his distressed mental state was that crazy look in his eyes, the one that had frozen me in fear. It just haunts me, seeing seemingly normal people are capable of things like that. I used to work at a 7-Eleven that was right next to an art school campus. In addition to all the snacks and drinks, we had a little stationery section and kept some stuff behind the counter too. One of the things we kept behind the counter were scissors, the kind that are sealed in a plastic casing. So one day, this customer walks up to the counter with a Gatorade, and asks if he can have a pair of scissors too. Of course, I grabbed a pair for him. I scanned them and told him the price of both of his items. Instead of getting his wallet out though, he immediately started removing the plastic packaging from the scissors. I didn't think it too suspicious at first. I figured he needed them for some kind of minor emergency or something, and that he'd pay for them after cutting whatever it was that needed to be cut. Instead, once they were out of the packaging, he gripped the handle like they were a knife or something and looked me right in the eyes. I could just kill you with these right now, you know that? I was so stunned I didn't know what to say. I know he must have enjoyed the fearful look on my face because of the way he started smiling. All I could do was reach for my phone in my pocket and start to dial 911. I had no real way of defending myself, and I was hoping the cops would arrive before he actually killed me. Just as I tapped the numbers out, I looked up to see him walking away from the counter, laughing to himself as he walked out of the store. I stayed on the line with 911 for a while, shaking as I told them what just happened. When the cops showed up a little while later, and they took their time since it wasn't an ongoing situation, an officer reviewed the security camera footage. It turns out the guy had been doing the same thing all over town, and picking out girls working retail on their own before shoplifting random items like that. He had the same MMO every single time too. He would always get away with it by telling the girl he could kill them with whatever he was stealing. Be it a knife or scissors or hedge clippers, he never actually hurt someone yet. But the cops were extra focused on getting him in cuffs because it felt like it was only a matter of time before he actually crossed the line and did hurt someone. Even though he took his time to show up, the cop was really helpful and reassuring. He gave me his cell number to call him directly the next time the man walked into the store. I mean, it must have been pretty serious because the guy actually had a real detective assigned to his case. Although I didn't hear about it afterwards, I sincerely hope the guy never crossed that line and actually hurt a girl with any of the items he ended up stealing. More than a decade ago, on one of the hottest days of the year, I was taking my kids down to the 7-Eleven near our apartment block to grab some big gulps. Just as we were walking past a public park right near a tree line, this completely normal, well-dressed looking couple emerged from the trees and started walking right towards us. I actually couldn't believe it when the guy suddenly told him to give him my wallet and anything else in my pockets. I mean, I really thought it was like a dumb joke of some kind. They looked so well dressed they should have been in the office working or something. I actually let out this nervous laughter, then asked if they were serious. The guy answered my question by pulling out what looked like a fishing knife from his jacket pocket. When he opened it and pointed it at me, I shoved my daughter behind me to protect her as best I could. Then, just as I was going to do the same for my son, the woman grabbed his other arm and began pulling him towards her. I honestly felt like my heart was about to explode with fear. There's no other way of describing it. I suddenly just lost all sense of self-preservation as I leapt forward to attack this well-to-do looking woman who just grabbed my boy. The next thing I knew, I felt what I could only describe as a cold punch under the ribs of my left side. I looked down to see the guy had buried his fishing knife in my stomach. What came next felt like a little bit of divine intervention, honestly. 2 joggers had spotted what was going on and came over to intervene. This scared off at least one of the unassuming muggers. As I turned to check on my kids though, I felt my legs fall out from underneath me and I hit the ground hard. I remember hearing someone screaming and thinking it was my daughter. When I looked, the woman who had grabbed my son was on the ground though, crying and wailing with blood pouring from her mouth. Honestly, I didn't remember hitting her, but she seemed pretty adamant that I did. She was actually trying to make it out like she was the victim of the whole situation. Maybe trying to avoid getting arrested when the cops finally showed up. The police that patrolled that park showed up not long after. The cops actually started asking the woman what happened, like if we were a couple or something. My kids had to tell them that she was the partner of the guy that had stabbed me. This definitely threw the joggers off too, because they must have assumed that was the case as well. The whole time, I just kept begging someone to call the ambulance. I was pretty sure I was bleeding to death. I got taken to the hospital, and to my complete disbelief, I was questioned about the whole thing as though I was a suspect. I had no idea what this was about until a while after. It looked more and more likely I was going to be charged with battery for the woman, since it turned out she was actually from a decently well-off family and gotten into some vicious cycle of addiction with some trust fund junkie she'd met in the city. Her family actually tried to sue me when the charges didn't stick, but it was thrown out and she was sentenced for attempted kidnapping not long after. As for me, I had a tube in my chest for 2 weeks after surgery to remove the knife, but thankfully I made a full recovery. Honestly, when I look back on it, I'm just glad my kids didn't get hurt in any way, and I still run through all the horrific scenarios in my head where we didn't walk away from that situation relatively unscathed. I work at a 7-Eleven part-time in between classes. Earlier this year, we got a little rush of customers in the early afternoon one time. I served 2 guys for coffee and smokes, and at the back of the line, there was this tiny kid, no older than maybe 11 or 12, just waiting there patiently with a backpack in his hand. Honestly, I thought they looked kind of cute, like a little gentleman doing some grocery shopping for his mom or something. When he got to the front of the line, I asked him, "What can I help you with, sir?" in a kind of joking, playful way. Without a hint of emotion on his face, he reached into his backpack and suddenly pulled out a gun. "Give me all the money." When he pointed it at me, I wasn't sure if it was real or not. Where the hell would a 12-year-old kid get their hands on a loaded gun like that? It's not like the 7-Eleven I work at is in a high-crime area either. It's actually located in a pretty nice place, and although I've heard 1 or 2 stories from coworkers about some trouble at the store, nothing had ever happened like this. There was one other guy in the store at the time. I looked over at him to see him kind of smiling at the kid, smiling and frowning, like he was amused but disapproved of this kid playing a dumb childish prank. I don't know about guns, but I figured this guy must have, so I tried calling the kid's bluff. "You shouldn't point toys like that, sweetheart. Cops might think it's real or something." The kid then responded by cocking the gun. There was a real metallic sound that sent a shock of fear running through me. I knew no toy guns made that kind of sound. As if to illustrate he wasn't joking around, the kid pointed the gun in the air and fired a shot that went right past my head. After my ears got done ringing and I came to, I heard once again, "Give me all the money," in the same monotone, emotionless way. I didn't hesitate in doing what he asked. I put as much cash as I could onto the countertop, then watched him fill his backpack with it before he walked out of the store. I think the thing that scared me so much about this, though, was that the kid didn't seem to understand the gravity of the situation. He definitely seemed like he had something missing about him, like he didn't understand he could have actually killed someone over whatever dumb thing he wanted to buy with that money, be it video games or candy or whatever it was. At least a grown-up armed robber understands a gun is a means of getting what they want, and it's not a good idea to just fire it whenever, just in case they accidentally shoot someone in the face at the very least. I get the feeling, though, that if I'd even tried to resist or tell the kid no at all, he'd just shoot me in the face because it's what he assumed he should do. It's almost surreal to me now. The closest I'd ever come to death is at the hands of a small child, someone who should have been so innocent and carefree and full of love, but instead felt nothing. I had a guy come into the 7-Eleven I was working at, and when I was ringing up the items he wanted, he started getting all fresh with me, saying stuff like, "You're real pretty," and "What time do you finish work?" I lied to him and told him I was on till 11, even though I was finishing at 6, which was only about an hour away. He said he'd come back then, and we could go out for a beer or something. I advised him not to, since my boyfriend would be coming to pick me up around then, and he wouldn't like the idea of some random guy hitting on me. That didn't seem to bother this man too much, though, as he made some dumb comment about how he'd make my boyfriend see things his way or something. I just nodded and ignored him. I could see him getting kind of angry before he walked out of the store. It didn't bother me too much, though, as he was only going to come back to the store later to find out I wasn't even there. By that time, I'd be safe at home and away from this creepy pervert. At 6, when my shift finished, I walked outside with my purse, only to see a car door open about 20 or 30 feet away. I swear, I felt my stomach tie into knots when I saw that same man step outside. I did a straight 180-degree turn on my heels and started walking back into the store. I went right behind the counter, into the manager's office, after telling my coworker, "Just say I'm on break, okay?" He seemed real confused for a second, but as I shut the door and listened right at the edge of it, it was only 30 or so seconds at the most before I heard him say, "Oh, her? She's just on break. I'm sure she'll be on in a minute. Normally, I'd take the bus home, but that night I knew I'd have to get an Uber if I wanted to make it home at all without being seriously harmed. I called the Uber and waited for it to arrive. Then I tried to rush out as fast as I could. I didn't see the guy in the store anymore. I asked my coworker real quick as I was leaving, "Is that guy waiting for me?" He shook his head, still confused but now getting the gist of what was actually happening. They asked if I wanted them to call the cops, and shook my head, just gunning for my Uber. As I pushed open the glass door, I couldn't see the guy anywhere in the lot. I was so set on getting outside that I didn't look left or right as I walked out of the 7-Eleven. I had no warning because of this when the guy grabbed my arm from behind and jerked me backward. He looked really, really angry, and he growled at me. "You lied to me." He then called me a bunch of names as I tried pulling away from him. Luckily, my Uber driver saw absolutely everything. He jumped out of his car. "Hey, let her go right now or I'll call the cops." He did let me go. He smiled at the Uber driver as he told me, "This isn't over. I don't like being lied to." I wish that was just bluster, like he was trying to act hard to save a little face, but it was not. For the next 3 months, he made my life a living hell. He kept on waiting outside of the 7-Eleven to the point where I had to blow a ton of my wages on Ubers to and from work. Then there was the time he actually tried to follow me home. I had to tell the Uber driver what was happening so he could drive into the city just to shake the guy's tail. I tipped that guy massively, even though he initially refused to even accept payment for the ride. He insisted on canceling until I burst into tears and begged him to take the money and my tip. I couldn't make this someone else's problem. I couldn't have that on my mind, as well as all this other stuff. I actually developed something of a relationship with that one specific Uber driver. He became like a father figure to me, who always accepted my ride requests whenever he was working, and made sure no one tried to follow me home. He was also the guy that told me I needed to get the cops involved. He thought this guy was really going to hurt me. He knew people with the same mentality, and they only ever gave up when the law got involved. I didn't even know why I was surprised when I found out the guy had a previous conviction for stalking. He seemed to know the legal process like the back of his hand. He knew the process of getting a restraining order through the courts could take weeks at minimum. He'd come visit me at the 7-Eleven just to taunt me sometimes, and only leave once I threatened to call the cops on him. That was just about the only thing that really seemed to get to him too. The fact that he'd been arrested and convicted over something like that before. I wanted to tell him that he was pathetic, that he'd never have a good normal woman all to himself. He'd always be some kind of deranged psycho who got off on terrorizing those who couldn't defend themselves, but I didn't. In fact, I was told by one of the cops I spoke to not to antagonize him under any circumstances. "We don't know how far he'll push this if you make him angry. If it's possible, don't engage with him whatsoever." Like I said, that was my life for a whole 3 months. Until the day finally came when my mom got the call from our family's attorney saying a judge had finally approved the restraining order. For those wondering, it took so long because this guy had no history of actual violence, and the whole grabbing incident wasn't classed as an assault for whatever reason. The day it finally came, though, he must have gotten some kind of notification because he just stopped showing up altogether. Seeing him waiting outside whenever I finished was such a regular occurrence that when he finally didn't show up, I actually cried with relief. I told Carl, the Uber driver, that I thought I was finally free. We had a kind of celebration on that final drive back to my house. He still picks me up from time to time too, when I've been out drinking with my friends or for whatever. It's awesome to be reunited with him after such a sickening ordeal. I suppose half the reason I'm sharing this is to help other girls avoid going through the same thing I did. Don't hesitate to get the cops involved with something like a stalking issue. There are literally laws in place to help deal with things like that. But the big thing is don't ever show a soft side or seem like you're playing hard to get. If a guy shows you any unwanted attention, make it clear you'll just call the cops right away. Heck, carry a stun gun or pepper spray if you're legally able to. just to show that son of a bitch you're carrying, so they leave you alone. I just don't want anyone else to go through what I went through, because honestly, I lost 4 months of my life to this guy's abuse. I have to start out by saying right away that I'm rather happily employed. I make decent money, and my family is very well taken care of. Unfortunately, however, that was not always the case. This story happened near the beginning of the Great Recession. I'm sure a lot of people can remember how bad things were at the time. I worked as a facilitator in a call center company. My entire job was training people about how to work on the phones. It was a 3-week course for each class, and once it was done, it started over with a brand new class. At some point, the company decided not to use full-time facilitators anymore. Apparently, they considered us some money drain or something. What they did instead was use call center workers in the summer and fall to do the training. They were paid less than we were and didn't get a bonus for doing the training either, so off we went. I had severance for a few months, but that was hardly a comfort. I had children, and I needed to find a job in order to take care of them. Everyone at the time was cutting employees, not hiring them, so I was not having any luck in finding a new job. When I was in the parking lot of a grocery store, a friend of mine came over to talk to me. She was one of those kind of annoying people who always trapped you in a conversation and wouldn't let you go. She was also kind of weird and into some shady things every now and then. I knew that she sold drugs on the side because she had offered me some in the past. Of course, I declined, and she'd since stopped talking about it. This time, though, she asked me if I had found a new job yet. I told her that I did not, and it was getting a bit difficult, as the severance money was quickly running out. I had no idea what I was going to do if I couldn't find a job before that and my savings were depleted. That was when she told me that she might be able to help me find a new job. I was somewhat dubious about this offer, considering her history, and insisted I did not want to do anything illegal. She reassured me, though, that it wasn't anything like that. She took out this piece of paper with a phone number on it and told me to call that number and mentioned that she was the one who had told me to call. Then, for the first time ever, she left the talk before I did. That was really quite strange for her, and I didn't know what to think about it. After a while, I decided it couldn't hurt to just try out the number though, and see what exactly was going on here. I called, and someone picked up on the second ring. They gave me the name of the business, something I had never heard of before, and asked how they could help me. I gave them all the information my friend had given me, and they told me they could set up an interview the very next day. I was given an address, and they hung up the phone soon after. I was quite excited because everything seemed to be very legit, and I really had not expected it to be. I would be able to go to the interview immediately after I dropped the kids off at school. I didn't have a GPS or anything, so I had to find the place on my own. I drove, and when I was getting closer, I realized this was in a rather seedy part of town. In fact, it was an area with a lot of industrial buildings that had been closed down. Therefore, there was basically no traffic or cars or anything in the area. I kept checking the different addresses, trying to find the right one. Eventually, I did find it, because I recalled the name of the company. What stood out the most to me upon pulling up to this address was that there were no cars in the lot at all. I guessed to myself that maybe the employees parked in the back or something. I didn't give it too much thought because the business could definitely still be running even with some other closed ones in the area. I got parked at what was marked as a spot for guests. Then I got out of the car. I walked up to the building, but as I did, I started to get very nervous. It didn't look like anyone was inside, and it was very scary walking up to it like this all alone. I walked up to the door and opened it. It was unlocked, and at first I breathed a sigh of relief. I was initially thinking I had been sent to a closed building. I went inside, and my relief quickly left me. There was no one at the reception desk. There were not any lights on and the place was definitely deserted. I walked over to the elevator, pushing the button. Maybe the reception area was simply closed, but the place I was supposed to work at was further in and open. When I pressed the button though, to my surprise, there was no power and the elevator did nothing. I stood there for a moment, not exactly sure what I was going to do, and that's when I heard it. I heard a voice saying something in the distance. I couldn't totally make it out. It seemed to be coming from the staircase beside the elevators. I decided to go and open the door and try to hear what was being said. I opened the door and immediately wished that I had not. A loud voice was coming from below, chanting over and over, "It's for you, Lord. Come to me, Lord. It's for you." The voice was coming from down the stairs in the basement of the building. I was frozen for a moment and decided to close the door quietly. I didn't know what was going on in that basement, but it certainly had nothing to do with any job interviews. I intended to walk out of the building quietly, but my fear got the best of me. I sprinted out and got into my car. As I was driving out, I noticed several people now standing in front of the building, watching me leave. They weren't dressed like business people though. They were all wearing these sort of robes or something. They just watched me as I left, and I sped away from this freaky as fuck sight. When I got home, I went to call my friend who had suggested that I go there in the first place. She didn't answer the phone though. She didn't return my message, and I never spoke to her or saw her again. I have no idea what really happened that day, and I really hope that I never find out. I work out a lot. I've always been really obsessed with staying fit. I've also had training in wrestling and some martial arts. Although I don't particularly like the idea of fighting, I think I could do more than just hold my own in a fight. This is pretty important to know, because it makes my story that much scarier. Now, this happened in the fall, so of course the sun had been setting a whole lot earlier. I like to get out and jog right before the sun set, because it was nice to watch the fall sunset while I was exercising. So there I was, jogging, when I decided to cut through this park. It was a pretty big area, with a path running through the forest. When you came out of that wooded area, the path went by this big field with a children's playground right in the middle. When I was running past this playground, I stopped to get a brief look at the sunset. When I did, I noticed that there was a lone kid at the playground. They looked pretty young, and I thought it was weird they were out so late by themselves. I was just about to start jogging again when I noticed something else. There was a strange man standing just outside of the playground. He moved forward a bit and leaned against the swing set for a while. I don't know why I stood there and kept watching, but there was something about this guy that made me feel pretty uneasy. I wasn't sure if he had seen me yet or not, because his back was facing me the whole time. But he certainly hadn't been on the playground when I first showed up, so I doubted he was the parent of this lone child. The man walked up to the kid, and they looked like they were talking. I noticed the kid back off a little from the man, and the kid looked quite scared. I began to get quite concerned. I wasn't sure how I should tackle the situation yet. The kid stood up and began to back away from the man. I thought I should go up to them and see what was wrong. I began lightly jogging up to the playground. In a split second, however, the man grabbed the kid by the arm. The kid was doing his best to struggle and move away, but the man had a good grip on him. The kid began yelling, and I realized this person was either an abusive parent or a child abductor. I had to do something right now. I ran up to the guy and grabbed the arm that was grabbing the kid. I jerked his arm away. The kid got loose and fell to the ground. I twirled the guy around, so he was now facing me. I got a good look at his face. He was certainly a scary-looking man. He was thin and pale and looked like he hadn't been washed in quite some time. It was nasty looking, but the worst part were his eyes, which were totally crazed. The man, who was much smaller than me, turned his attention away from the child and jumped on me. He tried to knock me over. I was surprised because I was much bigger than him, but somehow he succeeded in taking me to the ground. The man was abnormally strong, and the fight was one of the hardest ones I've ever had in my life. He was screaming something about needing blood or something like that. After a struggle, I was able to subdue him by flipping him over onto his stomach and holding his arms behind his back with my left hand and knee. I tossed my cell phone over to the child and told him to call 911 right away. He didn't hesitate to do so. I held the still struggling man down until the police arrived. They took over from there and arrested him soon after. That's not the end of the story though. I was there when the kid was talking to the cops, and the story he told them was quite scary. He told the police that the man had suddenly approached him, asking to play a game together. The kid was put off right away. He didn't want to play with this stranger, especially a stranger as freaky as this guy was. When the child backed off, the man grabbed him and started growling in his face, telling him that he kept seeing scary things. He told the kid he needed to drain all of his blood in order to make the visions go away. The guy was on some pretty serious drugs and was also mentally ill. I guess he suffered from schizophrenia or something, and the drugs made it worse. I heard he might have been on PCP or something. It was the first time I'd ever been around someone who was so high on drugs. It also explains how that little man was able to put up such a good fight with me. It chilled me to think about the fight after that, because who knows what would have happened if he had managed to win. Most fortunately though, the kid was all right in the end. I checked up with him later, and he wasn't too mentally scarred about the whole thing, so that's the most important in the end, I guess. Now, I'm not 100% certain if these two events are correlated, but they certainly might be. I had an extremely messy breakup with a girl when I was in my 20s, which is quite a long time ago now. It was like something you might see out of a movie. We yelled, we screamed, we called names and threw things at each other. It ended with her and I mutually screaming as she left the house. I was at the door, screaming back as she walked to her car, and supposedly drove her way out of my life. I didn't hear from her for the rest of the week. In fact, I was quite relieved not to. I knew it would just lead to more drama in the end. I was hoping that everything would get back to normal and I would never see her again. So it was on the weekend when I was home by myself that I had an experience that part of me thinks was instigated by her. I had gotten home pretty late on a Saturday night after having been out at bars with some friends of mine. I wasn't ready to go to bed just yet, so I decided to keep having a few drinks in my home. Hey, I knew I was going to pay for it in the morning, but that was fine with me at the time. I had my television beside the window that faced out in my living room. That way I could just look over and see what was going on outside. Not that much was actually going on ever, but if it was, I would know about it right away. I guess you could also say I'm kind of paranoid, and if I'm watching TV and someone comes to the door, I want to be able to see who it is before they get there. Normally, I don't pay that much attention if I see someone just walking on the sidewalk in front of my house or something though. It's normal that kids and random people do that. This night, however, I did take notice of a particular person passing by. It was because this guy was very large and scary looking. He was also overly dressed for what the weather was like. What really got my attention though was that he kept glancing over at my house. I wasn't sure if he could see me or not, but I could sure see him. After the glances over to my house, he kept on walking on his way. I found that quite strange, but I soon put it out of my mind and went back to watching TV for a while. Feeling that I wanted another drink, I got up to go to the kitchen. There was a sliding glass door facing my backyard. I didn't normally pay much attention to my backyard, but when I turned out the lights this time, I don't know why, but I glanced over into the backyard out of instinct. At first, I couldn't quite make out what I was seeing, but I soon knew that it looked like someone or something was in my backyard. There was a shadowy figure. For a few moments, I thought it might be my eyes playing tricks on me in the dark. I walked up closer to the window to get a better look. When I tried my porch light, it wouldn't turn on because the bulb was out. I was looking and realized that there was indeed someone in my backyard. They were standing far enough back in the dark that I couldn't see them clearly, but it looked like a large man. My mind immediately went back to the man I had seen walking in front of my house earlier. He must have realized I'd seen him because he began moving quickly toward the door. The door fortunately was closed, but it was not locked. I had to move very quickly to flick the lock. Fortunately, I did so before the man grabbed the handle. At this point, I was able to get a good look at the man. He was huge, wearing a black jacket. His jacket opened as he moved, and I saw a large knife hidden inside. That scared the crap out of me. The man started tugging at the handle of the door. Although it was locked, he was mercilessly pulling on it. I was afraid he might easily break the lock and force himself through. I ran to the living room closet and grabbed something in there that I had to protect myself. I kept hearing him pulling on that door handle and eventually heard the lock break and the door open. He got into my house. I stood in the doorway of the closet as the man entered. When I saw him, he'd already pulled his knife out of his sheath. When he saw me, though, he stopped in his tracks when he saw my gun pointing straight at him. "Get the fuck out of my house," I breathed. Suddenly, I was the one with more power, but I was still terrified. I didn't really know if I could shoot someone. I had never been in a situation to shoot anything other than a target. I just hoped the man wouldn't hear the fear in my voice. He took one step forward toward me, as if daring me to shoot at him. At that moment, it seemed like my body just took over, and I pulled the trigger. The man was hit in his left arm. He quickly recoiled and yelled in pain. However, he didn't keep still very long. He got up and ran out the back door of the house. I actually stood there for God knows how long, terrified about what just happened. I knew I needed to get up and call the police, but I was just frozen in place with that gun for a while. Finally, I did call. They looked around and I gave a description of the man. Interestingly enough, the guy was soon picked up when he was found lurking behind a convenience store. I actually had to go to the precinct, and there was a lineup. I was able to identify him quickly. The reason I brought my girlfriend up in the beginning was that she knew this guy. I suspected she had set this up, but that was never proven, and she was never arrested. The attacker did get a jail sentence for aggravated assault, so I guess there's some justice in that. We're going back almost 10 years ago now. One morning, I dropped my son off at school, then drove over to a nearby 7-Eleven with my infant daughter. It was pretty early in the morning, so there were only one or two other customers. One of them was an older-looking man with a walker who was slowly making his way around the store. I didn't pay too much attention to him, other than feeling kind of sorry for him. I picked up the few items I needed and headed out to my car. Right as I was putting my daughter in her car seat, I heard a voice call out from behind me. I turn and it's the old man with a walker, only there's something weirdly different about him now than when I saw him inside the store. He was walking straight upright, not leaning on the walker, and his voice sounded much younger than you would have expected from looking at him. I remember him saying, "Cute kid, huh?" Then, as I turned around, I only got the slightest look at the man in his brand new posture before he slammed the walker into the back of my legs. The force made my knees buckle, and I almost fell right on top of my young daughter. I'm not exactly the tallest woman in the world, so the height reduction from my knees buckling had me falling forward into my open car. I tried really hard not to crush her as I fell. I honestly thought he was trying to get me, which was bad enough, but when he grabbed me by the hair and started to drag me up and off my daughter, I realized he was trying to get her instead. I honestly didn't think I could get any more terrified, but the realization he was actually trying to take my infant daughter away from me was too much to bear. I remember letting out the loudest, most ear-splitting scream I've ever let out in my life, begging him not to take my baby. He was so much stronger and faster than he looked. I guess that was all part of his fiendish scheme, to have everyone let their guards down around him. It honestly seems like divine intervention now that I look back at it, but someone was just pulling into the small parking lot, just as he almost had a hand on my daughter. Seeing the struggle, they instinctively honked their horn over and over in a bid to break us up. I think they must have figured at first it was just an incident of spousal abuse or something, because they were only honking and didn't get out of their car. That was until I started screaming, "He's trying to take my baby!" The moment they heard that, they burst out of their driver's side door. The man sprinted past the passenger side and out towards the main highway. The second he did, another car came speeding by and stopped him. I first thought it might have been another person coming to tackle him or something, but instead the guy climbed into the second car and it sped off with a screech of its tires. What horrified me in the aftermath was that this was quite clearly a well-planned and almost perfectly executed attempt to kidnap my daughter. I wouldn't be surprised in the least if it had worked on a previous occasion. After the kind stranger calmed me down, they helped me call the cops, and I tried my best to calm my daughter down in turn. She was still too young to know what was really going on, but she'd picked up on my distress enough to be wailing and crying until I managed to lull her to sleep. The cops who arrived at the 7-Eleven a short while after said they'd never heard of such a thing happening there before, but they were able to check the cameras outside to try and get a clear image of the getaway car's license plate. I stuck around long enough to find out the car's plates came back as stolen. The cop I spoke to said there was a good chance they'd just ditched the vehicle somewhere after wiping it down for prints. If they'd already planned such a detailed operation here, there was a good chance they'd planned for it failing too. The only saving grace was that the officer assured me that my report was a step towards catching them. A small step, but a step nonetheless. The horrifying experience I went through that morning was not for nothing, as not only did the cops now have a description of the man who tried the kidnapping, but their failure to kidnap my daughter meant they'd probably think twice before trying the same plan on someone else. I took a lot of comfort in that idea. If it wasn't for the cop taking the time to reassure me of that, I don't think I'd have dealt with the trauma half as well as I did in the months that followed. I did a lot of praying too, of course. Desperate prayers that whoever had planned such a horrifying kidnapping would never ever be successful, and that no one else would have to endure the pure horror I did that day. I was 18 and had just graduated high school when this happened. A bit of backstory. I was bullied pretty heavily throughout my 4 years of high school for my weight. I wasn't huge by any standard, but even if I was, that shouldn't have made it okay to be tormented in the way that I was. I was slightly overweight, but I live in a very small town in the Midwest. My graduating class had only maybe 60 people or so. I have no idea why I seemed to be the only target when it came to relentless harassment about my weight, when there were other people that were even bigger than me. But either way, it made me feel incredibly insecure. It had gotten to a point where I wasn't just bullied by the awful people at my school, but I also continued the cycle against myself when I got home. I was disgusted by what I saw in the mirror. I would come home crying almost every day after school, and the only thing I ever dreamt of was simply being fit. That's all I wanted. I figured that once I finally got skinny, I could rub it in the faces of everyone who ever said I couldn't do it. The month that I graduated high school, I decided it was time for the big change. I was done feeling sorry for myself, and frankly, I just wanted to be healthier. I felt like putting all my energy into becoming a better me. I knew that I could do it, and it would make me feel worthy again. I talked to my mom about it, and she suggested getting a gym membership. She even said she would pay for it, as a sort of graduation present from her and my dad. Of course, I wanted to take her up on the offer, but at the same time, I'd always been kind of creeped out by our local gym. It was in this very small building in a very sketchy part of town. Then again, pretty much every part of our town was the sketchy part of town. I guess you could say in the end I went against my better judgment though, and the next day I found myself at that gym, waiting at the counter for someone to help me sign up. A short, heavy, older man came out of the back room and sat down at a desk nearby. He didn't strike me as someone who would be running a gym, let alone being in one, but I had no right to be judgmental myself. I brushed it off and didn't give it too much thought. He told me the rates and said the gym was the best in town, which sort of made me laugh a little because it was the only gym in town. He really didn't seem to like that though. His voice was raspy from cigarettes, and I could smell his breath all over him. "What's so funny, huh? You don't think my gym's very nice? You know, you don't have to be here, little girl." I stopped laughing quickly, confused by how harsh he was being. I was very quick to apologize. No, your gym's very nice. That's why I chose it. I mean, no offense, sir. I'm really sorry about that." He chuckled a bit and said, "I was just messing with you, princess. Lighten up a little," and a wink soon after. I remember feeling extremely creeped out by him. I didn't like the vibe that he was giving me, but at this point I'd already signed up for the next month, so I was going to be going. I wasn't going to waste money, and also, part of me felt like maybe I was reading too much into things. It's not like I would have to go through spending much time with the guy at the gym anyway. He didn't seem particularly bad or anything. I guess it was just a little off-putting with his sense of humor was all. I thanked him and walked out of the gym, eager to put some space in between us. I had made some plans to work out that day, but I was having a bit too much anxiety from that encounter. So I went home and decided to do it tomorrow morning. First things first, I woke up and actually was very excited for once. Got my gym bag all ready and headed out on my way. I grabbed a smoothie on the way for breakfast, and by about 9 a.m. I was in the parking lot of the gym. Before I even walked in, I saw the very same man working the front desk. There were a few other people in there this time, so I didn't feel as uncomfortable going in. I pulled open the door and scanned my card before I walked to the door of the women's locker room. The man working the front desk rushed into his office only a few moments after I went into the locker room, which I found a little bit odd. But, you know, it's his job, so whatever. I think I should mention that his office was directly next to the women's locker room. I put my belongings in the locker after quickly getting changed into my gym clothes and locked it with a lock I had brought from home. For the next several hours, I worked out a bit and listened to some music. I tried thinking about how life was going to be when I went off to college in a few months. By around 12 p.m. or so, I was done with my workout and ready to head home. I started making my way toward the locker room to change my clothes again and grab my things before heading out. As I did so, though, I noticed that the front desk man rushed to enter his office again at exactly the same time. That was certainly very strange. For the next few weeks or so, every time I went into the locker room, the man at the front desk would go into his office at the same time. It started feeling less like a coincidence and more like a deliberate act. It wasn't just me either. This happened whenever any attractive woman would enter the locker room. He would always go into his office in a hurry. There were a few times I could hear the man coughing from inside, and occasionally there would be a tapping sound coming from the wall the mirror was situated on. At first, I chalked it up to thin walls and tried to move on. After 3 weeks of going to the gym every day, though, one of my very close friends told me he'd seen a picture of me getting dressed circulating around one of the Facebook groups he was in. It was a group of a bunch of other men from around town who posted jobs they were offering or work they were looking for. So when a picture of me randomly showed up there, he knew something was very off. He showed me the picture, and I was completely shocked. It was a picture of me getting dressed at the gym. The worst part is that for the life of me, I couldn't figure out how the person had even taken the picture in the first place. Because of my insecurity, I never got dressed at the gym unless no one was in the room with me. If there was even one other woman in the room, I would wait until she left before I got dressed, which also meant it was only me in this picture. My friend showed me that this wasn't the only photo uploaded either. There were almost 30 photos of women from our town getting dressed inside this same gym locker room. Some were more undressed than others. Thankfully, the comments were mostly people telling him to take down the post immediately, but there were a few gross ones as well. Lots of men saying it was sexy the women didn't know they were getting pictures taken of them. I was disgusted. Thankfully, my photo wasn't of me completely exposed, but for some of the women it was. I started to feel sick to my stomach. It was supposed to be a safe place. I knew I had to go to the police. I wasn't just going to sit around and watch these pictures, including mine, be passed around for everyone to see. By the time I'd mustered up the courage to call, though, I was informed they already knew about what was going on, and they would take my statement if I wanted to come down to the gym and to answer some questions. You may find that weird, but like I said, it was a very small town, so when something like this happened, every available cop was on it right away. It was the most action they'd see all year. I went down and answered whatever questions they asked. I learned that the reason the front desk man was always going into his office when I or other women would enter the locker room was because connecting his office and the woman's locker room was a two-way mirror. We couldn't see him, but he could see every inch of us. Why he decided to post these pictures, I don't know. He had to have known he would get caught, and during the trial he said he didn't regret it one bit. He even said that he thought all the women wanted him, and that's why they signed up for memberships at his gym in the first place. He was definitely some type of narcissist, mentally ill in some fashion. He ended up being sentenced to 3 years in state prison, where he's still currently residing. The experience was quite frightening and made me feel gross for a long time. I didn't let it discourage me though. I joined another gym a couple of towns away and ended up falling completely in love with weightlifting. There's one warning I'd like to give to women and men alike. If you're ever getting undressed in a place you aren't familiar with, always check the mirror. You never know if there could be another person peering at you through that glass. Being a personal trainer is relatively easy work. I'm only in my mid-20s, so I haven't been doing it for very long, but it's great being able to help people work towards achieving their goals in a healthy, safe way, free from any judgment or harassment. What I didn't expect is all the attention I would get from women and their husbands. You see, most of my clients are women, married women, and their husbands don't seem to like another man watching their wives work out or helping them with their form. Now, that's completely fair, I understand to a certain extent, but I've never had an outright issue with any of them. I can always feel the awkward tension when they're working out though, keeping an eye on us. I've never done anything, but nothing could have prepared me for this one instance. As a man, I had never really worried about being followed at night or having someone become obsessed with me to the point where I felt like I was being stalked, but that's exactly what happened. I had a client that was moving out of town, so a spot opened up on my client list. The gym I worked at had a board that I was able to put a little sign on. Basically, it just said a new spot was open and had a location where to email me. I got around 20 or so emails from people looking for a personal trainer, but to be as fair as possible, I went with the first person who actually reached out. She was a woman in her early 30s named May. She told me she and her husband had just had a baby the year before, and she was looking to lose her baby weight and be comfortable with her body again. Our first session was pretty normal. I set up a pretty low-key workout plan for her that she completed with ease in about an hour and a half or so. Now, just so you understand where my shock at this situation came from, let me tell you just how ordinary May came off in the very beginning. During the first few sessions, all she would talk about was how much she loved her family and how amazing her husband Jacob was. She would tell me all the romantic things he would do for her and spend at least 15 minutes every session showing me pictures of her baby. I found this pretty endearing. I was pretty used to people telling me about their personal lives while they train, given that there's not much else to talk about, and I'm sure it eased their anxiety to talk about the people they loved. Personally, I'm not one to talk about myself while working with clients, and that's never been an issue before. I'd say around our 5th session or so, though, May began insisting I tell her about myself. She started saying things like, "A man like you surely has a beautiful woman in your life. I bet your girlfriend feels super lucky to have someone as sexy as you." I wasn't worried about the comments in the moment, though, as things like that I'd heard from most of my clients. Usually, I'd laugh it off and nothing would happen. Only this time, when I tried to do the same thing, she gave me this very serious look and with a stern voice said, "Well, are you gonna tell me about her or not?" I was a little off guard by her sudden change in demeanor, so it took me a second to answer. I don't have a girlfriend. As you can see, I'm a little too busy for relationships at the moment. And, besides, I have enough women in my life with all these clients I have to take care of." The last part was meant to be a joke, but I could tell she was obviously not taking it as one. "You only have a few female clients, don't you? What are you, some kind of pervert that likes to prey on vulnerable women?" That's when I started getting a bit uncomfortable. I'm not one for confrontation, so I didn't say anything at first, but she continued to insult me. I couldn't just stand there as she demeaned me in front of multiple people in the gym, who were now staring at us. "Look, I don't appreciate that shit you're saying, so I'm gonna have to ask you to leave if you don't stop. I don't talk about my personal life, and this is the reason why. I've never done anything to you, so I hope you calm down and recognize how inappropriate this is." I think that really embarrassed her. Her raising her voice at me got the attention of most of the people around us, so when I confronted her, everyone was looking. She picked up her bag and left immediately. To be completely honest with you, I assumed that would be the last time I ever saw or heard from her. The whole experience was, of course, awkward. I had multiple people come up to me afterwards and ask what the hell that was all about. I did get an email from her a couple of days later, but it didn't sit quite right with me. "Hi, it's May. I'm really sorry for what happened a couple of days ago at the gym. I kinda lost it when you mentioned the other woman you train. I hate the thought of you around another woman, touching her while she works out the way you touch me. I guess I got a little bit jealous being around you. The past few weeks have made me realize how much I want you, how much I need you. I thought you wanted me too. I could see the way you looked at me, scanning every inch of my body from the moment we first met. I know my feelings can't be one-sided." Yeah, this did freak me out a little bit, especially because I had no fucking idea what she was talking about. I basically just interacted with her completely normally. I never touched her at all, unless it was to correct her form, and even then it was just like her lower legs or her arms or something. I never touched anybody in a place that would be considered inappropriate or possibly make them feel uncomfortable. When I read that email, I started to really worry that maybe I'd done something wrong. I had no idea she'd gotten such an impression from me. Everything had always seemed so normal. I emailed her back and, in the nicest way possible, told her I had no such feelings for her. Everything I was doing was simply a part of my job, and I was sorry she felt like it was something more than what it was. I also mentioned that it would be a good idea for me to not be her trainer anymore, since I wasn't very comfortable with the way my actions were being misconstrued. I tried keeping it short so nothing could be misunderstood, but the email I got back from her only minutes later made me realize there was nothing I could say to change her mind about me at all. "Oh, I see. This is your work email then. You have to say stuff like this. That's okay. I'll see you later. We can discuss our relationship there." She left it at that. I went into work the next morning and immediately went to see the manager. I told her of everything that happened and showed her the emails. She told me not to worry, but she was glad I'd brought it to her attention. It made me feel a little better about the situation, but something was still bothering me. My next client went in and I went straight to training her. She was an older woman named Nita. Honestly, she reminded me of my grandma who had passed the year before. We had become great friends in the few months I'd been training her, so I had no issue telling her about what was going on with May. She seemed shocked, if anything. She warned me it could quickly turn into something ugly if I wasn't careful. In that moment, I started getting worried. Toward the end of our session, out of the corner of my eye, I spotted May hiding in a corner. She looked down when she noticed I'd spotted her, almost like she really didn't want me to know she was there. After Nina left, I grabbed my bags and started to head out. I decided to stop for some groceries on the way home. Imagine my shock when I ran into May there. She bumped into me and acted like she was surprised to see me, but I knew she'd been following me the entire time. "Who was that woman today at the gym? Are you guys together or something?" I asked her to leave me alone, but it made no difference to her. She grabbed my arm and pulled me back towards her as she began to question me. I slipped out of her grasp and simply ran to my car. She followed me and started apologizing for her behavior while attempting to rub herself against me. She kept on asking why I didn't want her. Before I knew it, she pinned me against my car. I was much stronger than her though, so I did what I had to do and pushed her off me. She fell to the ground, and before she could get up, I got into my car and locked the doors. After I pulled out, I made sure she wasn't still following me and drove right to the police station. I was able to obtain a restraining order against her a few days later. When I showed them all the emails she kept sending, they were able to obtain the security footage from the grocery store as well that showed her following me the entire time. Nothing would stop her though. For several months after, I would see her everywhere I went. Restaurants, bars, the beach, even when I went on a vacation. She just wouldn't leave me alone. Thankfully, the gym I worked at had security, so every time she tried to follow me, she was escorted out of the building. She never tried speaking to me directly again, but honestly, just seeing her everywhere was scary enough. Whenever I called the police to tell them she was there, by the time they arrived, she'd be mysteriously gone. For a year, I was stalked by May after. She sent letters to my home and left gifts on my doorstep, not normal gifts either. She'd leave her dirty underwear or cuttings of her hair and fingernails. It got to the point that whenever I found anything on my doorstep that wasn't something I ordered, I immediately threw it in the dumpster outside. I tried to inform the police, but after the 100th time, they told me I didn't need to tell them about it anymore. They just kept telling me to let them know if she did something physical to me again, and I hated that. I considered moving, but I was stuck in a lease and breaking it was more than I could afford. Thankfully, she never tried to actually break in. Otherwise, I'm sure that would have been the last straw. Over the next couple of months, I became increasingly paranoid. It started affecting my other relationships, and I became a miserable person I didn't even recognize anymore. One day, I stepped outside and noticed it was the first day in a year I hadn't found anything on my doorstep from her. The next day, the same thing. In fact, that whole week I got nothing. I finally stopped seeing her around so much too. In the end, I ended up getting an email from her that said she basically blamed me for her husband divorcing her and getting custody of their children. I quote-unquote tempted her with my body during our sessions, and she couldn't help but pursue me. She said she wanted nothing more to do with me, and told me to leave her alone from then on. It was super confusing, but I was glad it was finally over. I was happy to let her believe I was the bad guy in the situation, if it meant she'd finally fucking leave me alone. I do see her around town every so often, but now she just acts like I don't exist, and I'm very okay with that. My family grew up in the rural area around where we lived. My parents weren't rich or anything, but we did have a fairly decent life. This was in the 70s or so things were a lot different than they are nowadays. It was a lot more common back then to see someone driving down a country road with an open beer between their legs. Although I don't live out in the country now, nor have I in quite a long time, I at least like to think that things like that don't happen nearly as often anymore. I learned to drive myself when I was about 12 years old. This was not unusual for me or my family. And it wasn't too strange either for one of us to take the car out and go somewhere. I had a lot of friends my age who chewed tobacco as well. I tried it a few times, but I didn't really care for it. Around this time, I was good friends with a guy named Vance. We had grown up in the same general area up on the ridge. Our houses weren't really that close together, but we rode the same school bus to school. We were friends all the way from kindergarten until sometime in high school. The reason the two of us stopped being friends in high school was due to a girl he had liked for years liking me even more. Although I wasn't really interested in her and would never have dated someone my friend had his eye on, this made him really angry. After a while, he just kinda stopped talking to me. A while further after that, he became very antagonistic to me as well, which was pretty horrible because no one wants to lose a friend in a situation like that. It's not like I made the girl like me or something. When I was 17 years old, I was home by myself on a weekend night. I decided to take one of the old cars and see a different buddy of mine who lived a bit further up the ridge than I did. It was about an hour's drive to his house, since it was a dark dirt road the entire way there. You had to be real careful out on some of these roads. They were right on the sides of hills, and there was not anything like a guardrail to keep you from driving off the side and dying. When I left that friend's house to go home, it was already pretty late. I went outside and could see it was actually a little bit foggy out. It was not ideal to drive this path in that weather, but it just meant I would have to take my time and be more careful when driving. However, it was not too long after I'd begun that I noticed some lights behind me. Another vehicle was now coming my way. The road wasn't really wide enough for more than a car and a half, so this person could not pass me by. Still though, he didn't stop at all. He drove up upon me really fast. In fact, just before he slowed down, I almost thought he was going to slam into me and shove me off the cliff. He had gotten as close as possible to hitting me, then backed off just a bit. When this person was about a car's length behind me, he started to flash his high beams on. Then he sped up just enough to almost slam into me again. Just before he'd hit me though, he slowed down. Now he kept his high beams on, which made it very difficult for me to see the path ahead. I tried to pull my car over just a bit to let this guy pass me by. I was really trying to let him go, assuming that's what he wanted. This guy made no attempt to pass me though. He did the exact same thing, pulled up really close to me, then backed off again. This time he began to honk his horn angrily as well. I began to get very nervous. Every time this guy repeated this pattern, I got even more scared. I tried to speed up now, which I was very hesitant to do. I didn't like driving fast down these roads, even when there was not any fog. That didn't change anything though. When I sped up, he matched me perfectly. He kept getting close as if he was going to hit me off the side before backing off yet again. He did this over and over, while still honking his horn at me. I don't know how long this kept up, but finally we got into the bottom of the hill, so there was no risk of running off the side anymore. We were still in a highly forested area though. Thankfully, by that point I was not far away from home. I thought I could make it there, and at least I knew my family would be home by then. If this guy followed me all the way home, my brothers would be there to help me kick the crap out of him. No sooner than that thought entered my head, however, the car did its same pattern again. This time though, it did hit me. I reacted by slamming the brakes, which caused my car to spin and skid off the road. The only thing I remember after that was nothing. I woke up in the hospital 3 months after the accident. My car had slammed right into a big tree. I hadn't been wearing my seatbelt in that moment. The only thing that kept me from flying through the windshield was the big steering wheel that my head and chest had bounced off of. I had some pretty bad head injuries, and I had been out for the entire time. I guess I had opened my eyes after a month, but had not been acting like myself. They told me I was aware, but it was like nobody was there. I don't really remember exactly because it was so many decades ago. I had a violent and sort of feral behavior that required me to be restrained to my bed for a while. Then, suddenly one day, the day I felt like I woke up, I just went back to normal. I never found out exactly who was driving that car that rammed me. However, some other people who knew me in high school later told me that Vance had been bragging that it was him after it happened. Vance's dad worked at the police department, so there was never an investigation to see if he had done it. That, of course, convinced me that he had. I don't live out in the country anymore, but I really hope it's harder these days for crooked people to get away with things like that now. Now, let me first say I know a lot of people might not like this story. I've been listening to scary stories for a while, and it seems like the ones people get most riled up about are the ones about bullies. And this just so happens to be a story about bullies on Halloween. I was picked on for as long as I can remember. Never really had too many friends growing up, and not even nerdy friends. I was mostly one of those kids that just kept to myself. I guess that's why I was bullied so much. I always sat in the back of the classroom and never raised my hand or volunteered to do any group work. In fact, I absolutely despised group work. And besides, no one wanted me in their groups anyway. For the most part, I didn't really care about all this. I just liked living in my own world. It did bring a lot of abuse my way, though. There was name-calling, which no matter what people tell you is bad and can hurt you quite deeply, and I would occasionally get shoved down. Although the bullies never did go so far as to try and beat me up or start fights with me. When I was around 14 years old, I was still going through this kind of thing. It bothered me a lot more though, because of course, those are the years boys have tons of testosterone in their system, and they get a lot more mean and aggressive. I started to get a lot more teasing, and really came to hate high school gym class. I was shy about changing in the locker room, and that didn't really help my popularity at all. During the fall, it got a lot worse. I was looking forward to Halloween though. For the first time, I was going to have the house all to myself. My parents were going to be going out to a party. I enjoyed being home alone, and it seemed like Halloween would be the perfect day to do it. We didn't get much trick-or-treat traffic in our neighborhood, but I planned to keep the lights out and pretend nobody was home. I had some movies I was going to watch and just have a quiet and alone night. I was at home watching a movie when I heard the strangest noise. It felt like someone was tapping on my living room window. It got my attention at first, but I figured it must just be an animal or something. I didn't really pay that much attention to it. Another time went by and I heard that same noise again. This time it was coming from a different window though. The exact same noise, same number of taps, just a different area. That was really concerning, and I paid more attention to it this time. I looked over out the window though and was not able to see anything. I tried to pay attention to my movie, but it was hard to get back into it. Just as I was beginning to, I once again heard that tapping noise. Except this time, when I looked at the window it was coming from, I saw someone outside. It was just for a split second, but I saw them duck down out of sight. I knew immediately what was going on. I had been bullied enough, and it was Halloween, so I knew the kids who bullied me were trying to play a cruel prank on me. Well, I was not going to put up with this. I went and turned on some lights to show that someone was home, and then I decided to go to the door and tell the bullies to get the hell off our property, or I was going to call the police. When I opened the front door though, I was cut off before I could say anything. There was a jack-o'-lantern sitting on the front porch, covered in what I thought was fake blood. It had razor blades sticking out of it all over the place. It was lit and smiling at me. That made the entire thing just that much more terrifying. I took it as a threat. I closed the door and immediately went and called the police. I don't think the bullies expected that because they hadn't left yet and were still trying to torment me. They tried to run off when the police arrived quickly. I guess that was my Halloween trait, seeing the police scare the crap out of those bullies who had scared the crap out of me for so many years. My boyfriend showed me this sub a while back, and after lurking for a hot second, I realized I had my own story to tell. The summer of my junior year in high school, I'd been romantically involved with a guy. We'd gotten to the point in our relationship where he was ready for me to meet his friends. We decided it would be cool if we all went to the state fair that was in town for the next few days. With a little bit of planning and corralling, we all hopped into my boyfriend's little Taurus and headed for the city. Keep in mind, we're all a bunch of dumb, edgy teenagers, so a pre-game hot box was a must for any event. With the exception of my boyfriend who was driving, we were all pretty damn high. At one point, one of the girls in the car suggested we pull over and get some snacks from the gas station coming up. For whatever reason, I was the one who managed to get stuck with the job of running in and grabbing what everyone wanted. I was annoyed, but pretty desperate for his friends to think I was cool. I jotted down everyone's requests on my phone and headed inside. I walked up and down a few aisles for a bit, trying to find what I could from the list. Around the end of my little shopping spree, I picked up a bag of chocolate-dipped pretzels and turned to head to checkout. That was when an older man in the row behind me called out and asked me to toss him a bag. I, of course, thought nothing of this and figured I'd save him the trip and be nice. I threw one over to him. I took my snacks to the counter, and that was when I noticed the man was now following me. He asked me a few questions, like my name and where I was headed with all that food. I don't know if it was because I was blitzed or just stupid, but I happily answered all his questions, even telling him my real name and that I was headed to the fair with some friends. He smiled and told me my name was the same as his daughter's name. He seemed polite enough, maybe a bit too chatty and bad with social cues, but otherwise harmless. It was then that he offered to pay for my things, telling me I should save my money for the fair. I shook my head and insisted it was fine, but thanked him for the offer. He slapped his hand hard on my shoulder. It lingered for a bit too long. He whispered and told me not to move, and he'd get his wallet from his truck. I started to feel a bit uneasy then. I exchanged glances with the woman at the counter, and I could tell the weird feeling was mutual. I tried to use him going to his car as a chance to fish out my money, pay for my shit, and get the fuck out of there. I grabbed my receipt and started sprinting towards the car when the man made a beeline right for me in the parking lot. He wagged his finger and scolded me for leaving without waiting. I uncomfortably laughed it off and told him I should be getting back to my friends. They'd been waiting for a long time. It was then that he steered the conversation away from the snacks and asked me if I wanted to see some pictures of his daughter. He told me he kept them in his glove box, and if I wanted to see them, it would only take a second. Finally, alarms were going off in my stupid head. I declined him and told him I really needed to go right now. He reached a hand out and grabbed me by the arm towards him, repeating over and over again that it would only be a couple of minutes. I panicked and started screaming, trying to yank my arm away. That was just enough of a reaction to start turning heads in the parking lot. The man let go of me and rushed back to his car. Hyperventilating and clutching my bag of snacks, I sprinted to the Taurus, where I was bombarded with questions from my boyfriend and his friends. Apparently, everyone had thought I knew the man up until I started screaming. They intended to come out and help once they realized what was going on, but the interaction had just ended that fast that they were unable to do anything. For a few hours, I considered reporting the incident to someone, but I figured I didn't have enough info or reasoning to justify it. I still can't help but think what would have happened in that parking lot, had it been a little emptier, or if I'd come alone. This story begins about 5 years ago, when I was a junior in high school. There was a boy in my grade, Jack, who didn't have a lot of friends. He's on the lower end of the autism spectrum, what used to be called Asperger's syndrome. That affected his ability to pick up on social cues in his interactions with peers. Although I always knew him to be a bit awkward, he was nice enough, and I felt badly that he spent so much time alone. Eating lunch alone, sitting alone at all the school activities. When he joined theater junior year, an activity I'd been a part of since I was 6, I decided to help in bringing him into the fold. Although more creative clubs do have reputations for being more accepting, it's still a difficult thing to join halfway through when everyone is already close-knit friends with everyone else. I would make my best effort to include Jack in conversations with the groups at rehearsals, talk to him one-on-one, invite him to sit with us at lunch. I even gave him my phone number to chat about things once in a while. When he asked me to hang out with him after a month or so of friendship, I said yes. I came to his family's barn and had a very nice time visiting with all the animals and eating dinner with his family. They said a few heartbreaking things throughout the dinner, like it was so nice to see him finally having a friend. They said they liked me much better than the one other friend he had, who I knew to be a kid who also had some disabilities. Unfortunately, this is around the time when our interactions stopped being healthy. He developed a severe attachment to me. It became very clear to me that he saw me in a romantic way, which I didn't return the feelings. Now that wouldn't have been too problematic if he hadn't started to pursue me in such an obsessive manner. He began texting me every hour of the day. If I ever didn't reply, I would receive another text emphasizing his last, or he would copy and paste the same message over and over again. If it were simply him saying hello to start a conversation, he would post it again and again and again until I finally responded. This was not always me ignoring him, mind you. Sometimes I was at work and unable to respond. Then, when I would unlock my phone, I'd have 10 messages from him like this. Additionally, if I did talk to him, he began pouring out every deep thought to me about depression and even having considered suicide in the past. While I'm a compassionate person who will do anything to help others, this worried me for multiple reasons. One, I'm not a trained therapist, and while I can offer some support, I don't always know the right thing to say to help. The last thing I want to do is say the wrong thing and trigger someone into hurting themselves. Additionally, I feared that him sharing these vulnerable thoughts with me and having me comfort him would make him feel as though the bond between us was closer than it was and cause him to latch on even tighter. I tried my best and advised him to speak to our school guidance counselor, which he declined as he claimed that only I could ever understand him. Around this time, he began following me to work. I didn't have a license at the time, so I had to walk from school to my after-school shifts. The store was less than a mile away, so it didn't really bother me. Jack would find me at my locker and start talking to me on my walk to the front door of the school building. I would say, "Bye, I have to go to work," but instead of waiting for his ride, he would follow behind me through the parking lot, down the street, and the entire way to where I worked. As the store I worked at is one where the customers come up to the counter and can't come inside, he would just lurk around in the parking lot for 20 minutes to half an hour, never buying anything, before eventually turning around and walking back to the school. My manager and I were both very disturbed by this whenever it happened, and I would hide in the back or clean until he left. Then the performance of our musical came, and the creep factor amped up even more. He was still constantly texting me, of course, but at this point I was going through a lot of mental health issues of my own. I didn't really have the patience to deal with this constant bothering. I replied every few days or so, but I wouldn't engage in more than casual conversation. He began to incessantly comment on everything I posted, Instagram, Facebook, responding to every single tweet. In person, he also followed me around constantly. More than once, he'd attempted to barge into the girls' dressing room and made several comments about my body and specifically my breasts to my face during that week. He happened to leave his phone on a table by me, and when I went to return it, I saw his lock screen was a photo that said, "Boobs are like the sun. If you wear sunglasses, you can stare at them as long as you like." As soon as the musical was over, I didn't have to see him on a regular basis and decided to block him on everything. His constant replies were really starting to freak me out. I told him multiple times that I couldn't always be there to talk to him, but he never listened. I blocked his number. Summer was actually quiet. I enjoyed the fact I didn't have to see or hear from him for a long time. Unfortunately, the school year brought back some contact with him, as he was now a recurring member of theater. He tried to confront me about blocking him in front of a large group of people. I just said we could talk about it later, and he failed to bring it back up. 2 weeks later, though, I got a Twitter notification that my phone contact Jack had joined Twitter as a user posing as the school debate team. I also had a notification saying he'd followed me. He made a fake account for a club that didn't even exist at school just in order to follow me. To my advantage, he'd used his real phone number or email when making that account. Therefore, I was able to quickly block him and told my close friends to do the same. For most part, my senior year went mostly quiet, except for an incident where he'd parked right next to me and tried to hit my car. I'm somewhat sure it was just because he's a really bad driver, but I've always had a tinge of doubt in my mind. I wish I could say the story ended there, that his crush just faded out with high school graduation, and the blocks on his account and number gave him enough closure to move on. Fast forward to fall of 2017. It's been about 2.5 years since I graduated from high school. I was going through my account on Twitter and adjusting some things, and saw I still had some people set to notifications that I didn't really talk to anymore. Some people I'd blocked from old grudges that I'd long since gotten over. I saw Jack was still blocked, and figured that everything had occurred so long ago that he must be over it by now. I decided to unblock him, assuming the chances would be rare he would comment or do anything. Likes are innocent enough. How wrong I was. In my defense, it did take him quite a while to notice. Whether I just didn't pop up on his timeline for some time, or he just didn't use those applications for a while, I didn't hear from him until spring of 2018, 3 years after we'd left high school. He commented on something I posted, trying to start an argument. When I responded, he said he could never win an argument against me. Seemed innocent enough. I liked his comment and moved on. The next day, I got a message from him. "I see you're still the same as you were in high school." I responded for a bit and then stopped replying. It was only small talk, but I didn't want to contact him any further. I had a sinking feeling he was falling back in his old pattern. The next day, I got another message. Hey, are you there? I need to tell you something really important." I was taking a nap at the time, so I couldn't respond. 10 minutes later, according to the timestamp, he DM'd me the same message on Instagram and Twitter. Another 5 minutes later, I get the same message as a text, even though I didn't have his number. At this point, all the notifications woke me up. I was annoyed and felt I knew what he was going to say. "I had a huge crush on you in high school, and I still do now." At this point, I was enraged. I hadn't seen him in 3 years, or interacted with him at all during that time. He made my favorite activity stressful and uncomfortable for me. He followed me to work several times. He knows nothing about the person I'd developed into in the years since I graduated. I decided to do what I hadn't done at that point, which was explicitly tell him about how inappropriate everything he'd done was. I knew he had a disability that made it hard for him to tell how people felt about things he said or did, and that's why I felt I needed to be brutally honest. I decided clearly he had some kind of fixation on me that seemed to transcend the boundaries of distance, time, or sight, so I blocked and deleted him on everything since. I recently received a friend request that reminded me of this story. This happened after I went to university, so I was about 18 years old at the time. I had made an effort to make friends after I moved onto campus, and ended up with a few groups to hang out with, including a new girlfriend and plenty of people from my classes that I liked well enough. There was one class before lunch where it was traditional for people to go to the cafeteria afterwards to eat in pairs or threes. I wasn't very discerning about who I'd go with, because I got along fine with most people from the class, and we were all sort of trying to make an effort to be social at that age. This meant that when one particular girl, Lily, asked if I wanted to go eat lunch together after that class, I didn't have any reason to refuse. We talked about school and mostly pretty casual stuff, nothing really noteworthy. She did ask me to get lunch with her again the next week, though. Soon it became a pattern, and there wasn't exactly a way to start saying no suddenly. It was fine with me, but it did mean I lost the chance to eat lunch with anyone else on those days, which sort of hindered my social life a little. In hindsight, I suppose that was the point, though. One day in class, I asked someone if I could add them on social media, and this just happened to occur in front of Lily. Immediately, I saw her face jerk towards me from a couple seats over. It was such a sharp reaction that it was hard to ignore. I still remember it even to this day. Needless to say, by the time I'd gotten home later, Lily had already sent me a friend request. We had no friends in common either. I don't even know how she knew my last name. I was a bit surprised, but I guess maybe she dug through the university's social media pages and found me through there or something. I did get a bad feeling, but surely this was fine. She ended up messaging me quite a lot and commenting on anything I posted. I told myself she was just awkward. We became friends, if not close, and I'd known worse people. She still always got me to go eat lunch with her after our shared class. Other than that, though, we very rarely had any time together in person. I would see her around sometimes, but I never went out of my way to hang out with her, you know? This meant it was mostly online messaging and seeing each other in group settings. Coincidentally, my girlfriend was also called Lily. This was something that clearly bothered the other Lily. She occasionally hinted that she wanted my girlfriend to pick a different name, or joked about it not suiting her. Clearly, she did not like my girlfriend at all, and I had an idea as to why. It was getting hard to ignore by this point. Lily was starting to unsubtly hint that she had a crush on me. I tried my best not to address it. I mean, what was I gonna say? I'd never known what to do when a friend tried to make a pass at me. I was also not interested in the very least. Even ignoring some of the weird stuff she did, Lily was just not my type. She tended to act and dress in a way somewhere between a 50s housewife and all those adults still obsessed with Disney princesses, if you can picture that combination. Things took an uncomfortable turn on the day of our last shared class of the year. Instead of asking me to lunch like she usually did, she asked if I'd go out for a walk with her. Again, I didn't know how to refuse, so I said a small one would be fine. Our campus was bordered by a large patch of woodland. Lily led me out into the woods, and the sounds of our fellow students slowly faded away. She sat down on a log and I joined her. She started talking about how much she was going to miss me over the summer. I tried placating her, but I really didn't want to be there, especially because she seemed to be on the verge of tears. I tried to make an excuse about having plans with my girlfriend, but before I could say anything, Lily chose to lean in and kiss me without warning. It was uncomfortable, to say the least. I got out of there and was happy to think I would not see her for a while. I came back to university after summer, moving into a house with my friends. Without going off topic, there were some serious issues in that group. Lots of petty arguing and even worse. I broke up with my girlfriend around the start of that school year as well. Basically, the whole mess made me recontextualize things with Lily. It didn't seem quite so bad after all that drama. That said, I still didn't want to be alone with her. We mostly just talked online. She was still constantly messaging me every day after all. One upside of everything was that I started dating a boy. Lily was not pleased to hear that news. I think she hoped to kinda sneak in after I broke up with my girlfriend, but as I said before, that was never going to happen. This is where the story gets bad. At this time, I was fairly active on Tumblr. I occasionally talked about my life and mostly just reblogged photos and things I found interesting. I was on there one day when something odd happened. One of the blogs I followed had received an ask with some phrases I recognized. It took a second to register that it was taken from my About page. That made me freeze. I read the message properly. Someone was asking this completely random person to analyze a section of text from my page, asking for their opinion on the type of person who would write it. I cannot stress how messed up it was to see people talking about me like I was a character in a book or something. The important thing, though, was that the question had not been anonymous. It linked to someone's blog. Obviously, I wanted to know who had taken such a bizarre interest in me in particular. As far as I knew, not a single person in real life knew about my page. It's not like I shared it around or anything. No prizes for guessing who was behind it. What I found was disturbing. It was almost like a shrine. She was using a fake name, but I recognized Lily all over that thing. It was this cutesy pink and red page. There were a few posts about her interest, but most of the content was focused on her primary interest, me. Most of the posts were all about me. There were accounts of things I'd done recently, places I'd been, groups I participated in, going to the nightclub recently, as well as references to things as far back as I'd known her. It was clear she'd been keeping tabs on me, both online and offline, gathering every scrap of information she could about my life and hoarding it in this little collection. She talked about us eating lunch together, how special our dates had been to her, as if it was anything more than acquaintances just getting food after class. She even talked about the time she had forcibly kissed me in the woods. She quoted lyrics from all of my favorite songs, even though I'd never talked about them, and talked about how she'd always be there for me, no matter who else came into my life. Lots of references to loving me just the way he is as well, which answered another mystery about some anonymous love letters I'd been receiving earlier that year with the same wording. It got worse. There were a lot of posts about my boyfriend as well. Those were not so nice. It was angry and hateful. I didn't like to think of the sort of person who could write so obsessively being fixated on me. One thing that didn't make sense at first was that the blog had also made plenty of references to this best friend, Steven. She had never mentioned this person to me, and I'd never seen anyone else around her either. Her post talked a lot about Steven and how great a friend he was, how much fun they had together, how much he looked out for her. I was trying to work out whether this was an online friend or something, when one specific post made it all click. She had posted a photo and captioned it, "Steven sent this to me. He knew I would like it." The problem was, it was a photo taken straight from my page. I had not sent that to her. She took it from my page and then claimed I was her fictional best friend, because in her head she'd split me into two people, the two most important people in her life. In her messed up fantasies, I was both her perfect best friend and her soulmate who was going to end up with her. Who was she complaining to? Oh, she had an audience all right. People who took what she said at face value. I saw a bunch of random people agreeing with this stalker, things like my boyfriend didn't deserve me, we were bound to break up soon, I would be with Lily, the person I was clearly destined to be with. She had this fake fanfiction version of my life up for anyone to share their opinion on, and she made herself out to be the hero of it all, of course. I had only gone maybe a month back into this page's history, and I didn't look at everything that was there. It was too much, and I didn't want to see if there was anything from before I'd known her. Needless to say, I sent Lily a message confronting her about this blog. She said nothing. I can't stress how weird it was to have found pages and pages dedicated to me. Then she just acted like it never happened. She said nothing. Didn't even address it, just changed the subject like I'd never even said it, like she hadn't even registered that it existed. I've never seen deflection quite like it. Well, of course, afterward she deleted the page, or at least changed the name and hid it because I could never find it again. That was not the end though. I was not going to hang out with her anymore, but we were still shoved together in classes. She had started to actually scare me with what she might do next. I'm kind of a paranoid person already, so knowing someone was obsessively keeping track of me for who knows how long really scared me a lot. The next thing she pulled was trying to seduce my boyfriend. That was a useless attempt. What was her plan there? Did she hope to tell me he cheated and wait for me to break up with him or something? Why would I want her after that? When that didn't work, she tried to seduce all of my friends. None of them took the bait, thankfully. She ended up dating one of my former housemates for a while, but made sure to send me messages every day while they were together, letting me know she'd rather be with me instead. Lily made sure to stay in my life the entire time I was at university. There was a time when I tried to pull away from her, and she ended up starting these malicious rumors about me and damaging a career opportunity I'd put a lot of time into. I don't know all of what she did behind my back, but it made me realize it might be safer to just let her think she was a part of my life while ignoring her, rather than do something that would cause her to get angry. I knew at this point she really didn't have any reservations about hurting me to get what she wanted. After I graduated, Lily of course still wanted to hang around me, but now I didn't have that additional impetus of school keeping me there. I made excuses about work and barely talked to her after that point. I had entirely stopped posting on social media I knew she knew about. Of course, she would not give up that easily. Usually, I ignored all of her attempts though. I didn't think she was still tracking me online, but in hindsight, she probably was. I don't know how, but she'd reference things I mentioned online somewhere else she couldn't have known about. The last time we had a conversation for real, she sent me a message out of nowhere. We hadn't spoken at all in months, and we hadn't talked about anything serious in much longer than that. Thinking about that conversation still makes my skin crawl. At first, she asked me some questions about how long I'd known I was queer. I told her some basic stuff, the kind of things I'd tell anyone who asked. Then she changed the subject. She started talking about how I would feel about her if she was a boy, about wanting to be a boy for me. The messages quickly became fetishistic. Again, we were not even friends at this point. We'd never been especially close, and we'd barely spoken for years. I can't imagine sending messages like that even to a close friend, let alone someone who barely knew you. I tried telling her not to pull this crap with me, and then she decided to change tactics. She started role-playing as me. The worst part is that she seemed to believe it was real, that those things had actually happened to her, even when she was quoting me word for word. Things I'd told her only hours before were now part of her life. It was like she was trying to absorb me or something, to take over my history, to make my life a part of her. Yeah, I really didn't want to talk to her again after that. I ignored future attempts she made and eventually silently deleted her from the inactive social media, which was her only real way of contacting me. I really thought she might finally move on. But then I started getting more friend requests on everywhere. They're still sitting there unanswered because I know if I delete them, she'll somehow find a way to seek me out elsewhere. Lily and I met nearly 12 years ago. This story is just the highlights, and even then, it's only the stuff I knew about for sure. A lot happened behind my back. I just know it did. The scariest thing that ever happened to me happened while I was at summer camp. I used to go there every summer. I'm a boy and I really enjoyed it. I looked forward to it as well, and when my parents dropped me off, I was so excited I barely even said goodbye to them. I ran off immediately to try and get myself involved in the various activities. When I was 15 years old, I even got the opportunity to be a counselor myself. It was great, actually. I had been going there yearly and knew the place inside and out. I was generally seen as pretty responsible. Being a counselor meant I was allowed to take out canoes whenever I wanted to. I especially loved canoeing, so this was a really big plus for me. Being a counselor, though, was much harder work than I'd initially thought it would be. A lot of the younger boys were brats, of course, and it was difficult trying to control so many kids at once. I had to break up several fights and make sure kids were going to bed when they were supposed to, and help care for them when they got hurt. I also had to make all their schedules as well. It was real tough work. I guess I never realized that I was just like them when I was their age. I finally got a break one day when I asked to be let off the nature hike roster. I had been working so hard that the supervisors decided I needed some rest. I decided I was going to spend the day doing the only thing I could do that would get me completely away from any kids. I decided to go out on the canoe. The camp that I worked in was by this nice, beautiful, long river. No sooner had I set out, making sure I was going the opposite way of the nature hikes, than I felt a supreme sense of relief. The trees were so beautiful on each side of the river, and I got such a good view of the many hills around the camp. The water was calm and still that day too, so it was a very easy-going experience. I was now alone in this empty area. It was pretty quiet for the most part, other than the frequent buzzing of what I assume were cicadas, or the occasional cry of a loon. Loon cries can be a bit unnerving if you've never heard one, but at least I could figure out what they were. With the echoing sound of the river valley, though, it made their cries seem so much more eerie. When I had been rowing for a long time, I began to hear a different noise. It sounded as if someone were possibly chopping a tree or something. I was surprised when I heard this, but I wasn't really worried. If I had accidentally wandered onto anyone's property, I would just explain myself and leave right away. My canoe began getting closer and closer to the noise as I kept on rowing. Eventually, I was able to hear the original sound. It was definitely someone chopping something. I became intrigued. Maybe someone was building something out here. It wasn't too long before I eventually was able to make out some movement up ahead of me. There was someone in the woods on the left side of the forest, but I couldn't quite tell what they were doing. At first, I tried to make it out by just squinting, but then I recalled that I'd brought some binoculars with me. I took them out. This was a bit of a pain. Obviously, it's difficult to look through a pair of binoculars while also trying to control a canoe. In fact, it gave me a bit of motion sickness. Eventually, though, I did get a view of the man who was up on the hill. He appeared to be chopping a log on the ground. I realized it was nothing too important, but figured the man probably owned the area and decided to go ahead and turn back around. However, just before I had decided to put my binoculars down, I saw him swing the axe into this log. Then he moved away. I had to do a double take to make sure I was seeing what I thought I was seeing. There was a man lying on the log, with the axe firmly embedded in his chest. I dropped the binoculars into the canoe, afraid for my own safety. The man was pretty far away, but if I could see him through the trees with my binoculars, it was possible he could see me way out in the open on the river. I was thankful the river was calm at least, as I frantically paddled my way back towards the camp. The return trip was a nightmare. The peaceful sounds I'd heard on my way down the river no longer seemed so peaceful. Every loon cry made my heart jump. Every sound of an animal moving through the trees made my heart race. I kept on thinking it could be that man, that he knew I'd seen what he was doing. If he was willing to do that to whoever that person was, what was he willing to do to me? It took me a few hours to get back, but boy was I so relieved when I did. I told my supervisors what I'd seen, but they immediately dismissed me. They told me I'd probably misconstrued what was going on. I was looking through binoculars on a canoe through trees, to be fair. Besides, it would be nearly impossible to find someone in those hills if something really had happened. A bit cavalier if you ask me, but I really had no choice but to accept what they told me. I did continue going back to summer camp until I went off to college, but I never again went off on my own for any reason. One of my favorite things to do was to go to my grandma's house in the fall of the year. This story takes place back in the 1980s or so, when I was around 13 years old. I lived in Virginia Beach, but my grandma at the time lived in rural Kentucky. So while I spent most of my time in the city, I enjoyed being out in the country whenever I could manage. I always had lots of fun climbing the hills and the trees that surrounded her house. We arrived late at night, so I couldn't go exploring for the first day that I was there. I was really eager to go out and do it the next day because of this. The adults always wanted us to be outside and away from them anyway. No one really cared that I and my cousin, who was also visiting, would go out and climb through the hills by ourselves. I had an uncle that was only a few years older than me. He used to try and scare us when we were younger and wanting to go exploring. He would tell us about all these vicious battles between American Indians and colonists in those hills. He made us believe that Indians were buried in shallow graves, and they would grab the feet of anyone who walked over their resting place and drag them to hell. That really terrified me when I was younger. The ground during this time was always covered in this huge blanket of leaves, so whenever we were out walking, I always half expected a hand to grab us from underneath. In fact, I even remember one time my brother, who was playing along with my uncle, once screamed that something had grabbed his foot and began screaming for help. While us younger kids had no interest in sticking around, we ran down the hill at the speed of light, screaming the entire way. Ah, the memories. Well, that was when I was a whole lot younger though. By the time this story happened, I didn't believe those sorts of things anymore. I had explored here, there, and everywhere on the hill since, and since nothing had happened to me, I knew it must just be a made-up story. My cousin Luke and I were the ones who went hill climbing on this day. We mostly had female cousins, and sometimes they would go climbing with us, but none of them wanted to come along this day. That was okay though. Luke and I didn't want to have to deal with watching the younger kids anyway. Plus, that meant we could explore deeper into the woods without them there. Soon we arrived to the top of the first hill, something we had done quite a lot. We climbed up a tree and looked around at the countryside. Most of the trees were without leaves at this time, so you could actually see pretty far out into the hills. Luke looked toward a certain direction and told me he thought we should go and see how far we could go that way. He felt like we would find something. It would surely lead us further into the hills than either of us had ever gone before. I agreed. We climbed down the tree and started down the hill. Once we got down, we immediately climbed over another hill. Halfway up, we decided to just walk along the side and see what we could find, as it was really tiring us out. I'm not sure how long we were out there. The woods could get really creepy in the fall. The sky was overcast that day, and the clouds were moving swiftly in the sky. Didn't seem to be much chance of rain though. There was definitely a chill in the air, and it was enhanced every time the wind blew past. Eventually, we came upon a small creek. We decided to follow it, which is something we always did when we found a new water source. We likened it to a rainbow of exploration. If we followed the creek to its end, we would find a pot of gold, or at least something. Honestly, thinking back makes me feel pretty stupid, but hey, we were kids at the time. As we continued along, we saw a waterfall in the distance, so we decided to go check that out as well. As we got a bit closer though, we saw something extremely curious. There seemed to be a small, nondescript tent set up really close to the waterfall. Luke was really interested in this, and he wanted to go check it out. I told him I didn't think that was a good idea though. Someone was probably out camping, and they surely wouldn't like us disturbing them. He just couldn't be talked out of it though, and began walking in the direction of that tent. I followed him along the way, nervous about this, but not wanting to abandon him all to his lonesome. We arrived pretty close to the tent, but were still several meters away when the flap to the tent just shot open. A grisly, dirty man with a matted beard and matted hair emerged from the tent. In his right hand was a huge machete, and he didn't look very happy to see us there. Luke stopped in his tracks. He slipped on the leaves and landed on his butt because he stopped so suddenly. I was scared. I thought the man was just going to kill him. The man was yelling some kind of gibberish at the both of us. We couldn't understand a single word he was saying, but I didn't really care. I could tell he was not meaning to welcome us. I meant to run and grab Luke, but fortunately he was able to get up to his feet on his own before the guy could get any closer. He ran towards me and grabbed me to run my butt off. I didn't need much convincing. The man coming after us would have already been terrifying, but it was even more so now that he had that machete on him. I turned and ran as fast as I could. The first time I looked back to see if the man was still chasing us, I could see him full-on sprinting towards us. I think that gave me a burst of speed to try and get away from him. I just kept running as hard as I could, avoiding trees and bushes, and hoping I wouldn't fall. It was a very long time before either of us dared to look back again. When we did, there was no sign of the scary old man nor his machete, but that didn't make us feel any more safe in these woods. We kept running until we got back to the hill that was right by my grandma's house. We told everyone what happened, and no one seemed surprised. We were told there were many people who lived out in the hills like that, and they told us the best thing you could ever do was to just leave those people alone. I was a latchkey kid growing up. Also, I was an only child, and both of my parents worked. My mom would always be home when it was time for me to go to school, but my dad would have already left for work in the morning. By the time I got home, both of them would still be at work. I would go into the house, lock all the doors, and then do my best to pretend I was not at home. I lived within town, so I didn't ride the bus to school. It was a decent walk there and back. Actually, my school had more children that walked than took the buses anyway. Because of this, there was generally a pretty big crowd of kids that gradually got sparser the further you walked along. Normally, about halfway through my walk back, I would be walking all on my lonesome. On this day, I was a little bit worried. When I'd walked to school, it was bright and sunny outside. However, 2/3 into the day, it started getting really dark outside suddenly. The wind picked up and was blowing hard through the trees. The clouds were black and green and moving swiftly through the sky. It was obvious that a thunderstorm was on its way. Still, it didn't start raining while I was at school. There was the occasional thunder and lightning though. I was really hoping it would just continue like this because I hadn't brought an umbrella or a raincoat to school that day, and I really hated getting rained on. After school, I began my long walk home. The wind was quite fierce, but that didn't really bother me. I could handle the wind. I just wanted to keep myself from getting completely soaked. I tried walking faster than I normally would, trying to arrive home as quickly as possible. About halfway there though, this horrible siren began blaring in the air. I had heard this before, during tornado drills at school. We were taught that whenever you heard that siren, that meant a tornado was on its way. I was terrified. Getting wet was bad enough, but being caught out in the open in a tornado was even scarier. I was extremely frightened of tornadoes. I began running when I heard the siren. However, I was not in the best shape. I could only run so far before getting winded. Then I would try to run again after catching my breath. The siren began to blare through the whole town, and that was good enough motivation to keep going. I don't know what it was that caused me to turn my head in the moment, but at that exact moment I did, and as I did so, I saw the funnel touching down. I had never seen a real tornado in person before or since. If you haven't ever seen one, it fills you with a mix of awe and fear, and I felt both at the same time. The fear, though, was the biggest thing. I knew I had to get home right now. I tried my best to keep running. However, I kept looking to the side of me, fascinated by this tornado. As I ran, I kept wondering if it was moving toward me or not. I couldn't tell from the angle I was viewing it from. When I got home finally, I fumbled with my key to get the door open. Finally, I got it in and opened the door. Going in, I locked the door behind me. I knew I was supposed to head into the basement and do the duck and cover thing. That's what they taught us in the tornado drill back then at least. I was only in the house for a few moments when I noticed something a different kind of scary altogether. The back sliding glass door had been shattered. Now, I know everyone tells you that you should open your windows during a tornado or the pressure will shatter them. But it didn't look like it was the tornado that had done it in. I mean, why would the one glass door be shattered and every single other piece of glass was fine? I walked into the house and over to the basement stairs, only to find the light in the basement was already on. I was sure my mom would have turned it off already. I was about halfway down the stairs and looking when I saw someone down there in our basement. Our basement was like our family room, with plenty of expensive entertainment equipment there. The man was obviously a burglar and was currently stealing from us. I didn't know what to do. I was stuck between this burglar and a tornado rapidly approaching. I mean, how could anyone have a worse day than that? I decided the burglar was not nearly as bad as the finger of God though, and I ran down those stairs anyway. "Didn't you hear the tornado siren?" I yelled at the man. The burglar still hadn't noticed me, it seemed. He was shocked and moved toward me. "Take whatever you want," I told him. I ran to the corner and hid with my head beneath my hands. The burglar didn't get a chance to do much of anything though. The tornado was close now, sounding like a freight train running through my house. And then I heard the sound of it eating my house, and that's a sound I cannot explain. You would have to actually be in this situation to ever understand what that means, and I truly hope that never happens to you. The things around me began crumbling apart and falling. I felt things smacking against me. The tornado ripped apart my house, tearing it into pieces. I half expected to get sucked up into it, but luckily I was not. It ripped apart my house above me and threw the rubble all around the neighborhood. Fortunately, I didn't get buried underneath anything. In fact, there didn't seem to be any major damage to the basement. Pieces of the ceiling fell in, but most of it didn't. As I looked around, though, that burglar was no longer anywhere to be seen. I had to wait in the basement for rescue workers to come get me out of there. The stairs led to nowhere. Interestingly enough, the burglar had run upstairs just before the tornado hit the house. He got buried underneath all the rubble and suffered some life-changing injuries. Luckily, he didn't die, though. He did go to jail when I explained to the firemen and police as to what happened. As for me, I had a laceration and a couple of bruises on my back from things hitting me. But otherwise, I was all right in the end. I had a really scary experience when I was a little girl, around the age of 8 years old. This might be a little intense, so please be warned about that ahead of time. An aunt of mine had her house burned down, and very unfortunately, she also died in the fire. However, the firemen were able to save my 6-year-old cousin. Of course, she experienced something that would disturb her for the rest of her life. My aunt had been a single mother. She hadn't seen or heard from the father in years, so he wasn't able to take custody of his daughter. For a while, she came to live with us. My mom thought that if she was with a girl of her age, it would help her get better. It was really hard living with her and trying to get her to do anything. I used to love tea parties and would hold them often. I couldn't really get her to take part in them at all, though. She would just understandably sit there silently and look sad. She rarely talked, and the only time she once did was to say, "That cup is empty," as if she didn't know we were supposed to just be playing. The girl slept in the same room as me, as I had 2 twin beds in the room. It was fine, and for the most part, she seemed to sleep well. Occasionally, though, she would have very bad nightmares and would wake up in the middle of the night screaming. My mom would always come to the room and grab her, hug her tight, and try to make her feel better. I have to admit, I didn't like having her around. At only 8 years old, I guess I couldn't really appreciate what she was going through. I feel really bad about that now, especially since I've never had to lose my mom. But something about her creeped me out. She was always so quiet, only communicating with people mostly with nods and shakes of the head. She would occasionally walk into the room and look around at everyone without coming in, and sit down in place. Then, after a while, she would turn around and leave without a word. It was kind of creepy. One time, my mom took us for a walk. We lived in a second-story apartment. When we left the apartment, she stopped and looked at the window to it. I tried to get her to keep walking, but she didn't want to. My mom didn't notice at first, and didn't notice when I asked the girl what she was looking at. In a very rare moment of her actually talking, she told me, "Mommy is in the window." Of course, that chilled me, and I didn't want much to do with her. When my mom came over and told us to keep up, she went ahead and started walking alongside my mom. As I looked up at the window, though, I thought I saw a woman standing behind the sheer curtain. I felt my heart jump in my chest. I ran forward and grabbed my mother's hand. After that, I began to get a little bit scared of that house. I normally didn't, but that experience was enough to be pretty terrifying. The scariest thing, though, happened at night, and if I recall, it was about a week after what we saw in the window that day. My cousin and I were pretty soundly sleeping when I heard some sort of creaking noise that woke me up from my sleep. I looked over at my cousin's bed, only to notice that she was sitting up in it. She was rocking back and forth, and that was what was making the creaking sound. She was just doing it over and over again. I called out to her, trying to get her attention. However, she wouldn't respond to me in any way. She just kept rocking back and forth, staring at a certain area. I turned and looked to where she was looking at, only to realize that it was the bedroom closet door, and the door was wide open. We always kept the door closed when we were sleeping. I asked my cousin if she saw her mom in the closet again, remembering what she'd told me about last week. At first, she didn't respond, but when I asked her again, she turned and looked at me. "That's not my mommy in the closet," she told me. I looked back to the closet and saw the shadow of a person standing inside. I screamed for my mom at the top of my lungs. My mom rushed into the room and immediately turned on the lights. She saw that both of us girls were terrified and asked what was going on. I told her someone was hiding in our bedroom closet. My mom went in and searched, but somehow she didn't find anything. Both of us assured her that we'd really seen it though. My mom took us both into her room and let us sleep with her that night. Although we didn't sleep great, it was the only way either of us could have gotten any sleep at all. My cousin stayed with us for about another 3 months. After that, a paternal aunt asked my mom if she could take custody of the young girl. My mom was okay with that, mostly because the aunt was very wealthy and she thought she could provide a better life for her. I didn't see that cousin ever again. After she left, I didn't see any figures in the window either, or in that closet ever again. I went back to sleeping comfortably in my own room. I was around 12 years old when this happened. It was a Saturday morning, and my parents were going out of town for the weekend. They left my older brother to babysit, but as soon as they left pretty much, he did too. Yeah, great brother, I know. So I'm sitting there in the living room watching TV by myself when the doorbell suddenly rings. Instead of looking through the peephole like a normal person, I flung the door open, eager for company. I thought it would be my neighbor, not two middle-aged men I'd never seen before looking down at me. "Hi there, are your parents home?" I didn't even hesitate when I told them, "No, they're actually out of town for the weekend." Holy shit, if you could slap a child, I would go back and slap myself silly. They exchanged glances between each other when the older-looking man said, "Well, I'm your landlord. We need to come inside and check a few things out for a minute." And that's when I realized just how much trouble I was in. I knew my landlord personally. He was a friend of the family, and he was not either of the men standing before me. Thank God for some quick thinking, because I told them, "Yeah, alright, but I need to grab something first." Before they could reply, I slammed the door shut and deadbolted it. I ran to the kitchen, grabbed the phone, and dialed my mom's number. I remember crying, thinking, "Please pick up, please." When she did, the second I heard her voice, I broke down sobbing. "There's 2 guys at the front door and they want to come in. One of them said he's the landlord, but it's not Mario and I'm scared. Come home now." I heard pounding begin on the window. My mom must have heard it too, because next thing she said to me was, "Dad's on the phone with the police right now. You need to tell them that. Shout at the top of your lungs that the cops are on their way. They know you're home alone and they need to know you won't be for long. I'll be there soon." My parents were an hour away. How they made it home as fast as they did in 20 minutes, I'll never know. Through my tears, I yelled to the men as loud as I could that the cops were on their way. Hey, we weren't gonna hurt you. No need to cry. It's okay. We'll leave." Then there was silence. It seemed like a lifetime, but it was no less than 10 minutes later when the police arrived. I'll always remember the female officer who spoke with me that day. She calmed me down and applauded my quick thinking on shutting the door. She told me to never open the front door again unless it was someone I knew, and even then not to do so if I was home alone, which I wasn't for a very long time after. My parents pulled into the driveway like a bat out of hell, and my mom hugged me tighter than she ever had before. I was crying, she was crying. I got a big lecture on opening the door for strangers and how lucky I was to be alive. My brother got an even sterner scolding and got grounded as well. Not that he cared much. He moved out shortly after. The cops took a report and surveilled the area for the 2 men, but they never did find them. I learned my lesson that day. I have no idea who they were or what their true intentions were, but I don't care to ever find out.
What
When I was in my early teens, my family moved from the city out to the country. It was quite the transition going straight from a city life to living in a house that was at least a 15-minute drive from the nearest one over. My dad, however, had always dreamed of being a farmer, and since we were extremely comfortable financially, he was able to take a chance and pursue that dream. I had one older brother and one younger sister. Being the middle kid, I often had to feel like I was the bridge between the two. My brother was 16 at the time, and even though he was a pretty decent kid for the most part, like most older brothers, he occasionally liked to pick on me and my sister. I'll come back to that in a bit. My sister was 7 when we moved into the new house. It was a nice brick house on a ranch with a very large basement. The basement was half finished, meaning it had cinder block walls but still wasn't in any way exposed to the outside. It didn't have any carpeting or sheetrock like the rest of the house. My dad and my mom put all our toys down in the basement. It was officially our playroom, sort of. Not long after we moved in, though, my sister began to act very strangely. She began talking to herself when she was in the basement alone. The first time it happened, my parents asked her what was going on. She told them she'd made a new friend, Gus, an older man who liked to visit her in the basement. At first, my parents were quite alarmed, thinking someone must have broken into the house. It didn't take very long for them to determine that Gus seemed to be nothing more than a figment of my sister's imagination, though. Gus became a regular topic of discussion concerning my sister. She would bring up all the times he would come and talk to her in the basement. Often, I would hear her talking to this Gus. I would go down and check, just to see if anyone really was down there. Conveniently, though, whenever I asked her, Gus had always left immediately before I came down. While the talking about Gus didn't really bother me, as I never had any imaginary friends myself and didn't understand why anyone would want to, my brother was sick and tired of hearing our sister talk about him all the time. He would just get aggravated at her and tell her to shut up about her dumb and fake friend. About 5 months later, our parents were in town and my brother was supposed to be watching my sister and I. My brother had this weird and annoying habit that whenever our parents weren't at home, he'd sneak into my parents' room and try to grab my dad's porno tapes. Then he would set them up and watch them in the middle of the living room. He did this because the picture window in the living room faced a long driveway, and he would know when my parents were coming home. My sister and I were always forbidden from going in there, not that I would have wanted to at that age anyway. On this day, my sister had once again been downstairs talking to Gus. I was in the kitchen grabbing myself a snack. Unexpectedly, my sister sprinted up the stairs and into the living room, surprising my brother. He had to very quickly shut the TV off. "Hey, Gus told me you were watching bad movies. You better stop that," my sister yelled at him. "Oh my God, I'm so damn sick of hearing about this Gus," my angry brother yelled in response. "There's no such person. Stop being an idiot." Of course, my sister got upset. My brother had made her cry. I came to her defense and told him that her talking about Gus didn't really hurt us in any way. He got irritated with me and told me I was encouraging her to act foolish. When I continued to defend my sister, my brother got up and grabbed me by the arm. "Oh yeah? Fine. Well, why don't you spend some time down there with him then?" He began to pull me over to the basement door. Now, I spent a lot of time in the basement by myself, so I wasn't really scared to be down there. Still though, no one likes to be forced somewhere they don't want to be. I struggled, but of course there was no way I could overpower my brother, who easily dragged me and shoved me down to the basement. Once I was in, he locked the door and yelled at me to make sure I say hi to Gus. I was so pissed off because I didn't want to be in the basement. I suddenly remembered that there was an outside door. There was a stairwell on the side of the house that led into the basement. The door at the bottom was locked from the inside. Feeling smart after having outwitted my brother, I turned to walk to the stairwell. I stopped dead in my tracks when I saw a grown man standing in the window of that door in the stairwell, staring down at me. He held up his hand and gave me a little finger wave. Then he took off. Now scared shitless, I ran up the stairs to the inside door my brother had locked and began to pound on it, screaming at my brother to open the door. I was yelling there was someone in our yard. Finally, I was able to get my brother to respond and let me out. I told him about the man in the stairwell. He sprinted out into the yard to look around, but of course no one was there. He initially chalked it up to me just wanting to give him a hard time about being an asshole, but when I described the man to my sister, she smiled and said, "Yeah, that was Gus." It was really freaky. I mean, I don't know who Gus was or if he meant my sister any harm. According to her, she never saw him again after. For months on end, though, my sister had been playing with an imaginary friend who was anything but imaginary. The only time my family ever moved when I was growing up was shortly after my youngest brother was born. There were already 4 of us siblings, and not nearly enough bedrooms to go around. My parents ideally wanted us all to have our own rooms as we got older, so they bought a 3-story Victorian-style house. Having a 3-story house was pretty damn neat, and I actually still own the house today. Definitely having my own bedroom for the first time ever was the neatest thing of all, though. There was 1 bedroom and 1 study on the top floor of the house, along with a bathroom. Then there was a door that led to a staircase that took you into the attic. It wasn't one of those attics you could live in, though. It was more of a place to store things in. That was really about it up there, though. There was no real ceiling either, just the pink insulation under the roof. In typical horror movie fashion, there were several things stored in the attic that the previous owners of the home had left there. Most of it wasn't anything of interest, though. Boxes of old books, tons of boxes full of National Geographic magazines. There was a desk with a vanity mirror on it and some poles with old clothes hanging down from them. I took the bedroom on the top floor, simply because I thought it was the coolest room. It had a big outside window with a cushioned couch to sit on. I really liked it. None of my other siblings fought me for it either, because it also happened to be the smallest bedroom in the home. I didn't really mind though, because it was so cool. About 2 weeks after we moved in, I was laying in bed when I heard what I thought sounded like music coming down from the attic. I mostly dismissed it the first time. I figured it may have been coming from one of the other bedrooms, and I was simply confusing it as coming from above me. This, however, changed when the following night I heard the same song once again. It was an extremely faint tune, definitely coming from somewhere above me. The following day at breakfast, I asked my family if any of them had been in the attic the night before, or the night before that. They all seemed surprised at the question. When I told them I heard a small tune being played up there, they all just chalked it up to my imagination. How typical, huh? Well, the tune ended up not going away. I heard it again and again for the next several nights. It didn't play all night either, only for about 10 minutes at the same time every night. I honestly believed one of my siblings was messing with me. Eventually, I decided I would keep an eye on the door one night and see if any of them had gone up there. I would know for sure they were messing with me then. After going up in the attic one night just to make sure no one was in there, I turned my bedroom light off and crouched beside the door. I watched and saw that no one had come or gone into the attic. But at around 11 p.m., I once more heard the song begin to play. I was a bit scared now, but extremely curious as to what was going on here. I decided I would go into the attic and find out. I was more than a little bit afraid now, but my curiosity overrode my fear. I crept out of my room and slowly over to the attic door. I opened it up and turned on the attic light. I went up the stairs and kept expecting someone to jump out and grab me at any moment. Once I was up the stairs, I was able to finally tell where the music was coming from. It was coming from that desk with the vanity mirror. Going slowly over to it, I noticed that one of the drawers was now slightly open. I pulled it open all the way and took a look inside. Placed directly in the center of the drawer was this small music box playing the tune. I picked it up and inspected it. It was a simple box with a lid on it, still playing as I held it in my hands. Lifting the lid, I could see that it had a glass top on it that showed you the inner workings of the box. When I turned it upside down, though, I felt my heart begin beating in my chest. There was a wind-up lever on the bottom of the box. There was no way it could play on its own unless someone had wound it up, and that meant someone was in the attic with me. I hadn't seen anyone enter or leave since I'd begun watching. Quickly closing the box, I sprinted down the stairs and woke my dad. I explained to him what I'd found. He came to the same conclusion I did. He grabbed a bat and went to explore the attic. What he found gives me chills to this day. In the attic, off to the very far end, happened to be a very small door that led to a cubbyhole. We hadn't noticed it before. When he opened the cubbyhole, there was a small old woman cowering inside. She had empty cans of food and water and smelled foul as hell. He closed the hole back up and held it closed while my mom called the police. The woman happened to be the sister of the older lady we'd bought the house from. She was quite mentally ill and couldn't bring herself to leave the home when her sister moved. Instead, she chose to hide in the cubbyhole and only come out when we were all asleep. I guess the music box helped to soothe her. I have no idea why she left it in the drawer rather than taking it into the hiding place with her. Who knows how long she might have been able to hide up there if I hadn't heard that music box. It was quite a weird event. You know, paranoia is a very strange thing. It can really cause you a lot of problems, actually. But paranoia itself is not necessarily a bad thing. It can help you out often. I came into a good sum of money about 5 years ago. Some inheritance money. I don't really want to talk about how I obtained it. It brings up some very bad memories. Needless to say, though, I suddenly went from not having much money at all to having quite a lot of it. I remember growing up and watching that show Press Your Luck. It's the one where you win big prizes and money by spinning a big board and doing your best to avoid a whammy. Well, there was this one guy on the show named Michael Larson who won about $100,000. He, for some reason, kept the money in all cash and lost $50,000 of it when people from the neighborhood broke into his house because they knew he had the money. A lot of people in my neighborhood were aware of my inheritance as well, and although I wasn't stupid enough to keep my money in cash, I was very scared that people might break into my house to steal from me, or worse. I decided to go ahead and have a security camera system put up in my home. I had a bunch of small cameras placed in every room. They remained up for an extremely long time. It seemed for the longest time that putting them up had been nothing more than a sign of paranoia, though. I did eventually have someone break into my house, sure, but that event was quite odd. Although the sliding basement glass door had been busted, it was obvious someone had broken in, but it wasn't obvious why they'd broken in. Nothing was damaged or missing other than the door. It was a really strange event. Then I reviewed the security tape footage, and it got even weirder. On the tape, a person had fiddled with the door. Rather than busting it open, he was able to open it all on his own. When he walked in, he closed the door behind him carefully. He simply walked over to the security camera and stood there staring right at it. His head would sway from the left and then to the right, all while directly looking into the lens of the camera. A small smile eventually crossed his face. He stood there for a few more moments. After nearly an hour of doing this, he mouthed the words, "I'll come very soon." He then winked at me, thrust his hands in his pockets, and walked over to the door. He opened the door and then closed it behind him, only to violently smash it apart once he was outside. Apparently, he'd done this for no reason, unless it was his way of trying to let me know he'd gotten into the house. The videotape from the camera was his way to let me know he'd gotten in easily without making a single noise, and he could do it at any time. The police didn't know who he was, and they couldn't find him either. He never came back like he said he would. In a way, I wish he had, though. I mean, I was already paranoid before, but after watching that strange video, my paranoia gained a real face, and the longer time passed by, the more I expected him to come back and hurt me. Maybe he was just someone who wanted to make me paranoid, or maybe he's still out there and plans on coming back one day still. Who knows? I don't, but I sure wish I did. There's an abandoned house between my town and the town next to me on one of the country roads that connects us. I've been to it before, and even gone inside twice with my sister and best friend. It's an old house that dates back centuries, at least according to the bank records I was able to find. You can kinda tell just by the design, really. The house is 2 stories with a basement, has loads of furniture and objects strewn about inside, and is far from empty. You can tell it hasn't been lived in for decades, and whoever had previously owned it, it seems almost like they just disappeared one day, leaving everything behind. The way I was able to get in the first time was through the cellar door in the basement. It's broken open and propped up with some big sticks. My first visits were around 2 years ago, and I hadn't gone back in all that time. Another friend, though, expressed interest in seeing the house when I told him about my experiences. So, last summer, I told him I'd take him over to it. I never thought it was a dangerous trip. I told him it was just an interesting place to explore. We parked across the street from the house, in the parking lot of one of the industrial buildings nearby. The road was a rural road, but it was far from unused. We didn't want to be questioned by anyone as to why we were there. My friend, being much braver than I despite my previous visits, led the way across the street and to the front of the house. He asked me a couple of questions about it and what I'd seen in there. I told him the kitchen still even had expired food in it, and the upstairs had a board game set up that I ended up bringing home with me. As we walked from the front of the house to the side leading to the back with the cellar, I made note that there was a lot more brush around than when I had gone last. I had gone in the spring those years before, and I never experienced this thick bush I was now carefully moving through. I pointed this out to my friend to be careful, as we both tried to figure out where the path to the cellar was. Eventually, we pushed a big bush out of the way and found the cellar, broken and propped open exactly the same as I had last seen it. We talked for a second about being nervous, and I really took in the view of the cellar. It led to this dark, abandoned house. I remember being really intimidated while looking through the opening. I made a note as well that some of the items propping the cellar door open were not familiar to me. I didn't state this out loud, however, as I thought it was either just my anxiety or perhaps some other explorer who had visited in the meantime. My friend and I discussed who should go first. He said that since I was the expert of the home, surely I should head down first. I was extremely hesitant, of course, but eventually, after a good 5 minutes of breathing and calming myself down, I started down the steps of the cellar. It was an awkward entrance. Half the cellar was collapsed and left little room for maneuvering. You had to duck under the part of the cellar door that was still put together, then inch your feet down the steps. Finally, turn your body sideways to fit through the small gap into the basement. It took a long time after ducking under the door, since my nerves came back for a second. I made it in just fine though, and my friend followed quickly behind. We stood in the corner of the basement now, taking it in fully. I turned my phone's flashlight on, and he did too. There was a spider web in the path to the stairs up to the first floor. I looked around and found some sort of tool to knock it down. I took the tool and swiped through the web. After that, I tossed it back on the floor. My friend and I talked quietly. I don't remember what about. We fell silent soon, though. Above us, I could clearly hear footsteps on the boards above our heads. It seemed like they were heading to the stairs that led down to the basement. I remember this part the best. As I looked at my friend, he didn't seem to react to the footsteps I was hearing. I looked at him, suddenly very worried. Before I could even say anything, he grabbed me. "We need to go now!" He turned around and practically jumped up the stairs. I remember thinking he was going insanely fast. I could feel his hand tugging me up. I was a bit slower, but I also got up pretty quickly. He pulled me out through the opening. I landed on my hands and knees after I escaped the cellar, and immediately stood up in the weeds. I turned around to my friend, who was crouched and staring down inside. I said to him that we should get out of here, and he turned away. He told me to go first through the weeds. I pretty much just ran through the brush, definitely getting cut up by some of them. We made it through them though and back to the front of the house fairly quickly. My friend kept urging me to go in front of him as he watched behind us. He switched to flashing his light in the windows of the first floor of the front of the house. I asked him what he was doing. He didn't really answer me. so I asked him if he'd heard the footsteps before we bolted out of the basement. He turned to me and said that he had heard them, and that's why he was watching the cellar to see if anyone was following us out. He continued to say that after he'd pulled me up, he turned to guide me away before he let go of my hand. When he turned back, he could see the bare feet of someone standing at the bottom of the cellar. Because of the cellar's dilapidated structure, he could only see their feet and part of their legs. He never saw them come up the cellar stairs, though, or move away from them before he followed me. I didn't believe him at first and thought he was just trying to scare me, but I could tell by the serious tone of his voice and the silent look he gave me after telling me that he was not trying to make a joke. We stood for a second, not really saying anything. We both agreed to go back towards our cars. We stood by them for a while, watching the house to see if anything or anyone would come out, but there was no movement at all. After talking for a bit about how crazy that was, and him reassuring me he was telling me the truth, it started to rain. We decided to call it a night. I haven't gone back to the house since then. I like to tell myself that whoever was in that house must just be a homeless person finding shelter or something, but I still get chills to this day, thinking about how close that person was to me as I scrambled up from the cellar. There's this hotel by the Bulgarian seaside, in which we have an apartment. To be honest, that's a very strong word for it. It's basically just a big room with a giant bed, refrigerator, and big windows on both of the walls. I guess it also has a small bathroom as well. It's on the ground floor, and again, both of the walls are facing the parking lot of the hotel. Despite all of this though, it's perfect for me alone. It's situated right next to the beach, and that's why I've been spending some of my summer vacations there recently. So, July 3 years ago, I'm spending a week with my ex-boyfriend there, and 3 to 4 weeks alone by myself after that. My ex always said that the owners of the hotel were a bunch of creeps. Whenever we went out of the room, he had to walk a path passing through the reception, where they used to sit all day doing nothing. The old dad in his 60s, I guess, his son Crumb, who was about 40, and his daughter, who was 45. Her husband would also sometimes join them. When you'd pass by, they'd just all get silent immediately and stare at you, every single time. I was used to this behavior after a while, but the boyfriend was very irritated, especially when he caught Crumb staring at my ass and smiling. After that, he used to stare him down deadly, right in the eyes whenever he got the chance. Soon, my ex went back to the city. It was now the 3rd week I'd been alone. The night was extremely hot, so I opened both windows wide open and put the curtains above them to defend myself from being peeked at. After all, I was at the ground level and my bed was right below both of the windows. I woke up in the middle of the night and suddenly felt like someone was watching me. This happened for the next few nights as well. I'm easily scared and paranoid, but I was alone there, so I'd been telling myself to chill out. It must just be my crazy mind trying to scare itself. Some nights went by without problem. Meanwhile, Crumb tried to talk to me 2 to 3 times when I was off to the beach. It was around 1 a.m. now. I was falling asleep when I began to hear footsteps outside the path. It was not exactly strange. There were some people staying next to me at the same kind of apartment. Maybe someone was coming home or going out partying late at night. Then, though, the steps stopped really close by outside. I could hear all of this because of the opened windows. I was sitting in the bed now and listening when I noticed that the door handle was moving slowly up and down. I lost my shit but stayed quiet. I silently thanked myself for remembering to lock the door before I'd gone to bed. After a while of silently jimmying the handle, nothing happened and the person walked away. I closed the windows after that. I called my dad and told him what just happened. He told me to lock and close everything, and he'd come grab me in the morning. It's a 5-hour drive. This was 3 years ago. Last night we were having dinner together, and my dad said, "Hey, do you remember your sea adventures?" He proceeded to tell me he had made his own little investigation back in the day and asked the owners of the hotel for security camera records. They checked the ones in the parking lot and saw a male figure skulking around. The part with the door handle was not in the camera range, unfortunately. My dad remembers my strange midnight waking up routine and told them to check the older records as well. In each of them, they saw a man peeking through my windows, trying to grab through the curtains, standing like that for 15 to 20 minutes each time. The woman finally recognized her brother and told my dad he had mental disabilities. She begged him not to press any charges and that they'd promise to take better care of him and look after him from then on. My dad, being a good guy, did not press charges. It appears that now we're selling the apartment. So, anyone interested in buying, perhaps? I was 19 years old, and the only female working at a shop specializing in automotive batteries and things of that nature. I had been working there long enough to realize that most of the clientele was male, and oftentimes that made for some awkward situations. For instance, I would get talked down to and patronized quite a bit, or flirted with to the point where I would be somewhat uncomfortable. I have a really thick skin though, thankfully, so most of the time I typically wasn't very bothered. One day, during a particularly busy rush, a very tall and well-built man, who was maybe in his mid-30s, came in through my line. I consider myself to be pretty good at reading people, and this guy was giving off some very, very strange vibes. Something about him seemed a little bit off. However, it was my job to be professional and assist whoever came through my line regardless, so I brushed aside those uneasy feelings. I just wanted to ring this guy out and get through the rest of the line that was now trailing out the front door. I greeted and talked to him as I would any other customer while I was processing his transaction. Things were going pretty fine actually, until he realized I was almost done. He started stalling and making up weird excuses as to why he couldn't use certain credit cards. Now he needed me to put his battery on hold. He would come back later, etc. I told him I would hold it for him and he could come back whenever he found the time in the future. I figured he would just leave at that point, but instead he stood there and stared at me. Now that I think about it, it was more like he was staring through me rather than at me. I was a bit uneasy, but I kept my polite and professional demeanor. Sir, if you're not purchasing anything at the moment, may I ask you to please step aside so that I can assist all these other customers? He completely disregarded my question though, and in a slow, raspy voice, he asked, "So, what's your name?" I didn't wear a name tag specifically for reasons like this. Customers had found me on Facebook before in the past, and it was quite unsettling. Thinking quickly, I threw out my nickname instead. "It's Rhea." "Rhea," he said, as he kept on staring through me. I smiled awkwardly. "Yep, that's me." By this point, my manager had realized what was going on and proceeded to ask the man to step aside as well. After hearing it from my manager, the man walked to a corner of the store by some shelving and continued to stare while I wrung the rest of the customers out. A bit of time went by, and the line had since cleared up, but he was still standing there, staring and now smiling the most sickening smile I think I've ever seen. It made my skin crawl. Of course, my manager and coworker saw this as well. My coworker grabbed my arm and said, "Come on, dude, let's go to the back instead." As we were walking into the stock room, my manager walked over to ask the man if there was anything else he needed. The man muttered that there wasn't and left. I wish that was the end of it, but of course he had to come back in to purchase the battery. When he came back the next day, we again had a long line. He even let people go ahead of him and waited until I was completely free before coming up to the counter to make his purchase. I greeted him again and tried my best to remain professional, but it was hard considering how creeped out by this guy I was. I was met again with that same vacant stare and that freaky fucking smile. I can't remember exactly the entire conversation, But at some point, the questions he was asking became weird and inappropriate enough for my coworker to cut in on my behalf. He looked at the guy, then over at me. "Hey Rhea, why don't you go take your break instead?" He basically pushed me out of the way and rang the guy out instead of me. I stayed in the back until my manager came and got me, telling me it was safe to come out. We were all pretty weirded out by this, but of course, that would be the end of it, right? A few days went by. We had all mostly forgotten about this creepy dude, until he walked in again. This time, though, he didn't even look through the store. He didn't approach the counter. He didn't say a single word to anyone. He just stood in the back, pulled his hood up over his head, and hid in the very corner of the store, staring at me and smiling. His smile had become even wider and more sinister looking. At this point, I really started to freak out. I started shaking and feeling sick to my stomach. My manager came and screamed at the guy. "Hey you, I'm sick of you coming into my store and pulling this crap. If you're not gonna buy anything, get out." The creep paid him no mind though. He kept on staring at me. This of course pissed my manager off. He walked out from around the corner and told the dude, "Look man, if you don't quit coming in here and staring, I will not hesitate to call the cops. What you're doing is harassment, so get the hell out of my store." At the mention of the police, this dude's smile turned into a snarl, and he slowly sauntered out of the store. We never saw him again after that, but I was immediately taken off closing shifts, due to the fear that the man would come back and try to catch me when I was there alone. I've definitely dealt with my fair share of creeps at that job, but this guy was by far the most disturbing. At about 8 p.m. last night, yeah, what a spooky time, I was walking with a friend of mine, Sally, about a mile to the closest cafe. We're both girls in our early 20s. Neither of us own cars, and Sally didn't have her Opal card, which is the Aussie version of an Oyster card, basically an automatic ticketing system for public transport. This meant that walking was our only option. It's summer over here right now, so it was still fairly well lit. We were walking down main roads as well, so we weren't too concerned for our safety. We finally arrived at this cafe and sat down together. I was paying, but I only had my credit card with me. Sure enough, the restaurant was cash only. Sally was on the phone when I got back from the counter, so I gestured for her to stay put and guard the spot while I went to go grab some cash. This was my home suburb, so I know there's no ATMs around. My best bet was a gas station about a block away. I'm doing a light jog so I wouldn't keep Sally waiting, when a balding, sweating man, probably in his late 40s, with a tank top and no shoes, came running behind me as I passed the corner of the block. He began walking behind me for about 100 meters. I really didn't think too much of it at first. The gas station was the next building along, and it seemed like he had just come out of a very nice suburban house along the street. It wasn't the witching hour yet either, so I just assumed he was in a hurry to get to the gas station like I was. He didn't even cross my mind as I entered the tiny convenience store, nor did he attempt to follow me in. In my peripheral vision, I could see him walk right past the door and out of sight. I began to look around for an ATM that they sometimes have inside. No such luck, unfortunately. I went up to this man in his 30s behind the desk and reluctantly asked if they were able to do cash out. He smiled politely at me. Of course. Is that man with you, by the way? I have no idea who he's talking about at first. He pointed to the man from earlier, though, who was now pacing around outside the store. Keep in mind, he didn't look at all menacing. He wasn't just going back and forth right outside the door or anything. He was drifting in the space outside, from the pavement to the gas pumps to the storefront, seemingly aimlessly. I assumed he must be on drugs or something. I told the clerk no, not thinking very much of it at all. Oh, well, he was really staring at you before, you know. I thought he might have been your dad or something. I laughed it off. Honestly, I was not too concerned. He was just ambling around outside. I couldn't imagine him having a fixed gaze on anything. I thanked the clerk for the cash, but before I turned away to leave, he said, "Why don't you just wait here for a second? Let's see if he leaves first." We waited there for a few minutes together in silence, as the guy began to pace back and forth directly against the front wall of the store, looking straight ahead and never inside. It still looked like the man was just on a drug-induced shamble and seemed harmless. Not once did he seem to even attempt to look at me, so I figured it would be safe to just slip out the door and walk back to the cafe in the fairly bright light of dusk, especially since Sally was texting me at this point, rushing me to come back. I thanked the guy at the desk once again for his concern, and assured him that I did not know the guy and was not involved in some weird scheme to rob the store or something. As I started to head for the door, the clerk called out and asked if I wanted him to walk out with me. I said I should be alright, and began walking away from the block. As I left the store, though, the drifting man stopped pacing immediately and began to make a beeline for me from the other end of the building. I seriously hadn't given a single thought to this guy at all up until this point, but for the first time he was now heading in a straight line toward me. The hairs on the back of my neck immediately stood straight up. I started power walking so he wouldn't think I was actively trying to escape him, still trying to convince myself I was just being paranoid and should be more casual instead. I didn't look behind me to see how close he was. I'd reached the pavement on the other side of the gas pumps when I heard the store clerk sprint outside. "Go! Run!" I made a break for it, looking over my shoulder. He'd grabbed the man by his arms from behind. The balding man was not even glancing at the attendant or trying to escape. He just stood there watching me run away. That's pretty much the end of the story, folks. I kept running until I crossed the road, then turned around and stood still. The cashier was now holding firmly onto the odd, staring man. We shared a brief glance in bewilderment, not really knowing what to do. He made a hand gesture to go. I gestured my thanks and ran away. I got back to Sally with the cash and bought the food, before walking back home a different way. To set the tone for this, I always hated the town I lived in. I moved there alone when I was 18 for college, and very quickly regretted it. It was a decent-sized town, but full of not-so-decent people. Nearly every gas station was robbed frequently. There were shootings all the time in broad daylight. Robberies, kidnappings, you name it. For the first 3 years, I lived with roommates on a side of town that wasn't particularly awful. It was just a bit sketchy. How lucky. When I was making decent enough money, I decided to move out on my own. The house was tiny. Maybe 500 square feet, if that. It was super old and poorly built as well. I was the only person living there, so I didn't really mind how small it was. What originally sold me, though, was that it was right in the middle of nowhere. It was surrounded by a bunch of fields and wooded areas, with only a scant few houses nearby. Considering I despised being in the town itself due to the continuous paranoia of being mugged or shot for no reason, I loved the idea of living where nobody was out there. At the beginning of July, I moved in. Everything seemed super swell, minus not being able to get good internet. A month went by and everything was still super good for me. I decided to get a dog to keep me company. He also loved the place and spent large amounts of time lounging about the yard and trying to convince the nearest neighbor to walk over and pet him. This is in fact a detail that will be important later. After about 2 months of living there, though, I started to notice things were out of place sometimes. Something to note is that an old roommate of mine was using my spare room as a storage space until he got moved himself. So he had a key to move his stuff there, but never really came by. He kinda popped in once every other week or so to maybe grab something from storage and usually let me know beforehand. Now though, I'd come home to my kitchen chair being obviously pulled away from my table, or a new bowl in the sink, things like that. They were such small, innocuous things, at first I wrote it off as my roommate swinging by, or perhaps something I'd forgotten because I was really tired. Then though, my dog started to develop this crazy bad separation anxiety. Up until now, he didn't even care when I left. He just lay on the couch and chew his toys all day. He never barked, never did anything weird. All of a sudden though, he began acting really awful every time I tried to leave. He'd literally cram his body through the door as I was closing it, screaming and barking, and would not stop until I came back inside with him. He didn't want me to leave him there alone at all. I couldn't afford a kennel for him, so I decided one day I'd put a movie in while I was out, thinking maybe the sound of people talking might keep him calmed down. I only had to finish one task at work, and I knew I'd be home early that day, so I popped in a copy of Hamlet. I know, it's pretty boring, but I chose it because the copy I have is 5 hours long. I knew it would still be playing when I came back. Flash forward 3 hours though. Long before that copy of Hamlet should have been over. When I walked through the door, not only was the movie not playing, but the TV and all the appliances were completely off. I immediately called my roommate and asked if he had been over. He wasn't even in town at the time. I explained the TV situation to him. He shrugged it off as the TV powering off when it idled for a while. Even though this could be true, there were several reasons I knew this wasn't the case. One, it was not idling, a 5-hour movie was supposed to be playing. And two, even if it shut off by itself, my Xbox that was playing it wouldn't have turned off too. I had once left it on by accident for weeks while I was out of town or whatever, and it was still on when I came home. Always, but everything was completely powered down this time. The weird thing was though, none of my stuff was missing. The door was even fully locked when I entered. I eventually convinced myself perhaps it was a weird shortage with the Xbox or whatever, and shrugged it off. That is, until my dog started acting even weirder. Remember earlier when I mentioned he used to play with the neighbor? Well, all of a sudden, if she walked by the house while he was out, he'd start screaming and running at me away from her. This was incredibly weird to me, and made me suspicious of her as well. I put some cheap alarms on all my doors, the kind that go off when they're opened, and slept with my pistol handy. The second night the alarms were on my doors, I was woken up by the one on the back door going off. I flew out of bed with my pistol, trying to convince myself that I was about to shoot some intruder. Once I got there, it was shut though, and there was nobody around. The alarm had been knocked all the way across the room though. The door would have had to been opened really hard for it to be chucked like that. It couldn't have fallen off and just landed there. The weirdest thing was though, the door was still locked, but not the way I had locked it. I always locked the knob and the deadbolt, but upon checking my lock after this, only the doorknob was locked. The police wouldn't do very much, as I had no witnesses, no leads, and they didn't have much to go on. Needless to say, I changed the lock shortly thereafter. I didn't have any noticeable problems inside after that, but I later found out my close neighbor that my dog now hated had previously lived in the house I was renting. The locks had never been changed. I have no way to really prove my theory, but it's pretty obvious she had a key and was coming and going as she pleased. The why, though, I really can't figure out. None of my stuff ever went missing, not even the money. The most unsettling part for me, though, is that she tried to come in at night until the alarm scared her off. How many times had she come into my house at night while I was asleep? And why had she done so? So, a few days ago, I got back from a family holiday in the countryside on a really nice property. I'm not sure if it was through Airbnb or some other similar company, but imagine that kind of thing. A fully furnished house with more or less all amenities provided. I have a fairly wide extended family, some of whom would be staying with us, some of whom wouldn't be, and some of whom would only be staying for a few nights before leaving early. My parents and I would be staying all week though, and we were the very first to arrive at the house. As I said before, it was a very good-looking property, not surrounded by other houses, but not completely isolated either. Because we were the first to arrive, we basically got first picks on rooms, and were able to unpack and explore the whole place before everyone else even arrived. I got my own room on the first floor. For reference, I'm 18 years old. There's one room on the top floor with a bathroom attached. Going up there, the first thing that struck me was just how hot it was in there. There were windows through which the sun was shining in, which I thought might be the source of this heat, so I shut all the blinds, but it didn't really get any cooler. Aside from the bathroom, there was another door in this room, but it was locked from the other side. It goes without saying that this was kind of weird, not the least because I had no idea what could possibly be on the other side of that door. There was a locked door downstairs too, but that one had an obvious keyhole and was very clearly a boiler room due to the sounds I could hear on the other side. But with this room, I just really had no idea what it could possibly be. There was also a small crawl space door upstairs. It didn't have a lock or handle or anything like that, but I couldn't figure out how to open it. I'm not sure how relevant that crawl space really was to all of this, but I thought I'd at least mention it as somewhat suspicious. Anyway, after a few hours, other family members arrived, including my grandparents who, being the oldest in the family, and so the most respected, got to choose a room as well and chose upstairs. Despite the fact that my grandparents are both in their 70s, they're both extremely fit. Not just for their age, but for anybody really. They keep very active, and they don't get scared very easily at all. I couldn't say I really envied them taking that top room though. I'll skip most of the other details about the holiday since they aren't really relevant to the story itself, and fast forward to the first night. The property had this large garden, like really big. People at one end would have to scream for someone at the other end to even hear them. What made the property even nicer to me was there was a large hot tub out back by that garden. On the first evening, 11 p.m., I was in the hot tub by myself. Most of the other people had already gone to sleep. Having all the lights out and just sitting in the bubbling water, the only sounds audible to me were the buzzing of the jets and the chirping of the crickets. It was quite the serene experience. Just barely over the sound of the water, though, I could have sworn I heard something moving down on the other end of the garden. There was no way I could be sure of that, though, since it was so far away. I turned on the lights in the tub to as high as they could go, but obviously that didn't provide me with very much in the way of visibility. Looking back, it was actually probably a pretty stupid move because it made me more visible. I still couldn't see to the end of the garden, but now I kinda had the creeps. I realized just how exposed I felt, and decided to wrap up and head to bed. My room had these big glass doors that faced out into the back garden, which also made me kind of uneasy. I'd be lying though if I told you I heard any scratches on my window or something cliche like that. I actually didn't hear anything else and went to sleep perfectly fine. The next morning at breakfast though, I was talking with my grandma, who sorta dropped a bombshell on me. She told me that last night she had noticed a light turn on then off in the locked room upstairs. Not that I said anything, but this really freaked me out. I know the idea of someone secretly living in the house with us sounds dumb, and that's not really where my mind was going. Truth be told, I wasn't sure what to think. So that night I got totally drunk, like really hammered. I'm a bit of a lightweight and obviously not an experienced drinker, so it really didn't take much for me to get to that point. Regardless, I'm not exactly proud of the state I was in. I went out to the hot tub again, this time with my cousin who was a bit older than me, not even aware of my surroundings. The heat of the water combined with the effects of the alcohol made my brain basically turn into mush. I couldn't think clearly, and that's by my own admission. We were just listening to music and sort of chilling, when she suddenly pointed over at the other end of the garden to get my attention. "Hey, do you see that?" she asked. The garden had these automatic lights along one side, so if there was any movement they would turn on, illuminating one half of the lawn. From what I had seen, two of them, they weren't super sensitive, so you would have to get really close. I peered over the side of the tub but couldn't see anything in the dark. That's when my cousin had the bright idea to reach over the side and throw a football onto the garden. The sound it made as it thudded onto the grass still makes me feel sick. The lights flashed on, revealing a dark figure scurrying behind the fence at the back of the yard and just out of sight. We should have probably gotten out of the tub and went to bed at that point, or in reality called the cops. but for some dumb reason, we decided to go and investigate ourselves. She was a few drinks in too, I'll note. Not as much as me, and she keeps it down much better, but we both had some liquid courage going, if you know what I mean. Once we got there, it was too dark to see much, but the fence was very clearly broken to the point where someone could easily squeeze through the gap in it and make their way onto the road adjacent to the property. That alone is creepy enough, but what really freaks me out is what happened the next day. For a little bit of context, I'm in the build-up to some really important exams right now, and just because I was on holiday didn't mean I would be cutting myself any slack in studying. Because of this, when my whole family went out that day, I stayed home to work. In my room, there was this rubber door stopper thing propping my door open, and a spare one in the drawers as well. I left the one propping the door open next to it, in case I wanted to keep the door open, or more realistically, keep it shut. Bear in mind that particular door did not have a lock on it. I kept the second one hidden under my bed in a really specific place you would never find unless you were deliberately looking for it, tucked away in the bed frame basically. The door doesn't close by itself, but if there's a draft, it will eventually slam shut after some time. At some point, I got very bored of studying and decided to go make myself a drink and get some snacks. What can you do? While in the kitchen, though, I heard this loud thud come from my room. Because of the way the kitchen was positioned, I couldn't actually see my door, though. At first, this understandably freaked me out, but then I heard the front door open. It was just my family. I put it out of my mind and returned to my room, only to see that the rubber door stopper was balanced on the door frame, just flush against the wall. I assumed it must have been someone in my family. I walked back in, only to see that the other stopper was still next to the door. I questioned my family at dinner. They all swore up and down they hadn't moved a single thing. This created some quite nasty implications, mainly that I had been home alone with someone, or perhaps something. I'm not sure which is scarier really. Luckily, nothing else of this nature happened during my trip, and needless to say, I was grateful just to get home. This remains the creepiest thing that's ever happened to me. I haven't told my cousin about the incident, since I figure I'd probably just sound crazy. I can only speculate too as to whether or not this was related to the incident from the night before. I'd like to think they're not, but I'm fairly certain about what I saw. My only advice to anyone using Airbnb or similar services is to thoroughly research the area you'll be staying in and make absolutely sure the property is secure. This is a real story, but some of you might probably not believe me. I usually don't even talk about this because of the trauma and the fact that people look at me like I'm crazy when I tell them about it. This was on the news too, but out of privacy and respect, I won't share the articles or the news clips here. Anyways, this story is about my intuition and my friend's at times strange older brother. I'll call him Corey and I'll call her Kara. I always used to play over at her house all the time, considering her mom and my mom were the best of friends. Back then, the whole neighborhood was basically a playground, and it honestly felt so much bigger as a child. The world can be a scary place, but I always had common sense, and that kept me in one piece, considering I was very accident-prone. Anyways, I'd play a lot at Kara's house, but I always had the weirdest feeling around her brother Corey. It felt like he was constantly watching me, and it made me very uncomfortable. He seemed to be popular, and everyone always hung out around him, but every time I was around him, I just felt very sick. He would do these things like kick small animals and make them yelp. He was very aggressive when he played with us too. One time he held my head underwater when we went swimming, and another time he watched me change in the bathroom. I noticed him after I got dressed, and saw the door cracked open. I didn't see him, but I felt his presence there. Sometimes it even felt like his own mom was scared of him. One day, I went over to Kara's house when I was in middle school. The door was unlocked, so I just walked right in. I thought they were home because I smelled spaghetti cooking, and I loved Kara's mom's cooking. I turned around. There was Corey acting just like normal. Nothing rang a bell at first. I asked him where Kara and her mom were. He said they had just gone to the store. He said I could go into Kara's room and wait for her to get back. I almost did, but I felt him looming behind me as I was about to go into her room. This was normal, just like every other time, but for some reason I got terrified out of nowhere. It felt like I was suffocating, and my throat started to hurt, and tears started to form in my eyes. I turned around and looked at him, and all of a sudden I just started begging him to let me go with tears pouring from my eyes. We stood there for 5 minutes in suffocating silence, and then he just said I could go. I faced him as I slowly backed up toward the door and ran all the way back home. I called the police, but by the time they arrived, he had already killed himself. Kara was found dead in her bed, and her mom was found dead in hers as well. He had stabbed them both to death. To this day, I still don't know why he let me go and didn't kill me too. What is up, guys? Blue Spooky here. Thank you guys so much for watching, especially if you made it this far to the end of the video. If you liked the video, please be sure to like, share, comment, and subscribe if you feel so inclined. If you have any feedback for me as well, be sure to leave that in the comments below the video. If you guys have a story you'd like to send in, or if you'd like to contact me for any reasons, there will be links to my social media in the description below the video, including my Facebook, Gmail, and Twitter accounts. Go ahead and send me a message on any of those, and I'll try to get to you as soon as possible. If you do decide to send in a story, please be sure to include in the tagline what the name of the story is if it has one, what type of story it is if it has one, and how you'd like to be credited in the description below the video. Please make sure to include as much detail as you feel comfortable with, and try to use as much proper grammar as possible to make sure you have the highest chance of appearing in a future video. Overall, I think that's pretty much it for now, guys, so thank you so much for watching, and I hope you guys have a great day.